That's what I do. That's why I bust my ass. I mean, I know I make dick jokes and I burp into the microphone. What's ligma? Ligma balls. But ultimately, you know, there is a reason for all of this. Socialism, Marxism. I have a lot of money. Blam capitalism. Blammo. Booyah. This is how women make me feel. Oh, I got your nose. Lick mich im Arsch. What about me? Me. I'm manifesting it. I got crystals shoved up my blammo. Yes, mama. I'm doing Scorpio behavior. Awooga. My Virgo is in rising. Honk. Humana. My Mercury is in Gatorade. My mouth opens up all the way to the ground. My tongue rolls out like the red carpet. There's steam coming out of my nose like this. You know what I'm saying? Just be normal. Okay, little bro. Fight. Boop, boop. Gatekeep, girl boss, slay queen. I'm an old person in China. Direkt olarak yani. Yok abi zevk alıyorum ben. Dude, once America is destroyed, I mean, the opportunities are endless. That's crazy. I'm losing brain power. Obama! I'm a sheep. Faded in a hoe. You know what I'm saying? That is insane. Oh. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker. This is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, all the girls, and all the Emmys are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a Wednesday. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Wednesday. It's 75 degrees and sunny here in California, Los Angeles. It's Wednesday, October 9th. 2024, 11:27 a.m. I'm a little late and I apologize. It's a little bit of tardiness. You already know what it's like. I sometimes get to do that. I sometimes do those sorts of things. However, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. What? I am a Scorpio. Fuck you. The one-time mods. People see my name like the N-word. Having a horrible day, bro. Your mods called me filth. Please don't. Please don't close. That's got to be a new record. Put that up on the fucking leaderboard. That's got to be a new record. This chatter was crashing out on Discord saying Israel controls Kamala and America. Bro. We need therapy. We need fucking therapy. You need to take a day off. We need, as a nation, we need national health care. Because when you don't have national health care, okay, when you don't have a healthcare system, you got motherfuckers treating anything and everything that they can hold on to that gives them a sense of community as an acceptable substitute for that sort of thing. And I do legitimately think that that's probably not the best idea, you know? It's kind of crazy. Anyway, folks, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. That was the fastest, I think, we've ever seen someone crash out in the beginning of the stream as soon as I turned the camera on. I haven't even turned on the lo-fi synthwave radio to talk about my personal news. Anyway, folks, Personal news wise, I ended the broadcast last night. And what did I do? Well, let me tell you what I did. Okay. You know what I did? I watched a lot of One Piece. Okay. That's what I did. Egghead is incredible. Egghead is incredible. It is so good that it's like kind of made me reconsider One Piece in general. It's peak. It's the peak arc. And it's kind of frustrating because it's like, why don't they do that for all the arcs? Like they clearly, Nazla the Savior, thank you for the 10 gift the subs. They clearly have the opportunity to do that. Luffy busts out Gear 5 like crazy, like, which is cool. Our Italian villain is back. Our Italian villain is back. Pacing is great. Everything is great. Makes me feel like shit could be so much better. Oh my God, Trump went on flagrant. Bro, I feel like I could have Trump on. Like, no joke. I can't believe I'm about to catch up to One Piece. It's like kind of a sad situation. Like, it's kind of a sad situation. But yeah, if you play up the acceleration as leftist angle, he might think it's worth. Yeah. Would you do it, but it costs 50K? Would I pay $50,000 to Donald Trump to have him on? No. I think it's kind of stupid to pay him. Go back and watch all the crap you skipped. What? Spads, thank you for the 12 gifted sub. He's actually gonna win. I don't think so, but like things are not looking too great for Kamala Harris. I will be really real. Okay. I will be very honest. I don't think things are looking great for Kamala Harris. Poll numbers aside, everyone keeps pointing to national polls, but I don't really know what the heck is going on. I mean, there's a lot of key states that, you know, haven't really moved a lot. This Quinnipiac poll is insane, showing Trump winning Michigan and also winning Wisconsin. Pennsylvania, on the other hand, Kamala Harris is winning by 2 points. This is what I'm talking about. Anyway, that's news though. We're not going to do that right now. We're not going to do that right now. We're going to do something else. We're going to do personal news. Please join us on Hoscourt every Saturday when we watch a new episode of You Caught Up. Yeah, I don't think Wisconsin's turning red. I think that poll is a little wild, but it's all within MOE, a statistical tie in all these states. Yeah. Anyway, let's not get to the poll watch yet. Okay, we're doing, a lot of y'all like doing cock watch and a lot of y'all like doing poll watch. We're not there yet. Hold on, we will get there though. We're gonna do poll watch in a bit. Okay, calm down, cool your jets, calm your horses now. Woke up early this morning, went to work out. It's not necessarily progress, but we have swapped out. I haven't swapped out like my push pull. Like I haven't swapped out my splits on my workout regimen, but the one thing I have done is we're doing tempo, like lighter load, but tempo work. I just want to show y'all this incline bench press tempo work right here. That's a solid 8. Look at that tempo though for that big weight, dude. For incline bench press, that's big old weight right there. Oh, this is still on the background. All I'm saying is that's a decent amount of weight to be putting up with tempo. Oh, this was the Trump is truly the GOAT. Look at this. You don't look gay. You don't look gay. Also, look at the boy. The boy's got double D's on him. Okay. I'm tittied out. Picking up the Dr. Mike style, I see. Yes. I'm thinking my splits and meaning you were getting flexible. No. Hasan is an open carry advocate by the looks of this video. Yeah, I got some titties on me, dude. I got some titties on me. Anyway, we did that. That was a good workout overall. Feeling good about it. Would you ever go on the Dark Show to talk about One Piece and its politics? It's basically a book club with these dudes' mom who's a teacher and is sick. Yeah, no. Bro trying to breastfeed out here? Yeah, I got it. What's the benefits of tempo lifting? I don't even know. Dr. Mike Israetel is a big advocate for it. And so is my trainer. Just, you're spending more time under load when you do tempo. It's probably better at breaking down muscle tissue, I suspect. You're spending way more time under tension when you do tempo. It's like tripling, if not quadrupling the amount of fucking time you're spending. It's usually tripling. If you do it, we do 3 seconds, 3-second tempo. And I think it, do you support Dr. Mike? Wasn't he partying in a yacht during COVID? I'm going to die, dude. We're talking about Dr. Mike Israetel, bro. It's a different doctor, dude. Oh my God. Every time, dude. This is the TikTok generation. I swear to God. Just like loosely associating people with like one thing that they remember that he did that was cancelable and then applying that to other people as well because they have the same fucking name. It's so funny. Anyway, ignore the cancel council. It's just like, who is this for? Who is this for? Who is like this? No one is like this. In this day and age, in the big 2024 year of our Lord, no one is like this. I get called Adolf Hitler on a daily fucking basis. Like, what are y'all doing? Like, if you were to listen to people that just like say shit, you just, you know. Anyway. Every single day in here, that one friend who's too woke. Yeah, that's how it is. The one chat that's too woke, man. Always. Always. Anyway, we'll get to it. We're gonna talk about it, okay? Pole watch, hurricane watch, hog watch. Happy to see you do ROM on your story because I know you were avoiding full range of motion because your injury. Yeah. It's not even necessarily injury. I just have like I will forever have an issue with Israel's attacking North Gaza and Syria. Oh, thanks, Sheltered Rosebud. I had no fucking clue. I was not keeping up to date with everything that Israel's doing. So thank God Sheltered Rosebud's in here to tell us. Thank you. I genuinely, I had no idea. Thanks. Yeah. Andrew Schultz had Trump on. I like that everyone was like, Andrew Schultz seems kind of racist. What's up with that? And then he was like, yeah, let's have Trump. Let's have Trump on. It's kind of crazy. Trump has basically been on all of my fucking friends' pods at this point. Like people that I know personally. I wouldn't say like super friendly, but what's happening? You know? Trump, listen, babe, if you want to reach me, you can reach me personally. Okay. You added me the other day on Twitter. You know, you got my line. Like, stop trying to get my attention like this, dude. You're so desperate. You're so desperate. Why are you being so desperate, bro? It's weird. It's weird. You know what it is? Like this kind of flirtation, this kind of back and forth. It's kind of odd. Like he just wants to be on Fear and you can tell. That's why he's just like going on everyone else's podcast. Anyway, babe, stop. Your agent has to reach out and there's a 50% chance it actually happens. I know. I'm like kind of confused why he's doing it so much. I guess I'm not really confused because like anyway, Poll Watch, Hurricane Watch, HOGWATCH, Andrew Schultz says Trump on his pod, and so much more. Get in now. We're going on the Bucket Bunny. We are Bucket Bunnies today, okay? We are all standing up and saluting the flag and the brave warriors that are the Bucket Bunnies that are going to be sucking and fucking all the linemen that go down to Florida in the upcoming week. Those are the real troops. Everyone always says like, oh, the linemen, they're the heroes. It's like, no, dog. Someone's got to boost morale. Someone's got to boost the goddamn morale around these parts. What is this? Hasan can't relate to desperation. Yeah, dude. That's what's going on though. I can't relate to desperation. Like Trump is like, you're my espresso. HasanAbi. He's my espresso. You didn't have to be fucking mean about it. I was just waiting to see whether you'd put it in the blast off. I'll fucking leave. Why the fuck are you always so mean to me? I'm so mean. I didn't mean anything by it. Because you're annoying, Sheltered Rosebud. That's why. And we warn you all the time. Okay? We warn you all the time. Like, literally, you get timed out so frequently. Okay? That's why. Like, it's not, I don't doubt that you're, I don't doubt that you're a nice person. I think you're a wonderful person. You're just kind of fucking annoying. That's it. I gave you an hour off. Okay. Doesn't really matter. And chat also throws up hostels and gives you negative reinforcement in this situation. It makes you feel good. Slowly but surely, inevitably, I am worried that you will become a villain of the community, as many that I've brought to the forefront have become villains in the community. You know? I just wish it wouldn't be, it wouldn't work like that. Stop posting crazy in the chat like a parasocial nut. Yeah, I just, Not to be a bastard, but that's positive reinforcement. Okay, don't give positive reinforcement to someone when they're, you know. Whatever it's called. I don't care. You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become a hater. Yeah. Reed Timmer's out here dodging tornadoes and the hurricane. Wild shit. That's my goat, dude. I have a med school final in a few days. Please pray to Allah that I do well. I'll be praying for you, but I'm not gonna lie. My prayers aren't getting heard, right? Because I've been praying a lot. Okay, I've been praying for a lot of stuff. Not exactly a religious person, but if my prayers were answered, you would know. You know, it would be newsworthy. There's a lot of newsworthy shit that would occur if Allah was out there listening to my motherfucking prayers. Okay, let me tell you, big dog. All right. Anyway, Poll Watch, Hurricane Watch, Hog Watch. Andrew Schultz says Trump on the pod and so much more. Get in now. Bro, Floridians are insane. There's 2 people on the beach during the storm surge. One of them is holding a Harris Walls sign. There's no, is this live? Like this is a live at Naples Pier. Is Naples Pier supposed to be one of the impact zones? There's no way, right? So people are like currently at the beach. No, it's south, but yes. Impact is 8 p.m. EST, bro. Dog, what do you mean? If the impact is at 8 p.m., don't you think it would be smart to leave ahead of time so that you're not trying to drive in the fucking storm surge? Because if the impact, when it makes landfall at 8 p.m., which is in a couple hours from now, it's 5 p.m. Pacific time. I had the comment on so many TikToks telling people you're going to die if they don't leave is fucking insane. I don't get it. I mean, I'm sure it's moved around a little bit, but it's like, if you're getting hit, dude, Kaya is fucking snoring so loudly. It's crazy. It's actually kind of crazy how loud she is right now. You can't hear, but it's like, it's bothering me how loud it is. Southwest Florida resident chatter. Several hurricanes hit our area all over the place and causing a ton of damage like 9 hours before the hurricane said to hit us. Yeah, I don't think people understand how hurricanes work. Like the major impact is one thing. But even before it starts raining, dog. What are you going to do? It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to fucking get out of there. Naples is marginally south of the impact zone, but south is where the storm surge will be the worst. I don't understand it. Oh yeah, this is Ryan Hall. He's like the storm guy, the command center storm guy.
Under any tornado today, especially one of these PDS warnings. Like
anyway, we'll be watching this stuff later. Weirdos calling you Hitler on the timeline. Yeah, I saw. I don't really care, dude. At this point, dude. This is a website where saying Jews have weather machines that are causing storms to happen get 100,000 likes. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck when someone goes, oh, Hasan is Adolf Hitler. Okay. I don't care. People are stupid as fuck. Please stop fucking pointing to shit that you see on the dumb Nazi website. What the fuck's wrong with you? Anyway, I forgot there was a couple fun things I was going to look at, but fuck it. We'll just move on. Chat, what the fuck's up with the vibes today? Farming, tapping in glass, shitting on each other. Yeah, it's just vibes are not great. Trigger warning, chat advice from Jesse Waters and Stephen Miller. This is so bad. Ew. Elon really did do a number on this fucking app in less than 2 years. Yeah, I mean, dude, listen. Americans are very stupid, right? We're a very dumb country. Let's be fucking real. All right. We're not a particularly smart country. We were ready for this kind of thing. We were primed ahead of time. We were primed ahead of time in terms of, like, we were primed to be a nation full of little fucking Hitlerites, okay? We were so ready for it. You just needed someone to be like the trigger point, you know? Someone needed to light the match. We're already a powder keg. Someone just needed to walk up to that goddamn powder keg with a match lit. So I saw TikTok of people thanking Daddy DeSantis for making tolls free, which is good, but he declined to talk to Harris and Biden. He'll tell Republicans from blue states we're thanking little Rhonda. What? No, he has talked to Biden and Harris. How do you explain Americans are so stupid? Yeah, I saw. I mean, look. This is the smart side of the equation, okay? Let's look at this. Walt says Harris no longer supports government health care, free tuition, or driver's licenses for undocumented immigrants, making a shift from her past positions. Axios. Also, where is it? Yeah, speaking of which, 2 large tornadoes from Hurricane Milton have crossed Interstate 75 in the Florida Everglades around 10 a.m. EDT, moving north between the towns of Miles City and Andytown. The tornado shown here was east of the first tornado and closer to Andytown. What the fuck is happening, bro? This is why I'm saying, like, you can't wait till the last second to leave, dog. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? How do people still demonstrate this hubris where they think they can toy with God? I will never understand this. It's like nature is the one beast you cannot tame, man. You do not know how to deal with it. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. People are like, I don't even give a fuck about the technological improvements. By God, I will let natural selection take its place, dude. How? We have designed societies. We built skyscrapers. We went to the fucking moon. And the state of Florida, comprised of Floridians, is still like, nah, natural selection will take its evolutionary course on me, brother. I don't care about the internet. I have all of the data at my fingertips. All of the knowledge that this world has cultivated over generations. And what am I doing with that knowledge? I don't know. Believing that there is a Jewish space laser weather machine that caused this hurricane to hit me. You know, poor people can't leave, right? I know, man. That's not who I'm talking about. Shut the fuck up. God damn. Some of you motherfuckers are so annoying. Fuck. Every leftist group has to have that one bisexual, septum nose piercing wearing motherfucker who's going to be like, excuse me. You're being quite classist, sweetie. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. That's not what I'm talking about. Fuck. Every group, dude. Anyway. Bro, listening to the HasanAbi broadcast with the windows down in my car is such a gamble. Yeah, it is a gamble, except guess what? A lot of people around you are going to be put on notice that you're listening to some good shit. Anyway, here's a hurricane update from our meteorologist chatter, Stinky19. As of 1 p.m. EDT, Milton is growing in size, diameter as it barrels towards Florida as a Cat 4 hurricane. I thought that it was supposed to be a Cat 3 hurricane by this point. With 145 miles per hour winds and a minimum pressure of 935 millibars. The lower the pressure, the stronger the storm. This is a slight weakening from last night / early this morning. Hurricane force winds extend 30 miles out from the center, and tropical storm force winds extend 125 miles from the center. Most recent images of Milton. Authorities in Campeche have reported that one person has died as a result of Hurricane Milton passing the Yucatan yesterday. I was only able to find one news source on this, but I think that's just because most English news sources are focused on the impact Milton will have in Florida. There is also a high risk of flash flooding today, as rainfall is expected to total up to 18 inches across Florida Peninsula. This level of rainfall is predicted to bring catastrophic and life-threatening flash and urban flooding, per the NHC, to the Florida region. Storm surge is still expected to be at 10 feet or higher along the west central coast of the Florida Peninsula. Hurricane and storm surge warnings have also been issued for the east coast of Florida. The NHC continues to stress that it is an extremely life-threatening situation and to please evacuate if ordered to do so by local officials. National Hurricane Center is urging people to rush to finish preparations to protect life and property. There is an enhanced risk, 3 of 5, of several tornadoes resulting from Milton today and tonight across central and southern Florida. Tornadic supercells are already sweeping across the Florida. There's a tornado that crossed I-75. We're watching that tornado earlier. This is the one that Stinky's talking about. Milton wobbled the south yesterday and is now expected to make landfall somewhere between Tampa and Fort Myers late tonight and early Thursday morning. Tampa could still be hit directly. It only takes a couple wobbles back on the north, and Tampa is back on the direct crosshairs of Milton. Milton is still expected to remain a hurricane as it passes over the Florida Peninsula. This has remained consistent for the last 2 days of forecasting. Hurricane force winds are expected to spread inland. Power outages are expected across most of the Florida Peninsula. Milton from space. This is what it looks like. We watched this yesterday, or I guess this is a more recent photo of it. Hurricane Milton is pictured as a Category 5 storm in the Gulf of Mexico off the coast of Yucatan Peninsula from the space station. Oh, no, this is from yesterday. We watched this shit yesterday. It was crazy. Damn, though, but tornado chasers are definitely in their era right now. And after the first Twister movie, maybe they do got weather machines. So, Stinky, what's happening? Is it a lighter load? Because as far as I understand, if Milton hit Tampa or went north instead of going south, the impact was going to be more devastating. And does it seem like the trajectory has changed and it's actually more southbound now? Is that what it is? Okay, Stinky is not with us any longer. Yes, it's going towards Sarasota now, but that's only 20 to 25 miles from Tampa. Be patient while Stinky types. Once in a generation hurricane, I heard. That could just be 24-hour news hyperbole. No, there are a lot of generational aspects of this hurricane. Number one, it is actually a hurricane that is westbound or eastbound, but from the southwestern position. That is unique. Okay, that's number one. Number two, the acceleration of this hurricane that went from a tropical storm to a Category 5 hurricane with previously unimaginable levels of I guess, what is the term for it? It's not magnitude like an earthquake, but wind speeds and pressure that, like, both of these concepts of how fast the hurricane actually turned into, a Category 5 from a tropical storm is unique. The intensification happened virtually overnight, literally in a 24-hour period. That's also unique. So, those are the reasons why people were losing their fucking minds, okay? Those are the reasons as to why meteorologists were going on TV being like, this is devastating. I'm crying. I've never thought, I never thought in my life we'd see shit like this. Okay? What the NHC said about where it might land. Okay, is this new? Everyone needs to read this. Sit down for 30 seconds and read it again. This is from the NHC discussion on Milton. We would like to emphasize that Milton's exact landfall location is not possible to predict even at this time, particularly if the hurricane wobbles during the day and into this evening. Even at 12 to 24 hours, NHC's track forecast can be off by an average of 20 to 30 nm. Since storm surge forecasts are highly sensitive to the exact track, this means that the realized storm surge heights across Tampa Bay region and south may vary widely, and there will likely be a noticeable gradient of surge heights to the north of the landfall location. However, the risk of devastating storm surge still exists across much of the west, central, and southwest coast of Florida, given the size of the storm and uncertainties in exactly where landfall will occur. Yes, the trajectory has changed. It is aiming more south. I'm at work. I'm sorry, wind speeds. The intensification happened incredibly quickly. It was actually insane. In-depth Wednesday morning update on Milton from a hurricanes expert.
October 9th, we're watching Hurricane Milton's final approach to west central Florida, moving northeastward, landfall just several hours away now as of this recording. Expected.
Okay, this is too much. This is too nerdy. All right. I have friends and family who are in Georgia, and my friend's whole garage was flooded, much more damage than Hurricane Helene. One of the craziest things I've actually watched on my TikTok feed, I've been seeing a lot of this, these, people doing prep for the hurricane before they leave and stuff. There's this guy who's in Tampa, okay? There's this guy who's in Tampa, I think, or in one of the places, where, it's about to, it's going to make impact. It's got like fucking 15 feet storm surge or whatever the prediction is, right? And the dude is like, oh yeah, I have Flex Seal. He took a fucking, he put his goddamn Lambo on a jack, okay? He put his goddamn Lambo on a jack. Is on Daytona Beach? Yeah, I think so. Okay. I'm glad that you guys saw it too. This motherfucker, bro, I swear to God. He's like, oh, don't worry, guys. I'm putting my fucking Lamborghini on a fucking car lift in my garage. Okay? And also, I found this thing where apparently as soon as the water hits, it like automatically turns into a dam. We were going to put that at the bottom of the garage, and we're going to use Flex Seal. The amount of faith that you are placing on Flex Seal is crazy. Okay? Are you out of your mind? I was looking at that and I'm like, dog, it's over. Like your fucking Ferrari or Lamborghini or whatever the fuck it is, it's gone. Okay? It is going to be absolutely caked in fucking seawater. Oh, this one is I saw this one too. This one is awesome. Someone please update me post hurricane about this house specifically.
Brand new Corvette, 9 miles from the water.
Like, why don't you just drive it away, dog? What are you doing? Like, if you care about it that much, drive it away, brother, because I'm going to tell you right now, dude, that shit's not surviving. That's crazy. Like, just drive it away, man. All the money he had for gas and hotels was spent on the Corvette, duh. Like, I don't get it. Drive it away somewhere else. Like, literally drive it away from the fucking vicinity of where the hurricane is going to make impact, where the storm surge is, and just leave it there for a couple days, maybe a week. Fuck's wrong with you, dude? This shit, like, how is this working? It doesn't make any sense. It's like, if you care about your car that much, why don't you just drive it away? I don't get it. Defiant World, what is this? I mean, is this another one of these like L accounts or whatever? They blocked me, it seems.
With the Flex Seal King, using his Flex Seal on top of the spray foam to stop the floodwaters from going into the motorcycle showroom here. This rubberized coating will keep the spray foam from falling apart, and it will save the business. Now that section is waterproof. I'm going to do another section.
What?
This is Ed Castro.
Dude, what's really funny about that is the wind speeds that we're talking about and the debris that we're talking about is going, like, there are so many things that could explode those windows, okay? Like, even if the Flex Seal were to work, what is hilarious about this entire process is that you got windows, dog. You got fucking windows. All it takes is one jet ski from your neighbor to just fly directly into the window and it's gone. It's done. Fuck you mean? I don't understand how these motherfuckers live in the state of Florida for extended periods of time and have still not figured out how hurricanes work. I lived there for a year. I lived in Florida for 1 year. And let me tell you, okay, I very quickly understood how this shit works. That's crazy. That's all it took for me. 1 fucking year of living in the state of Florida. And I was like, oh, I'm out. Like, I get it. I see what's going on. How have you been living there your whole life and you still just like do not understand the concept?
Flex Seal King of Daytona Beach. And listen, if you want to buy a motorcycle, come on over here on Friday when we're back open again. We'll sell you a motorcycle.
No, you won't. No, you won't. No, you won't. That's crazy. He's like, nah, you don't understand, brother. But who the fuck is going to want to buy a Harley Davidson in the middle of the recovery and relief efforts? Like, this guy is out of his mind, dude. Bro, we need to open the schools. We need to close. We need to make it illegal to do homeschooling. We need to make it illegal to have private schools. And we need to immediately fund the public schools like tomorrow, yesterday. Okay? Yeah, this man is the crazy guy. He's Lieutenant Dan or whatever. He's a fucking also another nutty guy. He's all over TikTok too. I got to pee real quick. Here, watch this. Watch this man explain his situation while I go pee.
The people that are new, explain to them why you're deciding to stick out a Category 5, one of the worst hurricanes in Tampa history, out on a 20-foot sailboat in Tampa Harbor.
My faith in God. I don't put my faith in man. God told me to come out here and get a boat. I came out here and got a boat. And everything that he's been telling me over the last 2 days is I'm doing the right thing. He's got my back. I'm in good shape. I ain't sweating it. We're going to ride this one out. We got set up the way we know what we're doing. And as long as the water just keeps rising, we'll be fine.
Will you be wearing a life jacket?
Hell no.
Are you going to be able to swim if it need be?
In circles.
Can you swim with one leg or what?
Yeah, I can float like a damn champ, but swimming I just go in circles.
So the plan's just to stick it out here?
Yeah, I mean, the water's gonna come in, it's gonna rise. If you're on land, it's gonna flood, you're risking drowning. I'm in a boat. The boat goes up with the water. So even if the boat goes up 100 feet in the air, I'm gonna be up 100 feet in the air with the water. So it's really, the safest place in the world to be is on my boat. And I got room for one more female.
Give the people some words of wisdom out there.
Listen, just, you know what to do. Just be safe. Don't do stupid shit.
Can I say something? This attitude is the exact same attitude that I had when I was a child, and I always thought, like, if I jump right as the elevator is about to hit the ground, I'll survive. Like, what he is demonstrating right here is identical to, like, me being a kid and thinking, oh, if the elevator falls when I'm in it, I'll just jump right before the moment of impact and I'll survive it. I swear to God, it's the same mentality. Okay? It is straight up. Oh my God. It is so bad, brother. It is so bad. It's crazy. Boat goes up, though. You think about that. No hurricanes here in Texas. It's on the same ocean as Florida. Why? Texas is not a swing state. I'm done. I mean, dude, you can convince these people anything. Like, you can convince these people to do anything. Do you understand? You can convince them to vote for the Republican Party. That's for sure. You can convince them of anything. You can tell them that you don't need to subscribe at the top of the hour. You won't see an ad, and they'll believe you. And then they'll be like, why did I just see an ad at the top of the hour? But you should subscribe at the top of the hour, because a 3-minute ad break is coming for you, even if it's at 12:12. Make a wish. At the top of the hour, I wish for you to no longer see those ads. And you can subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. All right. There's a rumor that went around after 9/11 that a guy fell out of the tower, landed in a door, and made his way to safety at the bottom, so of surging the wreckage as it would fall. This was obviously not true, but it was told by someone who very much believed it. Stop doing these. You keep making my daughter cry every time you do this, brother. Sorry. Okay, let's listen to Lieutenant Dan once again. I was peeing and you probably couldn't hear it because it was not loud enough, but here it is.
All right, Dan, the people that are new, explain to them why you're deciding to stick out a Category 5, one of the worst hurricanes in Tampa history, out on a 20-foot sailboat.
Famously, boats are the safest. You know, when you're out on water and you get caught up in a storm, you're the safest. Famously.
In Tampa Harbor.
My faith in God. I don't put my faith in man. God told me to come out here and get a boat. I came out here and got a boat. And everything that he's been telling me over the last 2 days is I'm doing the right thing. He's got my back. I'm in good shape. I ain't sweating it. We're going to ride this one out. We got set up the way we know what we're doing. And
You're not going to ride this one out. You're going to die. I'm just letting you know. You're not riding this one out. You're not floating this one out. You're dying. This is just, there is no difference between what this guy is doing and just like taking a gun and just you know, being like, oh yeah, I love playing around with this when it's loaded, and you know, I love putting it in and around my temple and pulling the trigger, see what happens, you know, like that's it. And the funniest part about it is that, like, the fact that he is on a boat makes it more likely that he is going to die. Okay? Maybe by some stroke of luck, you fucking, you know, you wait it out, you have enough food in your fucking attic or something, you don't get blown away, and the water levels don't reach you, and you have enough energy, and then your first responders come and get you maybe in a couple days, okay? That's an unlikely scenario, but let's say that could happen. You being on this boat, you're definitely dead. Like, there is no... "3 p.m. EST Milton update. I know we just went through this, but the NHC just put out an update, and I would like everyone to have the most accurate and updated information. Milton is a Cat 4 barely, with winds of 130 miles. Barely. With winds of 130 miles per hour and a minimum pressure of 948 millibars. The NHC is urging people to take tornado warnings seriously and shelter if there is one in their area." Look at the tattoo on his stomach. That's what he thinks a tiger looks like. My man needs help. That's an interesting way to figure out that this man is not well.
And as long as the water just keeps rising, we'll be fine.
Will you be wearing a life jacket?
Hell no.
Are you gonna be?
I mean, to be fair to him, I don't think a life jacket is saving him at that point anyway. So he might as well not, you know? Yeah, it's just, fuck's a life jacket gonna do, dude? What the fuck is a life jacket gonna do for him at that point? Explain how a floating boat will be affected by a storm surge. It is water. Dog, what do you think happens to boats when they're out sailing in the water and a storm occurs? Not even like a fucking category 3, category 4 hurricane, just a tropical storm. Hasan, it literally floats. Storm surges can't affect floating things. The storm surge is not the only concern for him, and you're also wrong, because no expert boater is going to be able to navigate through the storm surge that is filled to the fucking brim with debris with 130-mile winds, dude. What are you talking about? The boat does not float permanently, okay? It is going to capsize. He is going to die. It's got, I can't tell if it's a meme or not, or if we are just like, I bet 500 that he lives, so we'll see who's right then. Yeah, he is going to live because apparently they forced him to evacuate. So you're not wrong. He is most likely going to live, not because he stayed on the boat, but because apparently, according to the mayor of Tampa, no, the mayor of Tampa said that they like forced him to evacuate.
Be able to swim if it need be.
In circles.
Can you swim with one leg or what?
Yeah, I can float like a damn champ, but swimming I just go.
No, they didn't. That's fake. He's still on the boat. Oh my God, he's dead. He's dead. Okay, never mind.
So the plan's just to stick it out here?
Yeah, I mean, the water's gonna come in, it's gonna rise. If you're on land, it's gonna flood, you're risking drowning. I'm in a boat. The boat goes up with the water. So even if the boat goes up 100 feet in the air, I'm gonna be up 100 feet in the air with the water. So
yeah,
it's really the safest place in the world.
Yeah, the safest place in the world is the safest place in the world. What? He's been milkshake ducked? Oh, wow. A crackhead who is about to die in the next 24 hours is not a good guy, oh well, oh me, oh my. I am so shocked. Lieutenant Dan is a digital creator who started GoFundMe 3 weeks ago. He has 4 names and was arrested for battering. Wait, what? Battering a law enforcement officer with a violin? He's already up to 20,000 and has accepted the mayor's offer for shelter. I hate grifters. Okay, he sounds cooler now. Now I want to give him money for his fucking... Brian Enton. For everyone worried about Lieutenant Dan, I just talked to him. His real name is Joseph Malinowski. He says he's going to stay on a sailboat in the Tampa Bay.
Everybody's worried about you.
Who's worried about it?
It's all over TikTok.
Everybody, like across the country.
I'm gonna go live in a minute.
Are you going to be okay?
I'm gonna be fine.
I don't think people realize you're so close to down. I mean, you could just get off if something bad happened. You know what I mean?
Also, dude, when I found out, okay, Brian Enton exposing his real name, all of a sudden things make a lot more sense. Okay. That's a beautiful Polish man right there. Maybe he will survive. Okay. That's a beautiful Polish man right there. Okay. What do you mean? I'll survive. Hello? My boat floats. Oh, that's it. Yeah. I've tactically ascertained that this is a Polish type of person. Oh, dude. God damn.
I'm not going anywhere because the safest place to be is on a boat in a flood. Okay, we learned that with Noah. Everybody that stayed on land drowned. Noah.
We learned that with Noah, like he means the ark? Is he talking about Noah's ark? Yo! This guy is awesome. Yeah, he'll be laughing now. You won't be laughing. This motherfucker, oh my God, dude. Americans are so awesome. Straight up. I'm back. I'm back in. I'm back in. I'm back. Americans are the best, dude.
Noah and the animals lived. So I'm fine.
Do you have any animals?
No, I wish I did.
Okay.
I could use 2 females.
I love people calling him a grifter, by the way. Like, he is a crackhead. Like, I don't think you can be a grifter if you're a crackhead. I mean, I guess you could, but like, he's just an insane person. I feel like you have to be extra dumb if you are somehow sucked into a scheme that this person has put forward, you know? It's kind of on you at that point, right? Like, grifting requires a little, like, your mental faculties to be in somewhat in order. Okay? Like, he's just, there's a difference. I feel like Tim Pool is a grifter, right? Oh, I'm a centrist, I'm a liberal. Like, that's a grift. He's not. He's lying deliberately, right? And it's not like he's super smart, but obviously he's, you know, he's somewhat mentally competent. This man, on the other hand, crackhead. Straight up. At this point, when he says like, oh no, Noah's Ark survived, like, that's a crazy person. It's kind of on you at that point. Like, if you look at this person and you go, no, that's my guy, like, I think this is going to be, you know, I believe him. Okay, then, you know, that's kind of on you. I feel like you kind of deserve to get duped by this guy.
Well, you got all the news crews right here during the storm, so you can just, you know, if you need anything. Everybody's worried about you, buddy.
Everybody's worried about me. Everybody wants me to get off the boat. People don't. Being that I'm tied up to the cleat on the dock there, and it's secured in the concrete, which is secured to all this thing, I have a secured anchor point. I'm tied to the boat. If the tide goes up, I go up. as long as the water stays out of the boat, I'll be fine. And the wind is, it's not a tornado. It's not going to get lifted up and thrown into Kansas. Okay, it's not like that. I'm not suicidal, but I'm putting it in God's hands and taking it out of mine and man's.
All right.
So I'm sitting tight. I'm going to play it out.
Well, like I said, we're all right up here. So if you need anything, everybody's parked right here, okay?
I love you all, and I thank you for the concern. But I'm not nutty. I'm just doing what my father told me to do, and I'm doing it, and I'm being me. I don't go with the grain. I'm against the grain because it's all just, you're all robots. You're all sheep following the masses. And I'm the black sheep. I'm the one that does what I feel is right. And I don't care what anybody says or wants to do about it. I do what I think is right. And since God found me 10 years ago when I found him, and he's been my right hand all along. He told me to come here, I'm here. And I'm putting my life in his hands.
Inshallah, brother, you will ride this out. Inshallah, brother, you will survive this, okay? Everybody breathing in the air, fucking sheep. I'm gonna hold my breath.
I'm gonna go home tonight because he's calling me over not to do.
Like, what does he think is gonna happen when the water levels rise? And in that process, his boat directly fucking slams into like the first building. Like, how does he? Has he not thought about this? Does he think that the storm surge just goes boom? One moment one moment the ocean level is here, next moment the ocean level is here, and magically you just avoid all of the debris? Like what? Like how is that? You're so dumb. He tied it to that dock. How could it bump into a building? He said his boat rides above in the last video. Yeah, but the boat is not going to ride above the buildings and the electrical poles and the so many things he can hit before we even consider 135 miles per hour winds that will slam things into his boat. The boat is capsizing.
Well, we'll check on you, okay? We'll be up here and we'll check on you.
I appreciate
All right.
it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Stay
you.
safe. You got some time to rest. All right.
I only got about 2 hours sleep.
Like that, he's slamming into that right there, okay? That's what he's slamming into. Extremely grim series of words here. What does this show? This from Hurricane Ian 2022. Note that it's edited to skip ahead to certain times. Very important for chat to see this. The Tampa area is facing a potential 15-foot storm surge with Hurricane Milton. Here's a video of a similar surge in Fort Myers during Hurricane Ian. Yeah, it's like a time lapse with edited skips. Jinxie said he was staying in a mandatory evac zone and waiting it out. Also, is he still there? No, I saw a TikTok of him talking about how he's going to a fucking shelter. A lot of people are going to like safe zones, shelters, okay? They're leaving their homes if they don't want to go super far away or they can't go super far away. They're just taking their possessions, like their valuable possessions, their dogs, their pets, and they're going to, if they are in the impact area, they're in the evacuation zone, they're going to shelters. Ron DeSantis, for all of his faults and failures, very openly communicated that in a couple mile region, There are a bunch of areas that you can go to, a bunch of shelters that you can go to. Okay. These shelters are also pet safe. Here's the Jinxie clip.
Imagine this, 9 feet and even
what?
of flooding, of inundation. This is
What the hell?
survivable. So please follow the advice of your local officials when they ask you to evacuate.
All right, bro, fuck it.
All means,
Am I in the evacuation zone? Hi, guys, pull up the evacuation zones. Okay, guys, I'll give you a rough estimate of where I am. Okay, I'm not here. I'm kind of in this area. I'm kind of here, okay? This is like a rough, 200-mile radius. I'm kind of in here, bro. I'm in this area. And don't say Tarpon Springs, because I'm not in Tarpon Springs. Leaked. Guys, I'm the one. Why are people typing Tarpon Springs? Yo, guys, I've never lived in Tarpon Springs. Okay, no evacuation order. Voluntary evacuate. Mandatory evacuation order. Oh, my God. All right, yes, my county is... What? I'm just gonna fucking... bro, I'm riding it out. I'm riding it out.
Do people legit find this funny? Yes. The answer is yes. People do legit find it funny. Anyway, this is not done yet, chat. Let's keep going. Remember, at the 1 minute mark, this is where we're at. This is how it started, right? This is how it started. Then it got to this. Then it got to this. Then it got to this. So, if it can do that to the house, what do you think will happen to a boat? This isn't Milton. No, this is from 2 years ago. But the similar predicted storm surges in Fort Myers during Hurricane Ian. I don't think you understand how boats work. They go with the flow. They don't stand still, and it can float. Dude, stop. Stop. Dude. Please stop. Please stop. Boats, yes, they do float, but they also capsize, okay? Are you a fucking caveman? Are you an ape? Do you legitimately, you're joking, you're fucking with me, right? Like you're not trying to like genuinely argue with me that boats famously withstand storms well. Show to chat, please. No, they're gonna look at this and go, see, this is about surviving.
Some are alive, and others sail on the sea with their keys to the cage and the devil to pay. We lay to fiddler's grave.
Bro, I don't understand how the fuck people do this shit, by the way. Like, I will never understand it. Hello, my family and I sail. The waves will go over the sides of the boat and it will fill with water and sink. Even electric pumps that modern boats have won't be able to keep up. This is if it doesn't capsize or get punctured by debris. Flooding is more likely than puncture, more likely than capsize. Capsize is less likely because sail's done. Notice how there aren't any telephone poles in the middle of this fucking ocean, nor is there a tremendous amount of debris. Also, notice how these boats are specifically built to withstand these kinds of fucking treacherous conditions in comparison to his little dinghy, Lieutenant Dan's little dinghy.
We have new
Let's look at from Ian once again. Let's look at what happens to the boats in the aftermath.
damage from Hurricane Ian. This right here is what it looks like on Sanibel Island. Look at that pileup of ships.
Right, Sanibel just got hammered. This is off the coast of Fort Myer. I mean, look at all of these boats here tossed around, piled on top of each other. So it moved out into the Atlantic, and Kelly says it came across South Carolina, making landfall, and is now since weakened.
Right.
Sorry, I know this isn't the point, but here's another boat video. Trying to prove that those North Sea videos are only scary because of the Yoo-Hoo song. No, that's that's terrifying, actually. That's legitimately terrifying, actually. I don't like this, even with that song. If Lieutenant Dan lives, this is going to be your new Ukraine take. I mean, dude, I'll take that L, and I'll be glad to take that L. Okay. I hope he does. I hope he does survive. That would be awesome. I just don't think that there is a high likelihood that he will survive. I don't understand why you are arguing with that mentality. It's not a matter of logic. It's a matter of coping and denial. Do you think after this guy is dead, the chatter is going to say, I see how wrong I was? No, they will say, I would have pulled it off. If I'm a rescue worker and I hear, man, Hasan was right from some dumbass I just pulled out of the water, I'm throwing them back in. Oh, Jesus Christ. Wait, what? This guy's response, no, 10 to 15 inch surge is expected, not feet. What? What is going on? What is happening? What is going on? Anyway, this is another thing I saw. No hurricane here in Texas. Same ocean as Florida. Why? Texas is not a swing state. Dude, that's awesome. That actually is fucking sick. This guy literally said same ocean. Ocean. Famously tiny bodies of water. Oceans are famously tiny bodies of water. So obviously when you're 2,000 miles away from the impact area, because it's the same ocean, you're supposed to be impacted in the same way. Yeah, most intelligent day trader.
It's the time of the season.
He's right. Texas isn't a swing state, and it is the same ocean, and there is no hurricane there. Yeah, no lies told. No lies told there. Reed Timmer's there. These guys are fucking insane. Yeah, my goat is there. My goat Reed is there.
Oh yeah, look at that, guys. We're getting some funneling. Yep, that's onshore flow. You know what that means?
I think personally, if Lieutenant Dan doesn't survive, it's because he didn't flex tape the boat. Okay, that's what I think. If he doesn't survive, he should have flex taped the boat. Take a minute to flip back and forth. What is he even trying to say? Like, there's both blue and red areas there. Like, what? Info about the Waffle House Index. Yeah, this is relevant because the Waffle House locations at Tampa and Fort Myers have closed completely. Yeah. How Waffle House helps Southerners and FEMA judge a storm's severity. They have like their own internal operations too? Like they spend a lot of money. I'm an online teacher in a coding boot camp and have had Tampa students joining class from their phones while evacuating this week, so I've had to remind them to drop immediately from the line and prioritize their safety. I can't help the feeling and speaks to larger themes of insane expectations in the modern American workplace. This will shut the boat people up. No, it won't. No, it won't. It will not. Okay? No, they will say, see, if someone was on that boat at the time, they would have survived. Like that's, you don't understand. Okay? People literally think that if they stood on top of these boats, they would have survived. See, it floated into safety is what they're thinking. Yeah, it looks like they floated there, bro. See, they're saying it. Oh my God, this is awesome. Fuck it, dude. You might as well have fun. You might as well have fun. Okay? At this point, just look at it, point at it, and laugh, you know, because the situation is dire. The situation is ass. So the best thing you could do, I guess, is just point and laugh. I don't know what else to say about it. Okay? No, that's not what I said. The boats are supposed to avoid the land and they're fine. My father-in-law worked 35 years on a big ship and always said boats shouldn't be on land. Okay, this guy was joking. All right, this guy was memeing. I thought he was being serious. Now I realize he's just memeing.
You remember when I used to say, darling, I want to watch our president tonight on television. And the husband looks, I'm sorry, dear. The windmills aren't wind. There's no wind tonight. You can't watch, darling. We're not going to be watching tonight. Maybe we'll catch him another time. No, we have to be careful. We have to be smart. We're going to lose our country. These people are crazy. They're crazy. They're damn crazy. We're going to get out. We're going to vote. We'll get it clean. The whole thing is crazy.
The windmills aren't wind. Oh my God. Ay, ay, ay. There's a Chad Vice segment that I will spare you of until later. All right. Before we get back to Hurricane Watch, Biden talked to Benjamin Netanyahu for an hour today. But anyway, let's do Biden-Trump Biden calls out Trump's lies. Hurricane mass evacuations, fuel shortages as in nearest Florida's west coast. Let's take a look.
The storm, as we've heard, is massive.
And I'll get back
It's
to
just
the
hours
Israel
away
stuff
from
in a
slamming
little
into
bit.
The coast. Officials say it could be the worst hurricane to hit Florida in a century. Let that sink in for just a second. This is serious. We've got correspondents all across the state from one coast to the other. We're going to start with Vladimir Dutier. There he is. He's in Tampa leading our coverage there. Vlad, good morning to you.
Bro's got the barber on, dude. Hey, yo. Locked in.
You.
Good morning, Gail. The hurricane isn't even here yet, but we've already been getting drenched overnight by heavy rain from a separate front that is saturating the ground, and it's making it that much more difficult to deal with the water to come. If you could see behind me across Hillsborough Bay, that is Tampa General Hospital, where patients and staff are being moved off the first floor, and where a flood barrier that held during Hurricane Helene 2 weeks ago might not hold this time if the most dire predictions turn out to be true. Scattered throughout neighborhoods across this area, that has been the most heartbreaking thing to see, guys. Debris left over from the last disaster that threatened to become.
My pilled friend stayed behind in Clearwater because he's scared of looters stealing his guns. He's very close to the water. Good luck to him, I say. Maybe he'll be able to like float on his guns or something.
Projectiles as winds hit later today. Meanwhile, the roads, let's talk about that. They remain jam-packed as they have been for days as people try to make their way out. Gas shortages have also become a problem. And get this, most stations around here have run dry, while elsewhere people are waiting.
That's not barber, that's a bell staff like what you bought Marat. Actually, I think you are right. Also, that's crazy that you knew that and remembered that. This has got to be a fucking biker and not just a John's enthusiast. You know what I mean? Crazy that you remember that. I have a Trailmaster in my wish list. Nice.
Hours just to reach a pump. Now take a look at how huge Hurricane Milton is, seen from the International Space Station yesterday, covering much of the Gulf of Mexico. On one hand, it's absolutely beautiful, and on the other, it is absolutely terrifying.
Hurricane Milton is closing in on Florida as a catastrophic Category 5 storm. It is poised to be one of the most destructive natural disasters in Florida's history. Officials just forecast the storm will hit as a Category 4 along the west coast. Tampa, St. Petersburg, Sarasota, you can see down to Fort Myers, all in the path. Big population centers, all extraordinarily vulnerable.
I'm just north of Clearwater. There is no gas anywhere. The hotels doubled their booking prices almost universally as demand soared from people trying to evacuate. The airlines did the same. Yeah, by the way, that is illegal. Like, that is what is also known as price gouging, which is illegal. And yet they're doing it, and they will not be punished for it. Perhaps the administration that said that they were going to tackle this kind of thing should, I don't know, demonstrate the method of doing such a thing. I don't know. What the fuck do I know, dude? What do I know?
To a predicted huge storm surge. The outer bands are now being felt. Bridges to some barrier islands have already been shut down. Officials say if you can get out, but that window is closing. CNN is stationed along the coast. First, let's get the new forecaster, meteorologist Derek Van Dam. Derek, tell us what you're seeing.
Yeah, John, we are less than 24 hours away from one of the most powerful top 10 Atlantic Basin hurricanes to ever form that will impact western and southwestern portions of Florida. This did not weaken overnight, and those are sobering words because we're only a matter of hours until we experience tropical storm force winds in this region, and it's only a matter of hours before we start to see the water levels start to come up. The latest track from the National Hurricane Center does show a Category 4 major hurricane making landfall late tonight into early Thursday morning. The exact location of that most powerful right front quadrant of the hurricane is so important. We know this is a game of miles, right? One computer model still showing a worst case scenario for Tampa Bay, but there are other computer models that bring it to the south. We should expect these types of wobbles with this type of an intensity of this magnitude. These storms tend to wobble back and forth, and that again determines who will see the worst impacts. One thing's for sure, the catastrophic winds will not be confined just to the coastline. They will stretch far inland. And notice this updated map. This has extreme catastrophic winds, that's major hurricane force, from Hillsborough County into Lee County, including Charlotte, as well as Sarasota. Now, in terms of this unsurvivable storm surge, again, it is that right front quadrant that is so critical. 10 to 15 feet, you can see that includes Sarasota, the Port Charlotte region. We are watching the satellite depicting every moment in its track as so critical on whether or not this has a southerly component or a northerly component.
In Tallahassee during Helene, the Target on campus raised the price of milk and gallon water jugs just before the storm hit. Hell yeah, baby. Never let a crisis go to waste, dude. How else are these guys going to make their profits, dude? Why won't anybody think about the capital owners?
And who gets the worst impacts? Flooding rain will be a concern from this, John. We're talking about over 2 to 3 months of rain falling from the sky.
There is perhaps no better indication. There's perhaps no better demonstration of who's actually doing the looting in moments like this. Price gouging is supposed to be objectively. It's just illegal, okay? It is in the books. And one of the greatest demonstrations of price gouging is literally this, okay? In times of crisis, when companies know that there is going to be additional demand and people are going to need it desperately, they fucking pump up the prices, okay? That's just price gouging. It's like the textbook definition. Now, having said that, they do it anyway. Those are the real looters. Those are looters. Those are the real looters, okay? That is where the looting is actually happening. They are looting your fucking pockets. It's madness.
Through the duration of the storm, it's already been raining. We've already seen tornadoes spinning up in Miami-Dade County earlier this morning, and that will increase through the course of the day today. I'm going to leave you with this, John. We have a rare risk of excessive rainfall leading to flash flooding, where you see that shading of pink. Remember, if we've learned anything from Hurricane Helene, it is these rare high risks that cause the most destruction and also the most deaths.
There is so much to be concerned about, so much we have to pay attention to. Derek Van Tam, we're going to keep coming back to you throughout the morning to get the very latest forecast, because every little movement, every little wobble impacts millions. Let's get to Randy Kay, who's in Sarasota, Florida right now, right in the center of this path. Randy, what are you seeing this morning?
Yeah, good morning, John. It has been raining steadily here this morning. We know that conditions are expected to get much worse here because we are, as you heard, potentially in the bullseye for this storm. We are on South Shore Drive here in Sarasota. You can see there's a dock behind me and some water, and that boat, we don't know how long that boat will remain there. We're also seeing some lightning here in the area as well. But we are expecting a potentially record-breaking storm surge of 10 to 15 feet here. They thought Helene was record-breaking at 7 feet here, so certainly they are very concerned. They're also concerned about the winds that are expected to pick up this afternoon, about 40 miles per hour and up, starting with the tropical storm force winds this afternoon. We're hearing some thunder in the area as well. People, John, have been evacuating here. They know what Helene did. They see the debris around the neighborhoods. People have emptied out their homes. One woman told me she spent 15 hours cleaning debris out of her home after it was basically destroyed by Helene. So there's debris all over the neighborhoods that can potentially turn into projectiles. There's also people boarding up their businesses, their homes. The restaurants are closed here. We spoke to one.
Which state is the most advantageous in terms of land location and resources? Minnesota.
Woman who told me that her husband rode out the storm on Siesta Key, one of those barrier islands that is now shut down. He was chest deep in water. He rode out Helene there, and they are still staying to ride out Hurricane Milton. Here's what she told me.
Now, as this hurricane is barreling down directly on our community, it feels like maybe Helene was just a rehearsal for what's to come. They're talking.
I work with structural engineers in the disaster response space, and they're saying that most of the homes and the buildings in that area of Florida have not been retrofitted with modern hurricane-resistant strategies, are not up to current standard. It's very likely that structures in the area will be completely wiped clean First time chatter, long time watcher. Thanks for your coverage of these events. Yeah. But the loot, there will be looters. That's what I'm more worried about. Why not Illinois, Chicago? Illinois too. Also, Lena Khan, our queen, has said, 1, nobody should have to worry about being ripped off when fleeing a hurricane as the country reckons with hurricanes Helene and Milton. We're hearing reports of people being price gouged for things they need to get out of harm's way, like hotel and gas. The FTC will work with state and federal law enforcement partners to hold accountable any bad actors that exploit the crisis to illegally take advantage of Americans. If you spot practices that may be fraudulent or illegal, you can report them to the FTC. AOC told me you are a bad person, and I can see what she means. People don't have gas to escape Milton because of you. Wait, what? Every day that passes by, I find myself more and more resentful of my fellow Americans. I just genuinely, I am developing deep disgust for a lot of people on Twitter. I truly, truly, truly hate how fucking stupid people are. Kamala Harris made a statement on price gouging as well. Harris fought price gouging during emergencies when she was California AG several weeks ago. Campaign proposed additional federal protections against food price gouging. Now, with the hurricanes wreaking havoc, Harris is using her platform as VP to warn against it. Let us all be clear. Americans impacted by a crisis should never be ripped off. I've seen firsthand the devastating impact of price gouging as an Attorney General of California during devastating wildfires. She's like, I'm going to be prosecuting the transnational gangs. I'm going to be prosecuting the top of the hour ad break. If you increase the price point of a subscription to the HasanAbi broadcast in the midst of a hurricane, I will come after you. It should be $6. It will remain $6 or free if you have a Twitch Prime, in order to avoid those ads. If you want the latest and greatest, up-to-date, uninterrupted, no ad break experience at the HasanAbi broadcast. Thank you, Dynamic Jab, for the 5 Get the Subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Stop. She's being normal for once. Let her have this one. Yeah, I mean, I agree. This is good. This is smart. She isn't prosecuting the transnational hurricane. Curious. Yeah, it is also a Mexican hurricane. Seems to me like the border czar couldn't put the border wall in front of this hurricane, huh? Once again, letting undocumented migrants and undocumented hurricanes coming in from Mexico into the country. They're pouring over the border, folks. That's rich of you when you've been platforming Milton these past few days. Yeah, I have been. Ay, ay, ay. It's good that they are taking the initiative here. It's probably not going to stop these fucking animals unless they do legitimately get prosecuted extra hard. Like this time around, they are not deterred, seemingly, right? Because they're pieces of shit. If they do actually follow through and they do actually hit hard at these price gougers, okay, next time they won't be so callous as to engage in it.
Talking possible 15-foot storm surge. None of us in 100 years have seen anything like this. It is shocking.
And John, they are riding out Hurricane Milton on the 9th floor of a condo building in downtown Sarasota that is built to withstand a Cat 5 hurricane. So they hope to be safe. John?
Randy, the thunder, the lightning all around you, just the beginning of what will be a chaotic day. Please stay safe. Let's get right to Isabel Rosales, who is in Tampa now. Tampa, I know, bracing for the worst case scenario. We can see the rain falling on you.
John, good morning. Right, we're starting to feel those outer bands. The rain is starting to pick up. In moments, there's a little bit of a gust, but we know these conditions are only going to get worse. Right now, we're in front of Tampa General Hospital. We're keeping an eye on the Hillsborough Bay. We know that from Helene, the storm surge got so bad here that the waters actually touched and got several feet high up to the walls of Tampa General Hospital, the region's only level 1 trauma center. With Milton, we're looking at worst case scenario, double that storm surge, so 10 feet on up. So this is a precarious situation we're keeping our eyes on. And of course, you have Florida officials telling folks that if you haven't already, please evacuate or seek shelter. We heard from Sheriff Chad Cronister of Hillsborough County saying that this is the 11th hour. Please get out. This is your shortening window of time to leave the area. Another matter of concern here is once these winds reach about 40 miles per hour.
Milton has been downgraded to Category 3. But remains a grave threat to Florida, forecasters say. Where's Stinky? I can't believe we outflanked Stinky on this. Stinky, no recent messages. Yeah, I mean, the original prediction was that it was going to hit the original prediction was that it was going to hit as Category 3. Fantastic animation from Spillo showing Milton's peak winds diminishing, but the extent of the strong winds growing substantially. As the wind field expands, the threat of a dangerous storm surge increases. Okay. Let's get back to this.
This is a community of bridges. You're going to start seeing the Sunshine Skyway, the Howard Franklin, the Corny Campbell Causeway, these bridges beginning to.
Tampa here, we still have power. Wind started picking up and rain too. Dog is pissed and I'm getting hungry. That's about it so far. Dog, what the fuck are you doing? Please be safe.
Shut down. Also, first responders not as willing to go out for their personal safety. Over in Treasure Island in Pinellas County, one of the barrier islands, residents heard this. Listen.
A local emergency currently exists. Quickly secure your home or business and safely evacuate the area. Listen to local media and authorities for additional information.
And one of the major concerns has been debris, all of this debris piling up here from Helene, still out in the streets. Those could become flying projectiles. Very serious and very dangerous. John.
Very dangerous indeed. Isabel Rosales in Tampa. Again, please stay safe. This is just the beginning of what will be perhaps a catastrophic 24 hours.
Joining us now with the latest on this major storm is Michael Brennan. He's the director of the National Hurricane Center.
These are the guys that are cloud seeding. They're flying their alien spaceships into the eye of the storm to make it worse, to kill God-fearing patriots.
Michael, good morning to you. What are you most concerned about, and what is the latest from your end of this?
Well, Milton remains an extremely powerful, very dangerous hurricane this morning, Category 5, and it's going to be reaching the west coast of Florida now within the next 24 hours, late tonight, the early morning hours of Thursday. So folks along the west central coast of Florida, particularly in these storm surge evacuations.
4 p.m. Eastern, Milton update, newest NHC update. Milton is a Category 3 hurricane with winds 125 miles an hour and a minimum pressure of 950 millibars. Sorry, took me a sec. It's all good, Stinky.
Evacuation zones from north of Tampa all the way down to Naples. You've got your last few hours to get out before waters start to rise. Tropical storm force winds begin. Your evacuation routes could be cut off. And again, you don't have to drive hundreds of miles to get to a safe.
Saw a video of homeowners putting furniture, etc. outside on their lawn. Why would they feed missiles to Milton? It's because the furniture was put out there in the last fucking hurricane, in the last storm. And that's probably waterlogged shit. And they didn't realize that there was going to be another fucking Cat 3 hitting only a couple weeks later. That's the craziest part about this is that, and there's going to be a third one potentially as well. So, yeah, the debris haven't, they haven't been able to pick that up yet before another one hit.
Safe place, maybe just tens of miles to get to a shelter outside of that surge zone.
How does this hurricane compare to others that you've seen? Because the language many officials are using is, quite frankly, borders on apocalyptic.
Well, you know, every hurricane is unique and has its own unique mix of hazards, but for this portion of the Florida West Coast, this is a track and a threat we have not seen in anyone's living memory in terms of a track basically perpendicular to the coast that's going to allow the winds of Milton to push in a destructive way that Gulf of Mexico water up onto normally dry land. And that's why we're so concerned about the storm surge getting, 10 to 15 feet above ground level. The potential for that is certainly there in Pinellas County, Hillsborough County, Manatee, down to Sarasota, and substantial storm surge risk even farther south, down to places like Cape Coral, Fort Myers, and even.
Why is this happening? God is punishing Florida for being conservative. What do you mean, why is it happening? How many times have we got to talk about this? Okay. Climate change, water warm. Warm water makes storm more powerful, faster. Powerful, faster storm hit land.
Even Naples, because the size of Milton's wind field is going to basically grow, almost double in size between now and just prior to landfall.
Briefly, Michael, what portion of the severity of this is due to the changing climate, to human-caused climate change?
Yeah, it's hard to know on an individual case, but certainly warm, very warm Gulf of Mexico waters are what.
I saw one of the dumbest Neil deGrasse Tyson clips I've ever seen, and it shocked me. Like, I know he sometimes says like silly things like, silly liberals, I don't know. He'll every now and then he'll have like a silly ass take and he'll be like, what the Sigma ass takes every now and then. But this last one I saw on TikTok was insane. He was like, the America I knew would be working in real time to take advantage of these winds, of these hurricanes to basically capture the energy. But we're so silly nowadays in America that we just like look to escape it. That's what he said. Does anyone have that TikTok? We got to watch it. It's awesome. Was that about Milton? No, I don't know if it's about Milton. I think he was just talking about hurricanes in general. He's not trolling? No, he's not. He's not trolling. Where is it? Breaking. Biden says he fully supports Israel's right to defend itself against Iran and its proxies. Oh, dude. Nice. That's the go ahead.
I'm tired of looking at countless thousands of cars exiting a city because a hurricane is coming. Where are the engineers and scientists saying, instead of running away from the city that's about to be destroyed by this hurricane, let me figure out a way to tap this cyclonic energy of this hurricane to drive the power needs of the city that it's otherwise going to destroy? Where are those people? You need a culture where that becomes a natural state of how people think, rather than buy toilet paper, buy water, run. That's our current natural state. And I don't think that was the country I grew up in.
I'm serious when I say this is the dumbest thing I've heard this man say ever. It's especially dumber because like it shows the impact of like hurricanes while he's talking over it. And he's like, Why are people just like running to grab toilet paper? Like we need to change our attitude about hurricanes in general. This is so clip chimp. You should know better. I mean, someone didn't make this as a own. Sometimes you just miss, okay, don't come for the science guy. That's Austin's fave. Yeah, it's Neil deGrasse Tyson, the science guy. He's trying to be all science fiction positivity law. I get where he's coming from. You need someone like this to push us forward, right? Yeah. Yeah, he's right. Yeah, he's just doing science fiction positivity. I can't believe human beings are focusing on escaping the fucking devastating natural disaster instead of thinking about how they can harness the energy. Okay. In order for human beings to be able to harness the energy of a devastating natural disaster such as this one, they also need to evolve so that they can somehow survive this environment. You're being super uncharitable with this one. Sorry, I fear I have upset the Neil deGrasse Tyson fans in the chat. Here's a longer version with the proper context. Thank you, Suja. Take a day off for that one. MBS has conveyed a message from Washington to Iran's foreign minister on the Israeli retaliation. An Iranian source tells me the message says Washington is not fully aware of Israel's intentions, but has assured Tehran it won't participate in an attack on the Iranian nuclear sites. Good stuff. Stay in your lane, politics, man. You have upset us eco nerds, buddy. Dude, in order for us to be able to withstand, or in order for us to be able to even get to the point of thinking about how we harness the energy of hurricanes, we need to first build infrastructure that can withstand hurricanes. We are not even at that stage. Okay? You understand that? We are not at that stage. That is a ridiculous. Oh, God, I'm not. Like, I get the energy of what he's putting out there. Like, wouldn't it be nice if we changed our attitude towards how to deal with these problems?
I should have said, I foresee the day where we have power over nature such that we can tap the energy expressed in Earth functioning as a planet and use it in the service of our needs and the needs of the survival of all life upon it. For example, a hurricane is building in the Atlantic, and it's ready to terrorize the coastline. We somehow dip in there, suck the cyclonic energy from the hurricane, drive the energy needs of the city that would have otherwise been leveled by that hurricane. That is a level of geoengineering that I would foresee to be in our future. Then we would know that we fully understand how Earth.
This is not the same video. This is just him advocating for that position elsewhere. Anyway, let's get back to this beautiful situation
Fuel,
in front of us.
the intensity of this storm, and those waters are warmer than normal. On a broader scale, we're seeing sea level rise occurring, which is worsening the threat from storm surge across the board, and also heavy rainfall threats are increasing because warmer air.
Bro, we literally have not. We are currently at a stage where we refuse to even recognize the underlying reasons as to why these devastating, earth-shattering events are occurring with greater magnitude and frequency. We refuse to take initiative to harden our infrastructure against that sort of thing that is happening regardless of whether we recognize it or not. And last but not least, to add salt to the wound, we've now officially decided as a collective that no, these events, these world-changing natural disasters are man-made, just not man-made in the sense of anthropogenic climate change, but it's man-made by a weather machine that's killing us. All the while, recovery and relief efforts are also simultaneously disrupted by people who want to go to that area and film themselves doing TikToks with the fucking Christian Rangers. Christian Rangers here, we're doing recon in Asheville, North Carolina, because the local law enforcement won't give us the details of how we can help them with our guns.
Air holds more moisture, and that's something we haven't touched on here yet with Milton, but some places are going to see up to 18 inches of rain, producing life-threatening catastrophic flash flooding potential across much of the Central Florida Peninsula, and that potential will be there beginning today through tonight and into Thursday.
All right, Michael Brennan for us this morning. Michael, thanks very much for the work that you do every day, and particularly today, of course. We appreciate you.
Thanks.
Big news, hawk to a girl unfollows Connery's pants because of what he said on Fear and. Sad to hear Mr. Connor is a hater, but to be honest, I just don't give a fuck. Haley has unfollowed me. Deadline is reporting that the network will not be renewing Fortnite Friday if this isn't resolved. Haley, if you see this, please talk to it to me so we can clear this up. Click on what she responded to. It's me, bitch, Hawk Toshi, LGM.
Hey, bitch, it's Hawk Toshi, and let's go Mets.
Love how the management thinks that this shit proves anything from some 60-year-old fart on this bitch. Even Connor called you out on FEMA. Shit is so obvious to anyone with two eyes. Just go full right-wing grift since you already support racist and transphobic Elon. Sad to hear Mr. Connor is a hater, but to be honest, I just don't give a fuck. This is fake news, Haley. Don't listen to Angelica. She's just stirring up trouble. Would love to have an open dialogue about all things crypto, X, AI, Mets, and Fortnite on my show or yours, perhaps both. I can't believe that. I can't believe this has happened. I cannot believe that I technically played a role in this happening. I apologize profusely. I apologize to the franchise. I apologize to the Riot Games. I apologize to Epic Games. I don't even know why I'm apologizing to Riot. I'm just apologizing. And last but not least, I apologize to Connor Eats Pantaloons. Okay? This is the worst timeline. I thought that there were. You owe me Grimes or AOC. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that this has happened. This would have been your Walter Cronkite moment. You know? How do you always manage to get yourself in 1 degree separation from every single person? I don't fucking know, dude. I had to mute Angelica all day, a bot or something. So annoying.
Thanks.
We want to take you now to President Biden, who is given a hurricane briefing right now.
Helene and Milton. 2 historic storms in 2 weeks. I want to thank everyone who has followed local guidance to evacuate ahead of the landfall. I know it's really tough leaving behind your home, your belongings, everything you own. But I urge everyone in Hurricane Milton's path to follow all safety instructions as we head to the next 24 hours. It's literally a matter of life and death. Second, for the last week, my team has done everything possible to prepare for this storm. I immediately approved emergency declarations in Florida and the Seminole Tribe in Florida. I also surged search and rescue teams, water, food, power generators, ambulances to the region. In my direction, Administrator Criswell will be in the State Emergency Operations Center in Florida tonight. And Kamala and I are going to keep pressure on the company. So,
did you hear Ron DeSantis say not to evacuate because it'll clog the highways? No. Okay. I hate Sugar Man as much as the next guy. But what he was saying is don't drive on the highways unnecessarily if you have a close enough shelter that you can go to. He's not wrong for saying that. Okay? He's simply saying evacuate if you're in the evacuation zone to the nearest shelter that you can go to. These shelters are literally pet friendly. Like there's enough supplies there, there's food there, there's generators there. That's what he is saying. He wasn't saying like don't fucking don't evacuate. And I don't think he's necessarily wrong for that take.
So prices stay stable on gasoline, flights, and goods people need. Finally, we're teaming up with state and local officials to support impacted communities. I spoke with the Florida Governor DeSantis, with Mayor Tampa Castor, the Tampa Mayor, the Clearwater Mayor, Rector.
One of the biggest concerns with Hurricane Milton is storm surge. The National Weather Service forecasting life-threatening storm surge levels here. So the basics. A storm surge is a rapid rise in water levels caused by strong winds pushing water onshore. In parts of Florida, we're talking 12 to 15.
He didn't make the highways one way for some reason. What the fuck? What do you mean? You realize that like linemen and hurricane relief and recovery teams have to make it into Tampa. So they're gearing up for a response ahead of time. That's why it's not a one-way highway. Yeah. And the bucket bunnies that are going to suck and fuck their way through the entirety of the peninsula.
Feet of water from this storm in a surge. And I want to give you an idea of what that really means beyond just the numbers. This shows you a storm surge of about 2 feet. At this level, low-lying coastal roads would be inundated with water. The next stage would be a surge of 5 to 8 feet. This is enough to submerge cars. But remember, Milton is expected to bring much worse, storm surge of 10 plus feet in places. And this is taller than a city bus. The average first
Late to the party, but I live in the WNC and the misinfo spreading is killing me mentally. My neighbor is telling people not to accept the $750 because by doing so, you're allowing FEMA to take your home and land if you fail to repay it. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's not a loan. Oh my God. These people are so fucking, oh my God. Oh my God. I also have family in Florida and they're seeing people get on the misinfo train about Milton too. We're so cooked as a nation. It's just free money. It's just one free payment. What the fuck are people doing? FEMA cannot eminent domain your home. Oh my God. Oh my God. Everything is fucking polarized. Everything is politics. Everything has to be some fucking weird right-wing shithead doing misinfo, dude. What the fuck?
Floor of a commercial building is typically around 14 feet high, and Milton storm surge could reach a foot higher than that. So it is impossible to know with certainty at this point where this is all going to hit and when. But the places that are facing these catastrophic levels of surge are from Tampa on south. We're talking Sarasota, Venice, Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda. This is how high it could get there. And when you see the surge, this surge in relation to just an average human in a normal-sized room, it is clear why officials are saying, get out now.
Yeah, and Kate, even with warnings like that and demonstrations like that, there are some people who are choosing to ride out the storm. With us now is Bridget Stone Budd, who lives on Sanibel Island. And we should note, Sanibel was cut off from Hurricane Ian. I mean, you've been through things like this before, yet you were choosing to stay with storm.
Yeah, I mean, I could tell. Yes. Like, I see that hair and I'm like, oh, no, she's staying for sure. White lady with dreads, bro? Yes, she's fucking staying. She's locked down. She's locked the fuck down, brother. Don't even ask.
Storm surges that could reach well over 10 feet. Why'd you make that decision?
We don't really make a decision each time. It's just, we just don't leave. We just don't leave our home.
Why not?
We haven't on any of them. Charlie, Irma, Helene, Ian.
Why do you choose to stay? Why is it important for you to stay?
I think the most important thing is that we know we won't be able to get back. That's the number one reason.
What do you mean you won't be able to get back? What are you saying? Why would they stop you from getting back to your house? Who is gonna stop you? Once the recovery and relief efforts are underway, why would you not be? They closed the bridges? Dog. They only closed the bridges so that they can make sure that the area is safe. Okay? The roads might be fucked. Yes, dude. Yes, I know. That's why if the roads are fucked, it's not safe.
Number two is for us, we would rather withstand the storm than, live in an arena with 100 or 1,000 people, or, in motels, hotels with 3 dogs. It's just.
Bro, what is happening? Oh my God. She's seen what Israel does, so I understand. Yeah, I don't think she thinks that like a bunch of ultra Orthodox kids are going to come into her house and take it over, okay? If she leaves it. She's not living in fucking Hebron, okay? She's in motherfucking Sanibel Island, Florida. That's not how these things work. She's like, oh yeah, sorry, won't be leaving because I'd rather die in my house.
It's just something that we've never, I don't want to say we don't fear the storm. We certainly fear the storms and the hurricanes. We just choose to ride it out. We just do. We've been through, Ian was, Charlie was the first one I went through in 2004. And then Ian was definitely the worst because of the surge that we had never gotten before. And we, at this point, had the highest of 12-foot surge. And, I know that our house can withstand it. So it's just a matter of when I finish up with you today, I've got to finish bringing everything up to our upper level.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Island girl, hurricane survivor, wildlife photographer, author, and creator. You know her ass as a drop shipping program, okay?
Hi, everybody. I just left my last trip to the fire station to pick up another packet of sand.
Bruh. Bro, what the fuck?
Have you guys seen that TikTok? I saw it this morning and I kind of forgot about it, and then I just saw it again now, and I debated whether or not I.
Dude, I'm telling you right now, they're like, nah, I don't care. I will let natural selection run its course, despite the unimaginable amount of technological achievements that make it virtually impossible for me to die. Like, society is designed in a way where I, the dumbest person you've ever met, will not die in these situations, but it does not matter. I will try my hardest.
Talk to me about that. Where are you sitting right now? 12 feet of storm surge. You know, would that come up to where you are? How do you prepare for something like this?
Everything goes in my house, into the living room. So, you know, I've got lots of product, etc., downstairs. Our porch that my husband built, we live out here. We live out here on the porch, and I mean, we have a house inside, but so the water with Ian came up to where our feet are on here. So the surge came all the way up to the bottom of our porch. So our home, we got the sea spray and that kind of damage, but we didn't get the surge in our home up here.
It could come in even higher this time. What does worry you the most?
What worries me the most? I think what worries me the most, even though I don't think it will happen, but what worries me the most is like losing a pylon, because I look at what has happened for Helene, those houses that got swept away down rushing waters. I feel safe up here on our stilted home, but if we were to lose a pylon and the house wasn't sturdy, that scares me the most. What used to scare me the most was the surge.
Listen, Bridgestone, bud, we do wish you the best. I know.
He said, good luck. Yo. He said, we wish you the best, girl. Good luck.
That you try to help out.
Yeah, she says she has a lot of product in her living room. She absolutely is a drop shipper. Yes.
With others who stayed, you did after Ian. You know, again, just wish you the best. Please stay safe over the next 24 hours.
Moments ago, Orlando.
I mean, what are you supposed to say to that? What are you supposed to say to this woman? She's like, yeah, it's fine. I got product. I got to move my product upstairs. Make sure it avoids the storm surge.
National Airport has suspended all commercial operations. It is the latest in what has now become a long list of Florida airports to have to shut down as Hurricane Milton is barreling towards the state. People planning to ride out the storm now only have hours to gather any last supplies, and they really need to hunker down no matter where they are. Let's get over to CNN's Victor Blackwell. He's in Orlando, where also conditions seem to be deteriorating. What are you seeing, and what are you hearing from people there?
Yeah, Kate, there's been some steady rain here for several hours, and the steady.
Yeah, if you want a type of skincare product that gives you like a new kind of face cancer that, you know, doctors are shocked by, there you go. You go there. Some Floridians are staying despite warnings of life risk. We have faith in the Lord. You guys know this, but obviously I absolutely love when like international correspondents, international journalists cover like American mania, just with pure shock. Some Floridians are staying despite warnings of life risk. We have faith in the Lord, they say. As Hurricane Milton approaches, many cities were largely deserted, but some people chose to shelter in place.
Stream of people coming to this Home Depot right off I-4 to get the last minute supplies, the flashlights, the plywood, the battery, generators. I spoke with the manager of this store just a couple of minutes ago, and he says that they have not run out of those supplies, but this store will be closing at 3 p.m. as the worst of Milton comes ashore. And this really is an interesting place in Florida where you have both people who are trying to get away from this part of the state, tourists from all over the world are here for the parks, but also evacuees who've come here from those Zone A evacuation spaces, the Tampas, the St. Pete, to get away from the storm surge. Now in Orlando, storm surge really is not the major concern. There will be hurricane force winds here, so there will be downed trees and power outages are certainly expected. It is the flooding, it's the rain. And so Central Florida can handle a rain.
They're just chilling, dude. What is going on? This is so nutty. This is like, I don't know what to say to this. It's a tourist distraction. I guess Key West is not going to get hit. Oh my God, bro. Dude, get out of there. Get the fuck out of there. I can't. Key West is pretty safe, but they're still idiots. Bro, you said it's pretty safe. One of them just fell. They got knocked out.
Rainy day, maybe better than other parts of the state, but it's the amount of rain, up to 15 inches forecast for this area, and the storm water control systems, the streams, Lake Davis, which flooded heavily in isolated communities in Ian in 2022, just cannot accommodate that. So city workers have been out trying to clear the drains, prepare for all this rain. We know that Orange County has opened several high schools and elementary schools for shelters. They've had sandbag operations for several days, although those have ended now. We know that Mayor Buddy Dyer will be working at the top of the hour, his meeting with the emergency operations managers to make sure that the city is prepared for the worst.
Stop, Chaz.
Of the storm. The EOC is going to be opening at 4 o'clock, and they'll be around the clock ready to respond to any of those emergencies. But fire and rescue, once those winds get too strong, about
y'all have the independent thinkers of chat, dude. Oh, remember Elon offered free Starlink to people hurt by Hurricane Helene? But when you look into the offer, it actually costs about $400 for the dish, and then people are automatically rolled into a $120 per month contract when the free month ends. You can't let an opportunity like that go to waste, man. You got to do it to them.
40 miles per hour consistent sustained winds, they will not be able to go out and respond to some of those emergencies. So they're standing by preparing. This is a choreographed dance that they do, but not for a storm of this size and strength in a very long time. Okay?
Jesus fucking Christ, dude. It is just nutty. Oh, my goat.
Yeah. It's just a game of
Let's check in with my goats.
It is, yeah. Exactly. A lot of lightning in that northeastern quad right here. Probably means that there's some elevated towers up there that maybe will cause a little bit of a low pressure because it's kind of propagate out to the northeast. Even that dry air is just eroding this little rain. Sure is, isn't it?
There's a Cybertruck trying to ride out the hurricane. Uh-oh. Cybertruck getting hammered in Sarasota ahead of shearing out Hurricane Milton. Dangerous storm. Surge on the dirty side of South Tampa. Bro, that's crazy.
Yeah,
I would steer clear of that.
Hurricane Milton.
Once the salt water comes kicking in, that shit is an that's a nuke, okay? Once that bad boy gets a taste of that salt water, dude, that is going to be a mini nuke ready to be activated. Why is storm chasing even a thing? I mean, they're awesome. Listen, I don't have an issue with professional storm chasers like my main man, Reed Timmer, okay? Friend of the show, Reed. That's my moot you're talking about. They're doing it for science. It's a little bit different. There's a difference between those guys and fucking watch Piers Morgan and Alan and hijab debate. No, I'm not going to do that.
And we've been in constant contact. And they've been very thankful and appreciative of the help the federal government is providing. And I'm appreciative of all they're doing as well. And I've told them to contact me with anything else they need. We have made available an unprecedented number of assets to deal with this crisis. We're going to continue to do so until the job is done. But now I want to be clear about something. Over the last few weeks, there's been a reckless, irresponsible, and relentless promotion of disinformation and outright lies that are disturbing people. It's undermining confidence in the incredible rescue and recovery work that has already been taken and will continue to be taken. And it's harmful to those who need help the most. There's simply no place for this to happen. Former President Trump has led the onslaught of lies. Assertions have been made that property is being confiscated. That's simply not true. They're saying people impacted by these storms will receive $750 in cash and no more. That's simply not true. They're saying the money is needed for this crisis is being diverted to migrants. What a ridiculous thing to say. It's not true. Now the claims are getting even more bizarre. Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, a congresswoman of Georgia, is now saying the federal government is literally controlling the weather. We're controlling the weather. It's beyond ridiculous. It's got to stop. In moments like this, there are no red or blue states. There's one United States of America, where neighbors are helping neighbors. Volunteers and first responders are risking everything, including their own lives, to help their fellow Americans. State, local, and federal officials are standing side by side. Let me repeat, no one should make the American people question whether their governments will be making sure that this disaster, when it strikes, they'll be there. We will, all of us. I'm going to turn it over to Vice President Harris.
Dude, what a fucking insane state of affairs, dude. This country, like, we are... How the fuck did we make it this far, brother? Actually, how the fuck did we make it this far? We got one of the two major parties, like, unironically bouldering towards some of the most insane things. It is actually fucking insane. Things have gotten more insane than they... Things got significantly more insane in the last decade. I'm sorry. Straight up. Things were always pretty stupid here. You got those videos of motherfuckers being like, oh, well, if I can't drunk drive, then, you know, this is a nanny state, this is communism or whatever. Sure. Guys like that have always existed. But you can't tell me that those in positions of power genuinely using the bully pulpit and the opportunity that they have to talk to millions of Americans. I've never seen it like this, man. I've never seen it like this. Holy fuck. And it's not just Donald Trump. Before you say, oh, Donald Trump is the, like, he's a responsible party for this, for sure. He is absolutely responsible for a big chunk of this. But like the entire Republican Party is moving along with him.
Harris, if that's okay with all of you. Thank you. Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Liz, thank you for the work that you have been doing. As the president said, we've been working around the clock to prepare for Hurricane Milton and to ensure that people are safe, including ensuring federal, state, and local resources are being coordinated in a smart and efficient and effective way. We have also been in constant contact with the leaders in Florida to make sure that we are cutting any red tape that might get in the way of getting relief to folks, to make sure also that communities receive the resources and the support that they need as quickly as possible. Already, we have sent more than 1,000 federal personnel to be on the ground in Florida to assist with what needs to happen in the state to prepare for this hurricane, and we will continue to scale up those efforts. To the people of Florida, and in particular, the people of the Tampa region, we urge you to take this storm seriously. As has been said before, this is a storm that is expected to be of historic proportion. And many of you, I know, are tough, and you've ridden out these hurricanes before. This one's going to be different. And so we ask you that by every measure, understand it's going to be more dangerous, more deadly, and more catastrophic. So please listen to your local officials. They know what they're talking about. They know what they're doing. And if you are told to evacuate, please evacuate immediately. Do not wait until it is too late. And in the hours and days ahead, President Biden and I and our administration will continue to do everything we can to protect the people who have been in the path of this storm. And once the storm has passed, we will be there to help folks recover and rebuild, as we continue to do for those communities in Florida, Georgia, North and South Carolina, and across the Southeast who have been devastated by Hurricane Helene. Finally, as the president mentioned, to any company or individual that might use this crisis to exploit people who are desperate for help through illegal fraud or price gouging, whether it be at the gas pump, the airport, or the hotel counter, know that we are monitoring these behaviors and the situation on the ground very closely, and anyone taking advantage of consumers will be held accountable. The bottom line is this hurricane poses an extreme danger, and we urge everyone in Florida to take extreme caution. And we are with you, and we will get through this together.
What are you most worried about today and into tomorrow? And what messaging can we do to help people in the hours before it makes landfall?
Mr. President, the biggest concern is making sure people have gotten out of harm's way. Over the next 24 hours, we are going to see significant winds. We are going to see storm surge. We are going to see flooding from the rain. People need to be able to take this storm seriously. They need to move, if they still have time to move, out of harm's way. And we are prepared to support Florida with additional search and rescue assets to help save lives. That's our immediate concern, Mr. President, is saving lives over the next 24 hours.
Have you ever seen a storm like this one since you've been in charge?
I think this is going to be one of the biggest ones that we have seen after it makes landfall. I mean, we saw a lot of impact from Hurricane Ian, but this one is different. This one just looks different, and I think we're going to have a lot of impacts and people that are going to need our help, sir.
Well, thank you very much.
Administrator Criswell.
Yes, ma'am.
Are we concerned about any misinformation or disinformation regarding evacuations that we need to clear up at this point?
There's been a lot of misinformation out there, Madam Vice President, that's for sure. But I have not heard anything specific to the evacuations. I think that the local officials, the state officials have been very strong in getting that message out there and getting people to move out of harm's way. I was in Florida on Monday and met with the mayor of Tampa as well as the mayor of St. Petersburg, and we saw people evacuating. And so they are listening to their local officials, and that was encouraging.
That's great. Thank you.
The idea that sometimes it takes days for rivers to crest after a major storm like this. Are there any particular areas of concern that that related to this type of flooding? And how long do you think the flooding conditions could last? In other words, I think people think once the winds are died down and have gotten through that, okay, we're all set. But these rivers flooding are consequential, and it takes time, right?
It takes time. That storm surge pushes up every nook and cranny of Florida. So it goes up bays, goes up rivers, it fills in all these areas. And then you add that incredible amount of rainfall, and that rain can't drain because the storm surge has it blocked. So just really looking at some of the areas in Hillsborough River, Alafaya River, the Peace River, some of these type of traditional places that could flood, we really got to watch those areas and those communities. So it takes quite a while for that water to drain.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Ken, I have a question for you. You mentioned words matter, and
You said, did you see the American journalist Jeremy Lafredo was kidnapped in Israel? He's my best friend. I didn't know. Yeah, I did hear about this. Yes. I did. I'm going to get to this in a little bit.
I know there's a lot of media following this briefing. So there have been, we've gone from a Cat 5 to a Cat 4, and the language that a lot of folks have been using is downgrade. But it sounds like you're cautioning us that that may communicate a sense that the danger is lessened when in fact it's not. Can you talk a little bit about that? Because I know a lot of folks are watching right now and would love to have your feedback on how we should be talking about this.
Yeah, we need everybody that communicates to the public to be on the same page with the words, because I've 30 years of doing this. I've seen this so many times. People will think, oh, it was a Cat 5, now it's a Cat 3. That's not a reason to relax. That's not weakened. That's not diminished. That means that we've expanded the wind field. The impacts don't change associated with that. And I've seen this in Hurricane Florence and other historic hurricanes. So we have to be mindful of the words that we use and focus on those impacts. Those impacts haven't changed no matter what the wind speed does over the next 24 hours.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you.
I want to get now to my colleague, Dana Bash. Dana, I understand that you got Vice President Harris on the phone.
That's right, Brianna. Thank you so much. Vice President Harris, I believe that you are now on the telephone fresh off of that briefing that we all saw here on CNN. Thank you so much for being here. What is the most important thing that you learned that you want to amplify for Americans who are in the path of this dangerous storm right now?
The briefing was very helpful on a number of fronts, but most importantly in getting the word out to folks in Florida in particular to please heed the advice and direction of your local officials, because this storm is unlike anything we have seen before, and that's the point of emphasis. This is unlike anything we have seen before. We got a lot of tough, strong people in Florida who have been through a lot of hurricanes, tornadoes, but this is not like anything they've dealt with before. So if they have been told to evacuate, they must evacuate.
By the way, if you want to know what housing deregulation in an effort to build 3 million additional units look like, Florida is a perfect example of housing deregulation in order to build additional units is. Just so you understand.
We expect that this is going to be catastrophic and deadly. And I would emphasize that. I would also emphasize the information that we received, that even if the designation of the category shifts from a 5 to 4, that's not actually a downgrade in terms of the danger and the dangerous potential of it. And so let's not have people rely to their detriment on, oh, this sounds like it's going to be less serious than we thought. They made very clear Category 5, Category 4 are almost equivalent in terms of the danger and the damage that they will create. So I would urge people to really take that information away, as well as to know there are dedicated folks on the ground from FEMA, from federal, state, and local, agencies that are there to help you in terms of advice now, to help you get out, and to help with recovery and rebuilding after this storm and this hurricane passes.
And Madam Vice President, I just want to follow up on the FEMA readiness part of this discussion. We heard the Administrator Deanne Criswell say earlier today that the agency is down to $11 billion in disaster relief funding because it spent about $9 billion just over the last week. Are you confident FEMA has the resources to manage what we are, never mind what we're about to see in Florida, but of course, that's on top of Hurricane Helene 2 weeks ago?
FEMA absolutely has the resources that it needs now and to deal with this hurricane as it hits and the aftermath. And of course, we want Congress, when they come back, to do their job of making sure that they pass legislation to provide more aid because, again, this is really historic in terms of what we've seen. And so we do need to buff up the aid and assistance that we give FEMA, understanding that this is unusual and may be, sadly, the new normal.
But you don't believe that because Congress is not in Washington.
The same kick streamer you saw earlier is literally doing the viewer meme and holding to a tree right now in a flood of water. He's going to die. Just so you understand, that dude is going to die. He is filming his own death. That's why I haven't clicked on that link. Okay? I don't know why people are like, oh, I can't wait to see this guy die. The fact that Kick didn't ban him already, knowing full well that he's going to die is shocking to me. Truly a morbid state of affairs. He might not actually be in Tampa. He could be in another city experiencing heavy rainfall. I hope.
Right now, you don't believe that they need to come back earlier in order to give FEMA more resources?
FEMA has what they need right now.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit more about what both you and President Biden talked about in this briefing, and each of you has talked about many times over the past few days, which is this dangerous misinformation that is coming from a lot of corners, including your opponent in the race for the White House. Several local Republican leaders have been pleading with them to stop. Have you spoken to GOP officials in Florida to figure out how to help combat that right now as it's about to get a whole lot worse?
Well, I'll tell you, I have spoken with local officials who have been struck, for example, by Hurricane Helene, and they are doing an extraordinary job in trying to combat the misinformation. And I'm talking about sheriffs, I'm talking about mayors, I'm talking about local officials. I don't even know their party affiliation, by the way, but leaders on the ground who know that it is not in the best interest of the people living in those areas to not know their rights, not to know what they're entitled to, and to be afraid of seeking help. It is dangerous. It is unconscionable, frankly, that anyone who would consider themselves a leader would mislead desperate people to the point that those desperate people would not receive the aid to which they are entitled. And that's why I call it dangerous. And we all know it's dangerous. And the gamesmanship has to stop. At some point, the politics have to end, especially in a moment of crisis. And the crises that we've been seeing affect so many people. I've met people who have lost family members through Hurricane Helene. We know the desperation and the fear that the folks who are attempting to evacuate Florida are experiencing. The last thing that they deserve is to have a so-called leader make them more afraid than they already are.
We have been fact-checking. In fact, just before you came on, we did so. My colleague Brianna Keeler, along with Daniel Dale and Priscilla Alvarez, are doing that, and we're continuing to do it. One of my sort of follow-up questions to that is about, we know what Republicans, many Republicans are saying that is just not true. One of the things that came out of the fire in Hawaii last year was that a lot of the misinformation was reportedly being stirred by foreign adversaries. Do you have any indication that that is happening right now?
I do not. No, I do not. But
Okay, I was wrong. Remember when I said you shouldn't be worried about looters? Yeah, I forgot that there's kick streamers out there who'll do it for fucking clout. I forgot that. I forgot kick streamers exist, you know? Streamer arrested for armed burglary after breaking into condo during Hurricane Milton. Kick streamer Shuvi has been arrested for armed burglary and resisting an officer after breaking into a condo during Hurricane Milton. It's making landfall across western coast of Florida. Viral TikToker Lieutenant Dan is one of the people staying with his property, which is a 20-foot long sailboat. Kick streamer Shuvi traveled to the area right before the hurricane's wind and rain started affecting Florida, but his excursion didn't go quite as planned. After breaking into an abandoned condo, Shuvi was arrested by local police and banned on Kick. According to the Sarasota County Sheriff's Department, the streamer has been charged with armed burglary and resisting arrest and is currently being held in custody with a $1,000 bond.
Let me see your hands! Police!
My hands are up.
Get down here! Right now! I'll fuck you up! Get down! Get down! Put your phone down!
On the ground, now!
I'm on the ground. I'm on the ground.
That kick streamer just ended the stream after repeatedly saying, "I'm done," in a panic while trying to stay above the water, clinging onto a tree. He didn't steal anything, just trespassed in an abandoned building trying to stay. Dude. I mean, yeah, the police, by the way, in the interest of maintaining journalistic integrity and honesty here, unsurprisingly, the police are also, once again, overreacting. Albeit, it is still funny to watch them overreact to a kick streamer who is a piece of shit and kind of deserves it. But it's still another classic case of police escalation for no fucking reason. Lieutenant Dan was just in someone's TikTok live and he detached his line and started floating away. He's going into the ocean now. This comes just after a day Kick co-owner Adin Ross shared that he would pay someone $70,000 to IRL stream from an affected area in Hurricane Milton. That's why the other fucking Kick streamer, HasanAbi, just snitching, Winky head, Winky's, what do you mean I'm snitching? I'm reading it. This is the first time I fucking found out about this. Bro, Donald Trump went on this motherfucker's stream, bro.
Seriously injured or hurt.
75K. Let's do this. If you get seriously injured or hurt, 75K.
There's no way.
And to go in to stream it for how long is the hurricane? Like 1 or 2 days? I'll give you 30 racks.
Yeah, this is the dude we saw earlier, the kick streamer.
This is all I have to eat. I got ramen noodles and that's.
I think he's done though, right? Like, I think he said it to a friend, not to anyone. Adin Ross warns streamers traveling to Florida. Bro, nobody getting paid. Leave, evacuate, save yourself, brother. Adin Ross warns streamers traveling to Florida to chase Hurricane Milton, telling them they won't be paid and urging them to evacuate immediately. Bro, I don't know, like, I don't know what the fuck these dudes are doing. Like, I don't know what the fuck they're thinking. I mean, they're not. They're just so fucking clout hungry that they are. I mean, this is like, there's like legal repercussions for this shit. We could not confirm whether this was Shuvi's intention due to the stream VOD being removed, but users across social media are claiming that's the reason he was in the area. One clip shows the streamer driving into a rainy area, claiming he drove all day to get to Sarasota from his home in Virginia to IRL stream the hurricane. He's not the only kick streamer in the area. Mike Smalls is currently live streaming on top of an air mattress inside of the storm. Adin saw this was blowing up. He is now back down after Adin tweeted he is offering 10K if he ends the stream and leaves. The guy saw that and the stream has ended and Adin has quickly deleted his tweet. So he might have scammed the guy to save him. He was paying his Twitter boss to have others stream the hurricane law. Adin Ross announced he's paying $70K for someone to IRL stream the Hurricane Milton. What a demonic clown. To be honest, if you are in Florida and you aren't evacuating, you might as well take the free $70K. Bro, I don't think people understand. Like, if there's a paper trail between Adin Ross and Scuba Ryan, like, it's gonna be revealed in a fucking criminal investigation. If someone actually ends up getting harmed in the process, like, you are now criminally liable. In that process, your dumbass fucking Twitch account or your dumbass fucking Twitter account is going to get clapped up. Any competent investigation is going to find out a connection between you and Adin Ross and all this other shit. I don't really understand. There's not going to be any investigation. Let's be for real. I think the only reason why there might be is because they just keep increasing the ante. When they face no consequences whatsoever, they just get increasingly more unhinged. And this is exactly the type of shit that actually brings up criminal liability, you know? Anyway, you should be worried about your own liability at the top of the hour, by the way, when there is a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Whatever the source, Dana, just so we're clear, it hurts the American people. And it's got to stop.
Madam Vice President, I also just want to ask a little bit more about the federal response. One of the Republican senators from North Carolina, Tom Tillis, who I should say is not critical of the federal response, he says he believes that President Biden should appoint an active duty commander to lead the federal response to these storms. Is that a good idea? Should he do that?
I mean, Dana, we're looking at, we've already, as part of the briefing, heard just minutes ago that tornadoes have actually already hit the area. So now is not the time to necessarily think about restructuring as much as it is to get boots on the ground and the support directly that is needed as a matter of urgency. And certainly all good ideas are...
Bro, my own fan base is so fucking stupid. Like, as a 42-month subscriber, you should probably recognize that, like, as much as you're trying to make a joke, there are genuine dumbasses who think that way. And that they will turn around and be like, see, Hasan's own community is saying this as well. And if you want to be that desperately mentioned in a fucking clip comp from some fucking white supremacist account that's going to be like, yo, Hasan's fans are fucking riling up against him. You know, go off, kings and queens. But, like, you've been in here for quite a while. You know how these psychos fucking operate. You should know better. You know? Anyway. I know it's a joke. Chatters, it's just a bad one. That's my point. There's one thing I've noticed with Kamala Harris's like rhetoric and her tone. I think Trump does a pretty good job of like invoking and emoting the anger that the crowd feels. And I think this is an opportunity for Kamala Harris to also literally just be like, what are these guys saying? You know, because when I hear, I don't know, some fucking Republican governor being like, we need to restructure the entire command of this hurricane relief and recovery effort while the hurricane has already made fucking landfall, like, you should just turn around and be like, well, that seems kind of silly, doesn't it? Like, even though she is cognizant of how fucking utterly stupid this this proposal is, I wish she would also resemble. I wish you could also invoke the feelings that I have right now as an onlooker, as someone who's watching this. And I don't really care because, like, they are saying the right words here. They are doing the right things and saying the right things from a cold, calculated, sociopathic electoralist analysis here. Having said that, it would be nice if they were just like, it would be nice if she was like, what are these people saying? 5 p.m. EST Milton update. Milton is Cat 3 with 120 mile per hour winds and a minimum pressure of 948 millibars. Here is the key message from the NHC. Many hazards ongoing in association with the hurricane currently, with life-threatening storm surge and hurricane force winds expected on the West Florida Peninsula tonight. That's the latest update.
But right now, let's let FEMA, let's let the folks who are on the ground do the work they need to do right now in real time. That's about assisting with evacuations, getting correct information out, battling, sadly, the misinformation, and putting in place the resources that can hopefully mitigate against the predictable damage. You know, including, for example, we heard a very good briefing from the Commandant of the Coast Guard, the work that needs to happen around being concerned about potential damage to the port in Tampa. That kind of work needs to happen urgently, and that's where my focus is.
Yeah, and the window for evacuation is definitely closing as we speak. Madam Vice President, before I let you go, I do have to ask you about another phone call that I believe you participated in earlier today with President Biden, and that is with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. Did he talk at all about what his plans are to retaliate against Iran after its ballistic missile attack against Israel last week?
Well, I'll tell you, it was a classified call, and I don't have any announcements to make about what happened during that call, and I just can't get into private diplomatic conversations on this channel. But it was an important call.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate you coming on, spending a few moments with us. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Madam Vice President, I know that this country is currently being attacked by 10,000 nuclear bombs worth of hurricane power. But can I please get an opinion, maybe a breaking story from you about Israel also taking advantage of this chaotic media situation to nuke Iran? Can you please give me just a crumb? I need to know.
Just hours before
I need to know if we are nuking Tehran or not.
Many folks are still trying to flee this part of Florida. But talking to folks around Tampa Bay, we found some people are either unwilling to leave or they're unable.
Of local emergency.
Despite days of evacuation warnings from local officials,
Quickly secure your home or business and safely evacuate the area.
some in the Tampa-St. Petersburg area are refusing to heed the call. You're going to ride the storm out in this boat right here?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I have nowhere else to go.
Joseph Malinowski has lived on this boat since March.
This is my home.
He's wrong, by the way. This is wrong. Everyone has somewhere to go. There are shelters. These people are just objectively wrong. He's out to sea now. Yeah, not only do they have shelters, if you don't have a car, you can try to take advantage of the Uber structure that they set up. Not entirely certain how reliable that is. What if you can't afford to get to a shelter? Great question. That's why I just told you you can take an Uber to a shelter for free. These are some of the many different ways in which, not only that, but emergency services have reached out to this man who is now becoming a viral sensation on TikTok numerous fucking times. Shut the fuck up. Stop making excuses for this dipshit. They literally were trying to forcibly remove him from the boat. Okay? Y'all are so dumb in all of your, forward levels of thinking. In all of this, like, empathetic mindset that you've demonstrated, that you've cultivated over the past couple of years, you've decided that sometimes people don't have the capacity to be just a fucking crackhead on a boat. This man is a crackhead on a boat.
My everything. This is all I have right now.
He ignored calls to evacuate during Helene, anchoring in the same area.
And as long as my masts don't break or anything like that, we'll be all right. For the last one, Helene, I slept through the whole thing.
Helene made landfall roughly 200 miles to the north of Tampa. Milton, on the other hand, is expected to hit much closer, potentially bringing double the storm surge.
This was the outside water line, and it was about the same inside.
Deborah Davis also chose to ride out Helene at home.
Lower cabinets have been pulled, counters and sinks set aside.
The 65-year-old former teacher lives in a retirement community in St. Petersburg. Many of her and her neighbors' belongings were destroyed by 2 feet of floodwater here and are now piled outside the condo.
A lot of my neighbors were surrounded by their memories, and their memories are now sitting in that dump pile in the parking lot.
Davis says she's staying with friends nearby, unable to leave town after her car was totaled in the flood. Her friend Jerry told us he and his 2 cats are staying put in this complex.
I don't have anywhere to go, and I'm afraid to get stranded somewhere on the interstate. You run out of gas, what do you do?
Tampa's mayor says officials are going door to door citywide, offering transportation for those in need. Shelters have also opened up across the region.
So what is your message to people who decide to stay after all that you've said, all the warnings you've given?
If you're in a single-story home and a 12-foot wall of water comes, that is unsurvivable.
Dire words there from the mayor.
Joining us now is FEMA Administrator
Like, guys, the American government is ass usually, but like this is one of the areas where with the limited amount of appropriated funds that they have, they still try to make the most of it. And y'all are still like, no, there's this or that. Like, yes, there are always going to be some people who do not have the capacity to leave for one reason or another. But you must understand, there are also a shit ton of people. There are also a shit ton of people who are just fucking crackheads. Okay?
Deanne Criswell know all too well how busy you are right now and appreciate you taking the time to talk about us. Don't have to tell you about the potential magnitude of Milton. So what has FEMA done to be ready for it?
Good morning, Robin. I was just in Florida on Monday, and I had a chance to speak with Mayor Castor of Tampa, as well as Mayor Welch from St. Petersburg, to kind of hear where they were with the recovery from Helene, but what their concerns were going into Hurricane Milton. And so we are sending in additional resources to help supplement all of the stuff that Governor DeSantis has mobilized across the state. We have sent in additional search and rescue teams and assets to include airlift, high water vehicles. We're moving in commodities, food and water to be able to get into areas. We're bringing in power assessment teams so they can quickly help assess what areas and what critical infrastructure might need power restored fast. And then I've also put one of my National Incident Management Assistance teams right there in Tampa. So they are working side by side with the mayor's team so we can quickly mobilize these staged resources to help them with whatever their needs are right after the storm passes.
It is such a joint effort with so many folks. And how difficult, though, was it to plan for this storm coming on the heels of Helene just a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah, I mean, having 2 massive storms like this back to back certainly is not something we wanted to happen, but we've done multiple storms before. We plan.
You're still pretending this hurricane is natural? Okay. Not to be that guy, but I know, like, okay, with the current state of affairs, I fear I am becoming one of those, like, no more jokes type leftists, okay? Because I can't tell if this is a person who has lost their dang minds, like the thousands of people that we've encountered online. Bait, look away. God damn. All right.
plan for multiple scenarios like this. We have a layered approach to our staffing to make sure we can meet the needs of everybody that's still recovering from Hurricane Helene, but also make sure we have enough life-saving resources to support the state. And so we've been planning for this before it was even named as a storm, and starting to move those people into the areas we anticipated what the potential could be.
Yeah, you don't get ready, you stay ready there at FEMA. We know that about you, Deanne. Now, but your own daily operations briefing points to severe staffing issues at FEMA. Is there more that you can do to assure the public that you are prepared for this storm and others?
Yeah, Robin, we have a layered approach to our staffing, and the numbers that we report in our daily operations briefing are just our disaster management staff. So we also have additional staff that aren't every day, day-to-day doing disaster-specific work, and so we bring them in and we repurpose them to come in and support the disaster response. But we also move people around from other open field offices to help support the immediate needs. But again, we're just one part of the team, Robin. We also bring in members from across the department through our surge capacity force. We also bring in the rest of the federal family to come in and support. We've done this before. We've done multiple events before. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but we've planned for this. We've done this, and we're going to make sure nobody has needs, and we're going to keep people there to support them.
That's very reassuring. And you see in our reporting that thankfully people are evacuating, but I grew up on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, and I know there are people who think they can ride out the storm at home. So what is your message to folks that are in the storm zone?
You know, this storm is going to be like nothing they have seen before. And while you can ride out a storm and hide from the wind, you need to move away from the water. The water is what kills people, and nobody has to die from this storm. They just need to move out of the evacuation zone area into a place that it's going to be safe from the storm surge. I believe there's still time in some areas, but
the supercell that produced the largest tornado ever just a bit earlier is likely to produce a second one even stronger, making it the most powerful in Florida ever. Insane stuff happening right now. Yeah. There are massive tornadoes on top of everything else. Massive tornado on ground in Fort Pierce, Florida. There ain't no way these guys saw a tornado and was like, well, I guess I should drive towards it. That is actually insane.
Talk to me.
Please say a command after the beep. Available commands are calls, phone books, recent calls.
That's nuts, dude. Biden is on CNN live.
We've already approved emergency declarations for Florida. We have thousands of federal personnel on the ground. And we've staged and are ready to go. We have 20 million meals, 40 million liters of water. At my direction, the Secretary of Defense, Austin, has pre-positioned search and rescue teams, helicopters, and high water speed vehicles as close to the storm as possible so they're ready to conduct life-saving missions. And the administrator of FEMA will be on site tonight in Florida and in the state's Emergency Operations Center. Both Administrator Criswell and I will be in constant contact with state and local officials in the hours ahead. Once the storm hits, we're going to work with state officials to clear debris, restore power, and do it as fast as possible. The Army Corps of Engineers will pump out water and decrease flooding. We've already directed the Department of Defense to be ready to provide active duty service members to support Florida after the storm surge if Governor DeSantis requests the help, which I expect he might, just like we did in North Carolina. I have surged over 1,000 U.S. Coast Guard personnel to perform search and rescue missions and reopen the port of Tampa as soon as possible. Now, I want to reiterate a point.
Just got a shelter in place. No longer safe to be on the road alert. I'm in Sarasota, not in a mandatory evac zone, so staying home with my mom and dogs. I'm about half a block from the waterfront, but 20 feet above sea level, so should be safe from surge. Biggest concern is wind, but house is 2 stories and solid concrete block. If it gets bad, got everything set up in a big closet with no exterior walls to hunker down in. Be safe, HasanAbi head. Good luck.
Americans are putting their lives at stake and putting on the line to do the dangerous work that needs to be done now. And it's
Sarasota is directly in the center, chatter. What do you mean not in a mandatory zone? I'm sure he knows better than we do. I don't know why he would not be in a mandatory evac zone, but worst things worse, dude, you could be on a boat, you know? You're in Florida. I suspect you have a jet ski or a boat. Just hop on it, you know? Ride it out. Lieutenant Dan style.
To either. They're saying that money needed for these crises are being diverted to migrants. What the heck are they talking about? Stop it. It's outrageous. It's just not true. Now the claims are getting even more bizarre.
Yeah, it's just not true. It's going to Israel instead.
In Georgia. It's now saying the federal government is literally controlling the weather. We're controlling the weather. It's beyond ridiculous. It's so stupid. It's got to stop. Let me close with this. As difficult as these days and weeks have been, we've seen incredible courage by so many of our fellow Americans. I want to thank all the first responders for running toward danger instead of away from it, for saving lives and making a difference. FEMA personnel risking their lives, climbing on hillsides to reach people cut off by Helena. Army National Guard flying through the gale wind force that it's amazing what they're doing. Firefighters lifting collapsed wood and metal in an attempt to see if there are survivors, any survivors under the debris, risking their lives. Coast Guard teams rappelling from helicopters to rescue people and risking their own lives. And there are countless friends and neighbors who have sacrificed for the greater good. Volunteers leaving their own families behind to help search for someone else's family. Fellow Americans looking out for one another. That's America at its very best. That's who we are. So my final message tonight is to the people of Florida and all the impacted states. We've got your back. We've got your back. And Kamala and I will be there for as long as it takes to rescue, recover,
Is it true that
rebuild.
FEMA funding is affected by Israel funding? No. FEMA does have a budget shortfall, which the federal government was aware of. They could have funded that. But overall, no. FEMA funds are done in Congress. There are different brackets for FEMA funding, disaster relief being the one that we're talking about here. The disaster relief funds outside of Donald Trump's administration when he was president have never been diverted into, at least under the Biden administration, towards like immigrant detention facilities. Donald Trump, on the other hand, has done that.
But I just find it, I've used the phrase more than I've used it ever in my whole career, un-American. It's un-American. It's not who the hell we are. What are they talking about?
Sir, have you considered calling him and asking him to stop doing that? To stop spreading this?
Oh, come on.
Mr. President, does Governor DeSantis.
I was watching Disney adults streaming from the park until the minute it closed. It was dreary content, and yes, Disney made people today. Gates didn't close until 2 p.m. Disney made people work today. That's crazy.
And I think that's important.
Can you say that Florida has everything it needs for the storm? How was your call with Netanyahu today?
We didn't talk about the storm.
Thanks for the answer.
President Biden again urging Floridians in Milton's track to listen to local officials for safety instructions. What those local officials are trying to stress. We're going to go back to the impact.
Instead, in case you were wondering how Disney handles this, we get overtime, double time pay, even when sleeping. At the hotels we're working at, we're free stay, no driving in and out. We take care of stuck guests with pre-packed food and minimal restaurant service. Literally one of the safest places to be in Florida during a hurricane. Yeah, I have heard of this before. That Disney usually, I mean, the theme park closes for obvious reasons. It's gonna fucking hit Orlando, but the Disney hotels stay for obvious reasons. It stays open because it is another place of shelter for many people. Thank you, Disney PR person. I don't think that's a Disney PR person. I think it's my first opinion on this was the same as yours. What the fuck? Why are they keeping that shit open? Are they that money hungry? And I was then told by chatters who live in fucking Florida that no, Disney does this as almost as to provide a service for people. Keeping the parks open is wild work, for the record. No defending that. That is actually nasty work from Disney. But it does make sense that you would keep your fucking hotels running. Florida's Disney codes are also shared between the CA parks, so they likely would only close when it gets past an index 3 in their terms of danger. Yeah, Disney is pretty fucking bad. They got a specific carve out during COVID, in the early stages of COVID, to keep the parks going, to keep them open. And we're allowed to. And then obviously a lot of pressure came. A lot of public pressure came after news articles were written about it, so they were denied. Yeah, there's 15 hotels in the park. I'm literally a leftist, but also a Disney travel agent. Disney World is the bomb. If I'm gonna die, I'm doing Splash Mountain one last time. That's funny. What a way to go. Disney heads are like that, though. Like, they unironically are like that. I don't think it's a meme. Disney heads do be like that.
But listen to your local officials. They're going to tell you what you still have time to do.
Deanne Criswell, thank you very much. We know you have a busy day, busy days ahead of you, and appreciate you joining us. Please take care. Thank you.
Jane Castor, she's the mayor of Tampa. Madam Mayor, thank you so much for being with us on a busy morning. You know, a couple days ago, you were as blunt as I think we've ever seen a public official be, saying if people stay in these evacuation zones and try to ride it out, they will die. Is that still your message this
Sounds like Splash Mountain is coming to all of Florida. Don't worry.
morning?
Well, wherever that storm surge comes, if it's 10 to 15 feet and people are trying to ride this out in single-story structures, there's no place to go. And once the winds get up to hurricane speed, there's nobody to come and get you. And so, you know, the point of being blunt was to get everyone's attention. This isn't a drill. This is the biggest storm that we have certainly seen here in the Tampa Bay area in over a century.
And Mayor, to compound things, high tide in Tampa happens to be at 6:19, which is a terrible time for it. But there are people who either cannot leave are too old, felt they waited too long. There's no gasoline. There are a lot of people who are kind of trapped in that bucket. What should...
Do you see about the dog that was tied up and left to die on the side of the highway in Tampa? He was rescued by the cops. Dude, if I figured out who was responsible for it, I would fucking tie them to that pole. Straight up. Like, I cannot... Like, as you guys know, this is my daughter. Okay? Her name is Kaya. For those of you who don't know, she is not even 2 years old yet. Like, I cannot imagine a world where you do something like that. Like, I genuinely don't understand it. I think it's so incredibly evil. Like, how the fuck, how do you, I don't know. Reed just caught a family going to the Sarasota beach. Ain't no way, dog. Ain't no fucking way. Dude, this fit is excellent.
Here they go.
I didn't even know Reed had side characters like this, but their fits are excellent, okay, dude. These are consummate professionals, okay? Make no mistake. Their fits are hilarious, dog. Their fits are hilarious.
Check, check. Tracy, say check.
I didn't even know they have a command center now. Reed is gone. Reed is out of control with the fucking production nowadays. Should they be out there? If Reed is doing it, then it's fine. I do admit I have a soft spot for Reed Timmer, friend of the show, Reed Timmer, PhD. Fucking wild, it's gonna get worse. Remember, this is the same place as that video you showed earlier from the storm surge from Ian. I mean, this is just starting. Landfall is in approximately 2 hours. Someone said Reed Timmer and the boys are dressed up like they're going to Comic-Con to meet women. There is something very funny about fucking... There's something very funny about being out in flippy floppies in the midst of a fucking historic hurricane, dude. He's like, nah, it's fine. I'm on the east side of Florida in Indian River County, and the roads are already flooded. I've literally never seen it like this before. Oh, this lady, I need to know about her. I know exactly what this is. I watched this lady earlier, and I could not comprehend it. I need to know how her house survives.
This is really going to piss you off. That's my house.
Yeah, this is built. This house is built as a commercial grade. This is a commercial grade built house in Florida. Okay? You understand? My husband built this house commercial grade. It was built with concrete.
That's why I'm not leaving. Because my husband built this house. My husband built this house commercial. It's residential, but it was built commercial grade. It is
That's right.
Concrete. I don't give a fuck. All the people, oh, you're so rich. Oh, you're so rich. Oh my God. Whatever. Fuck you. My husband's a builder.
Fuck you. My husband's a builder.
Well, this is really gonna piss you. It's Wednesday. 1:20. Whole neighborhood is evacuated.
If you're in Florida and you build your house to withstand hurricanes, commercial grade, okay? Large tornado on the ground in West Palm Beach, Florida. Reed, get out. Get out of the beach, Reed. I don't know which beach you're on, but Reed. Anyway, this lady, he's on the other coast. Okay. That's the opposite coast. Reed is telling some 7-year-olds to leave. Bro, I'm sorry, but if I'm fucking 7 years old, okay, and a dude rolls up to me in flippy floppies, I'm gonna be like, dog, worry about yourself. Okay? I'm sorry, Reed Timmer, PhD, but you're in flip-flops. Your outfit betrays the severity of your statements, sir. How am I supposed to feel like I'm in imminent danger when a guy with a backwards cap with 2 of his buddies rolled up on me in fucking flip-flops, dog? How am I supposed to think this shit is life or death?
No! Dangerous! That's okay, we're Billy. There's another parking lot south of here.
You understand what I'm saying, though, right? Like, I love Reed, but also, if I'm a dumbass who's like, oh, let's go look at the beach when there's like imminent storm surge, and I see a dude coming out. I don't see the Dominator vehicle that he's in. Okay, I know what his vehicle looks like. It looks like a fucking tank, but not his vehicle. But I just see him running up to me at the beach with his backwards cap and flippy floppies. I'm gonna be like, come on, dude, how dangerous could it be? He's not driving in the Dominator. The people he just told to get off the beach had 3 kids with them. Jesus Christ. We're willing is a crazy response.
Oh, you mean where that stop sign is? It looks like it goes up.
He's destroying the rentals while the Dominator's in the shop. He's in the Dominator 4. I assume he probably has like a Subaru or something, and that's good enough.
I was screaming because I was like, I don't know if they can hear me.
To be honest, though, yeah, if you see Reed Timmer in your neighborhood, that is your sign to evacuate. Okay? There is no greater sign. He is a living beacon of the Waffle House Index. You see this motherfucker come by your neighborhood, know that you are cooked. It might be too late for you to evacuate. Okay? It could be the sunniest day in Los Angeles, California. If I see Reed Timmer and his goddamn Dominator driving down, I'm like, oh, fuck. He knows something I don't. We're about to get hit with the big one. Biggest earthquake of all time, including, weirdly enough, tornadoes, I guess, or some kind of storm. If you see Reed Timmer in your neighborhood, that is your immediate sign to get the fuck out. Okay? This motherfucker could be walking over to the Dunkin' Donuts in his flip-flops to just get a coffee. Know that you should not be there. Okay? Look at him. Sarasota has shelters that were in Zone C and had to be closed because they were in an evac zone.
How's the press?
Yeah, read the steed, baby. He's a harbinger of disaster, like a Bible wizard. The 4 is literally just a Subaru. The SRV Dominator is a series of tornado interceptors. This is his car, by the way. Okay. The SRV Dominator 4 is a Subaru Forester. The Dominator 4 was a stock vehicle, unlike Timmer's other storm-chasing vehicles, which are heavily fortified trucks. Timmer has said the Forester is a good choice for certain situations due to its smaller size and maneuverability. This allows him to navigate tight spaces and avoid debris during storms. While not specifically built for the purpose like Timmer's other Dominator vehicles, the Subaru has taken its fair share of punishment over the years. Timmer has documented the car's many dents and dings sustained while chasing storms, including hail damage and encounters with tornadoes. In September 2022, the original Dominator 4 was caught in the storm surge of Hurricane Ian and left battered and non-functional. In December 2022, Timmer purchased a 2016 Subaru Forester 2.5i as a replacement for the Dominator 4. Timmer swapped the hood from the original Dominator 4 onto the replacement vehicle. In June 2024, while chasing a tornado in Texas, the engine on the replacement seized up, and the vehicle was subsequently scrapped. In July 2024, Timmer announced plans to construct Dominator 5. Timmer stated that Jake's Custom Diesel out in Norman, Oklahoma would be spearheading the build. That's my goat right there. Anyway, let's see what she's saying.
I created one other family on the streets. And this is nothing. This is just like a rainy day. Low tide right now on the Gulf.
Wait, oh, this is our other boy, Twister Chasers. This is Jeff. He's a hilarious one. You watch Jeff in 2020, he's way better than Reed. Jeff is hilarious. Jeff is another HasanAbi broadcast classic.
Go back to radar, look at my radar. I've got multiple people text me a while. I'm in that aisle wall. It's coming, it's moving northeast. It's coming ashore. Like, what's going on here, guys?
Wait, he's not in a Cybertruck. Are you serious?
It's right there. It looks like it's about crow flies. The center is now 40 miles from me. We're getting hammered on the outer wall. 80 plus mile an hour winds here. The outer plus is all up here, 130. It's just to my northwest. It's moving northeast. Let's look at this thing here. There it is. There it is.
Yeah, why is everyone staying or influencers? I do not think it's an accident that a lot of the people refusing to evacuate are professional content creators. They know they'll never have this many eyeballs on them ever again. Yeah, but it won't matter when they fucking die. Morning one of Hurricane Milton. A little nervous, y'all. Side note, girl, your house nice. I'm coming over when all this is done. Hurricane Milton update, not evacuating. Flights are non-existent. Everyone is going crazy over gas. Traffic is gridlocked. Did you see the video of Hurricane Milton from space? You may want to rethink your decision and evacuate. I've seen a bunch of hurricane prep TikToks that are just like thinly veiled excuses to flex. Houses and cars. Interesting. Yeah, this was really funny. I mean, I do personally like this. I do personally like influencers doing this because honestly, influencers fucking suck, myself included. And, you know, it's pretty funny to watch them suffer if it does happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, look at all my nice cars that are going to get fucking destroyed. For me, it's like kind of funny to think about what will happen to those Lamborghini trucks and shit.
Nobody's here, just us. We will move the truck after the...
Is Twitch even going to ban HasanAbi if somebody randomly dies tonight while we're watching on live? Hope not. What a fucking insane question. I have the wherewithal to like definitely not show you shit like that.
A little bit. The back.
Less competition for HasanAbi? Yeah, dude. TikTokers with massive houses and fucking Lamborghinis are my competition. How about you worry about the competition you have with the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour? Okay? It's a race to subscribe as fast as you possibly can in order to avoid said ads at the top of the hour because they are coming for you. If you no longer want to see them, like I said, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. How about you worry about that? Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way.
Same time, 120. Something's out there in the water. Not sure what it is, but it's gonna get a lot worse. This is it so far. 120 Wednesday.
I want to know what happens to her real bad, bro. I'm sorry. I need to know what happens to her. This is it. I'm now invested. Noah records 28-foot waves 40 miles out from the center. Just in, incredible footage of Noah's sail drone recorded 28-foot waves and 78-mile wind gusts 40 nautical miles from Hurricane Milton's center. You're about to see our boy in there in the middle of it, Lieutenant Dan, commandeering it. People taking pics with Trump banners at the Bowie Key West right now. I think that was deleted.
Wow.
Wait, is that the commercial grade real estate? Is Jeff at her house?
Just gonna see what the water's doing. I'm gonna peek out the window here. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It's right behind this guy's house.
Imagine Jeff just rolls up to your house to get a peek, dude.
I'm gonna get soaked. Oh gosh, the waves are battering waves are just below his house. He's raised up about 6 feet here. Another 2 feet, 3 feet. It's gonna be coming here. It's gonna be coming over everything. Another couple feet. It's on its way too. Yep. It's up 2 feet, and then this we go up to 10 or 12 here, 10 to 15. We're at 10 or 12. It's absolutely gonna overrun everything. It's coming up. It's to the top of the walls, even on elevated houses, up on crown areas for 5 feet.
Jeff is a crazy man. He'll walk up to the ocean, dude. He don't give a fuck.
With the wind blowing, the wind's coming around the south.
Wait,
southeast now.
Bro, he is peeling out of there. He is peeling the fuck out of there.
It's gonna come in, like, rise rapidly in the next hour and a half.
Bro cop one peek at the ocean and was like, hold on, we gotta get the fuck out of here.
Around 7, 8 o'clock, the water's gonna overrun Sarasota. It's already starting to overrun Siesta Key. The water's gonna overrun Sarasota 100%. It's out there here. Venice, if you're down at Venice, you're going to have 10 to 15 foot storm surge in Venice area, 10 to 15 in Venice, just south of my location here. Osprey's just immediately south of here, not very far. Venice is, this hypothetical is how far Venice is. Looks like I got roads down there closed. Just had multiple explosions down there. It's only 10 miles south of me. 10 miles south of me, I've got 15-foot storm surge is what's projected. Latest update, this whole area. 9 miles south of me, I'm projected a 15-foot storm surge. Down at Venice, 15-foot storm surge, maybe 20, 15 to 20, 15 foot in Venice, 9 miles south of me.
He's the only one on the road, dude. Jeff, be safe.
I'm gonna go down here just a little bit. Yep. Lost power to Osprey. Okay, I'm heading to Osprey. I'm just north of Osprey right now.
Last time you watched this guy, he leaked all of his DMs on stream and he wasn't wearing any shoes. Yeah, he's the best. He's so sick. He was also like getting mad at people DMing him, I think, if I remember correctly. Oh, he stopped at the red light. That's good. Okay, I spoke too soon. Never mind.
Osprey, you're gonna have 8 to 10 foot storm surge.
I'm not running defense for the kick streamers, but is there a difference between what they do in this situation and what these storm chasers like this guy are doing? I think there are, like, I think there are storm chasers who are professional and are you know, playing it as safe as possible, they also have equipment. They're constantly monitoring where the storm is going, versus a kick streamer who is just fucking filming himself inside of a tent.
Over me or just south of me. It's gonna be real close. Let me see. I'm doing a loop here. I'll show you this real quick before we stop at this stoplight. Here's where I'm at. It just took a hard east jog. It's moving due east. It's moving due east real quick. Look at this. Let's jog. I'm right here. Look at the eye. It's right here. It's right here. Look at this eye. There it goes. Boom, 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 boom. Look what it did. It took a due east jog. Here's the eye. I think it's going to make landfall near Laurel or just south of Sarasota. The winds are on the southeast, like right here. They're like southeast or northeast up here. So the onshore flow hadn't happened. As soon as this these winds go south-southwest, the tidal surge is coming. The storm surge is coming within the hour. As soon as the winds go southwest, I've got southeast wind here.
The fuck are they looking at, dude?
Here, everyone evacuated. I mean, there's nobody's going to come out in these conditions. They're endangering their lives by doing it. And it's not hurting anybody either. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's not going to spread. I don't know what to do. You know?
That's got to be a down power line, right?
Good.
Because you know it's still consistently on fire. So I suspect
you might get a huge power flash. You never know. It was a big one. Was it a big power flash? Yeah, it was big. Definitely do not want to get out of the car. That's for sure. No.
Yeah, Reed, you got fucking flip flops. That shit ain't saving you.
Still see some sparks over there. Player, looking for the super chat. All right, it's back. It's back.
Yeah,
it's ripping over there.
Guys, 911 is not doing anything right now. This hurricane's ramping up.
We're not gonna. Yeah, 911 needs to be reserved for people that actually are like dying.
Yeah,
like need help.
That fire is not spreading.
Would not do any good to call 911. We don't want to tie them up with stupid stuff.
Storm Chaser's son or corporate lawyer daughter?
Plus
easy answer. Storm Chaser's son.
Anyway, so. Listen to the whistle on those power lines. She's starting to whistle, guys.
Get a hose and spray it. It's crazy.
Gosh, damn.
Dude, I want to go back down there.
All right, we got 16,000 people watching now between both streams. So if you guys have not dropped a like already, drop a like. If you're watching my stream, go over to Connor's stream, vice versa.
Yup.
Share the love.
Hit that like.
It's only up from here. It's going to get more intense as we go.
Wow. All right. Yeah. I'm going to go back in town.
Okay.
Just whipping over here. That's enough fire.
Well, then we want to go that way?
Yeah, but it looked intense up here. The trees are whipping. I'll turn around again in a second.
It's a one-wanger, by the way.
Whoa, look at that. Oh, wait, never mind. It's just a light. Thought that was like a...
I'm gonna do a storm chase with them. I'm gonna do a storm chase with Reed. I talked to him before when we were suspected of having the first ever like major hurricane in Los Angeles. He was around the area, but it never actually happened. So you see the Section 8 slumlord who lives in Tampa doing the same thing as the commercial house lady?
Got the house all sealed up, just waiting for Hurricane Milton to start coming through. Currently at around 20, 25 mile per hour winds. I don't know why my neighbor did not move his boat, but we're gonna see if that was the right decision or not. We got the cabana completely locked down with the hurricane shutters, and we are about to put the hurricane shutters down on the main property. Of course, old Milton is gonna come through while we're at a high tide already. So we're gonna have about another 3 feet here, and then probably another 8 to 10 feet to the property. So we're gonna see how this goes down. My yacht captain, Chris, thought it was funny to take off the jet tender off the back of the yacht in case we needed to ride out of here today. So we got that at the ready. We also have Chef Gus here staying through the storm. What's gonna be Hurricane Milton's arrival dinner?
Steak and potato. It has to be steak and potato.
Some tomahawks?
Yeah, some tomahawk.
And don't
Get access to my Section 8 software and free training.
forget, I'm doing a free Section 8 training Wednesday night, 8 p.m. Eastern time. Click the
Bro. Bruh. Listen, I'm not going to say what I'm thinking, okay? I'm not going to say what I'm thinking. But I think you know what I'm thinking.
Click the link in the bio. Spots are limited. I'm going to show you exactly how to buy your first Section 8 rental.
This guy's a landlord who discovered he could get more money from the government if he had native and Amish tenants.
Let's continue on with my Hurricane Milton flood mitigation plan. On top of the 250,000 gallon per hour flood system that I have on my property, we also brought out the big boys, putting this on the street level. And I'm going to show you exactly how this works. As the storm surge and the rain overwhelms the French drains on my property, which is expected, we're then going to be pumping out of those reservoirs at 500,000 gallons per hour using this industrial pump, and we're going to be taking it to another part of the neighborhood. Let's go. Now let me show you exactly where this 6-inch in diameter flood drain line is going to go to. Half of the stormwater runoff is going to go to this empty field. It's going to be set at an elevated position to make sure there's no backflow. The other pumps are going to be sending the water directly into the city's stormwater management system. Guys, make sure to follow me on TikTok and Instagram. I'm going to be... You guys, please do not get double penetrated. 1, by Hurricane Milton, and 2, by the insurance company. If you have any damage from these storms, please, with a tear in my eye, make sure you hire a public adjuster to represent you with the insurance companies. Otherwise, it's like you going to court and trying to represent yourself as your own attorney. Congratulations, bro. You're going to do 25 to life because you have no idea what you're doing. Public adjusters are only going to charge you 10% of the claim. So if you make $100,000 on the claim, they're only going to take $10,000, and they will get you the policy limits. When I had damage during Hurricane Florence, my public adjuster team brought out an engineer, an architect, a water restoration team. They put together this entire case, sent it to the insurance company, and they're like, yeah, we can't really fight that. Just take the max policy and go away. I'm not a public adjuster. I don't have a dog in this fight. I really don't care how much money you lose. I've just seen during hurricane crisis situations, people get desperate and they take the first settlement that the insurance company sends them without really knowing what they're doing. If you want to learn how to buy your first Section 8 rental property with only $2,500 down and no credit, click the link in the bio. I'm doing a free training. All right, guys, we're moving Cersei to the off-site facility for Hurricane Milton. It's going to take about an hour and a half, 2 hours to get to the facility. I'm going to walk you through the process on how you secure a $5 million yacht when a Category 5 storm is coming. Let's go.
Hell is empty and the devil is here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Why are you watching every video, lol? I just want to get really... I want to get really knowledgeable about Tom Cruise. If you know, something devastating ends up happening, I just know exactly how we got there.
If you guys are on the West Venetian Bridge right now in Miami, sorry about that. I got to open it to get through. Shouldn't take too long.
That's insane. First of all, I'd be like, that's insane. But I feel like it wouldn't change anything.
We finally arrived at the hurricane shelter for Cersei.
That's a HasanAbi head. Found your new favorite education bait TikTok.
Haley Welch, thanks for the 20.
Yeah, Eric is a HasanAbi head, and when I first encountered his videos, he had like 400 followers. Now he's already over a week. I've reposted a bunch of his videos. He's already at 23,000. Look, he's wearing.
Do you feel like your job is at risk of being replaced by AI?
Yes, yeah, it definitely is. Well, my job, not specifically, the people that work for me, yeah.
And let's say the people.
Look at that. He's goated. He's got great videos. May Poseidon take that guy discharging his water illegally first? There's people on a commercial flight heading close to the storm, Boston to West Palm Beach.
See? Tomorrow she's going to be going under a concrete cover, but today this is just the transitional slip.
Dude, thank God that they have concrete covers for the 100-foot mega yachts and yachts that they have for the extremely wealthy. Isn't it nice to provide Section 8 housing, though? Not like only providing luxury rentals like a lot of commercial landlords. Sometimes I think, how can people just like stay in the middle of the storm surge? And then I am reminded of statements like that one from Neek Skit And I think to myself, if I had read that and I was living in Tampa, I would probably dive into the water head first with the hopes that a fucking shark eats me before I drown to death. My man said landlords provide housing. Like the house would never materialize if it wasn't for a guy who just has capital to own it and rent it out to people. There is no world in which a house could exist without the mere presence of a landlord. Damn, that plane is looking cooked. What is this guy doing? This is like a real Leroy Jenkins ass moment. I'm revealing my millennial ass here, but like Big Dog is just leaning directly into it, it seems. The commercial pilot is a storm chaser. Another kick streamer plane edition. It feels like he's just like, oh wait. I've noticed on my radar that there's not a lot of fucking flights in this area. I wonder what that's about. This is what people do on Flight Simulator, okay? Microsoft Flight Simulator has real-time weather events. This is how they normally operate. On Microsoft Flight Simulator, where you see like all these fucking planes flying directly into Hurricane Milton. This guy's doing it IRL. He's like, I've done it many times on Microsoft Flight Simulator. Why not do it in a commercial aircraft? It's because it's diverting. Instead of going to West Palm Beach, he is diverting into Miami. Yeah, these are the NOAA planes. I think the teal one is also, Air Force. The NOAA plane is tracking the actual hurricane. My buddy who just got married is on a flight right now to Miami for his honeymoon. Okay, that's like... See, this is what I don't understand. Why are people... people have access to information, right? Like, I'm not crazy for this one, right? Like, people know that there's a hurricane happening and stuff. Like, do people just not know? Do people not care? I don't get it. Did you ever be in Florida during a hurricane? Yes, I lived in Florida. Hasan, a plane is like a boat, but with the air. It's foolproof. If the wind blows, the plane goes with the wind. Extremely safe. This guy's literally streaming from the beach saying he's going to die. What?
The government and anyone...
The host is away and we'll be back soon.
My camera is just a great...
Dude, people will do anything for clout. Don't show me this shit, dude. I don't want to fucking... I don't even want to give a single view to a person who is like actively killing themselves for the clout. Stinky. 6 p.m. EST Milton update. Milton is still a Cat 3 storm with winds of 120 miles per hour. What the fuck? Maya just texted me the funniest shit. What the fuck is this? What? Tim Wallace is going live on a World of Warcraft Twitch stream tonight at 6:30 p.m. Eastern. It will mark the first time the Harris campaign will stream live gameplay on his Twitch account in their continued effort to reach young male voters. Is this a fucking real thing? Ain't no fucking bro. He's going on Asmongold. They did it. He's going to the top political content creator on the platform, Asmongold. They won't be killing themselves if they just go to Walt Disney's Yacht Club Resort. They're avoiding you like the plague. How did that conversation look like? We need to be on Twitch. Let's go for a WoW streamer. I think especially after the DNC, it's understandable that the campaign would want to not be anywhere near me. Tim Wallace's reaction when he sees a cockroach in Asmongold's house. Yeah. It makes sense. They were like, what are the pound for pound? What are the most conservative people online? We've already reached the Dick Cheney constituency. We're going to get a collective total of 8 votes across 8 different states. How can we get some more how can we get more conservative? And they were like, oh yeah, that's right. Let's go to a WoW stream. Go back to Jeff here.
Oh my gosh, it almost knocked me down. Look at that wave. Can't pump to the house. Here it comes, guy. This is it.
Jeff, get in the car. It's fucking preheat. Guy averages like 1K at peak. They truly hate your ass. I mean, I don't mind it. I don't. They found the one WoW streamer that isn't a fucking right-wing guy.
Oh my gosh.
Preheat's wife works for the DNC. What is Jeff wearing? Is he also shoeless again?
Crap. Was that not freaking ridiculous? Hang on. Let's see what I've got here. Let's see. Okay. Okay. That's good. Let's. Hurricane's moving east.
Do these people ever get laid? Serious question. Are you kidding me? Jeff is blowing your mother's back out when he's not fucking streaming the goddamn hurricanes that he's streaming. Climate change has obviously made it a little bit harder for him though, because like there's a lot more severe storms that he has to chase. But in the moments that he has time, spare time, when he's not fucking getting his back blown out by incredibly fucking fast winds, he's at your house having sex with your mom.
Downtown Lake Charles, debris coming over the top of the car door here. We're moving.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, his car is moving. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Is he driving or what's going on?
Here we go, guys. We're going down one level.
Oh, he's just driving. Okay, never mind. Oh, he's driving. Oh my God.
Oh my. There's debris. Look at the debris. There's debris in the air. Look at the debris flying over the top here.
This is not my first. This is not my first rodeo being afraid of Jeff's safety. Okay, trust me. Me and Jeff go a long way. Okay, we go way back, brother. We go way back, brother. Me and Jeff.
Just down south. Tons of debris moving.
His stream feed just dropped.
It was so slow. It was so slow. I thought like it was like slowly moving his car around.
Massive power explosion.
Oh shit! Transformer blew up. That was 4 years ago when we encountered Jeff. What the fuck is this? This is Jeff's stream right now. Oh, he got shoes on. Lovely. Wait, is it looping back? Yeah, we just saw this. I think it looped back. Unless he got out of his car.
Everything's breaking.
Naples, Florida man ventures in the Milton storm surge to plant Trump flag on pier just south of Fort Myers. Classic. Where is it? I can't even see it. Oh, there he is. Oh, thank God. Well, that's one less Trump voter to worry about in the state of Florida. You know what I mean? -1 vote for Donald Trump. Possibility he mailed his vote in already? Nah, Trump voters don't do early mail votes.
All concrete, all by herself, sitting pretty. And don't forget, guys, I'm still doing my free section. Alfredo says, oh yeah, how are you going to power all those water pumps? Even a generator's not going to be able to power all those pumps. They're going to be worthless. I don't have a little backyard Generac that you might be used to, Alfredo. I got a 100 kilowatt natural gas commercial grade, same one that they use at Mount Sinai hospitals here, generator on the roof that can
oh my God,
power this house indefinitely on natural gas. Guys, even though a Category 5 hurricane is barreling towards the state of Florida, I'm still going to be doing my free section.
Okay, I'm sorry, but this guy is testing fate, I think. Like, I think he is overconfident and way too much of a fucking loudmouth. Okay? No, he's basically this is hubris, okay? I mean, this is biblical, okay? This man is tempting God. He's just like, look at all this nice
Hurricane Milton is now a Category 5. What am I going to do with my $5 million yacht in order to...
Oh my God. Oh my God.
What happens if the internet goes down? What do I look like? Economically anemic? My house has triple redundancy internet, independently cooled in this room by mini splits. We have a primary connection, which is the commercial fiber optic line. We have a backup residential line, and then we have a tertiary line which connects to the satellite on the roof to Starlink. But Tom, what happens if you lose city water? Don't worry, I have 3 water tanks with reverse osmosis along with charcoal filtering that holds up to 50 gallons of water at any given time, all filtered. But Tom, what happens if you lose power? Don't worry, I have a Kohler natural gas 100 kilowatt commercial generator that can run the entire house indefinitely. But Tom, what happens if you run out of natural gas for your generator? Don't worry, I have another 100 kilowatt propane powered generator with 1,000 gallons of berry propane. So the hurricane party is about to start, and we're going to welcome Hurricane Milton with open arms. Guys, if you want access to my free Section 8 work...
This is Mao's final boss battle. I hope the house staff eats him. Dude. Dude, how, like... You're actually an inspiration. This is hilarious. You rich, start to feel that my problem is that I'm broke. Dude, I'm gonna be honest, like, Americans have this like weird brain disease where they look at something like this, like a very awful, gross display of wealth like this. Okay? And they think not to themselves, this man is a real life villain. They look at that and go, I wish I could have me some of that. There's something deeply wrong about this. Like, I'm closer to him in my financial status than you are. And this angers me to my fucking core. Okay? If you are, you know, if the only capital that you have is a busted down Honda Civic and you look at a guy like this and you go, man, hustle culture, one day I'll be there. I don't know what to tell you. You are not even remotely salvageable. Okay? How is that any... Bro, this is the Marie Antoinette. This is the Marie Antoinette conversation. And by the way, just because I said I'm closer to him in financial status than you are doesn't mean that I'm actually remotely close. Okay? The point is, this is like Marie Antoinette streaming herself, being like, let him eat cake. Let the fucking poors eat cake. I don't get it. No, it's not a fucking humble brag, dude. Shut up. God, you're misunderstanding. You are misunderstanding in the wrong way. He's
so
the
a few
friend
years
list.
ago, me and my friends started making a spreadsheet breaking down our incomes and availability for travel, and it looks like this. This is incredibly helpful. If you have your friends broken down here, from Sean, my top earning friend who makes over $5 million, to who we call Broke Bobby, who makes $125,000. How much available PTO we have or pay time off, bonuses, how much we're willing to spend on a 3-day trip, 7-day trip. We have some people that are very responsible with their 7-day trips, some people that are already tapped out for the year. Marital status helps if we know there's going to be anyone else coming. Our willingness to travel to a third world destination, if they're willing to split a private flight, and if they're degenerate gamblers or not. This list is very pragmatic, and also a lot of them are saying that it's very motivational. So it allows us to...
This is how we're preparing for Hurricane Milton's HOAS. The first line of defense against flooding on my property is my commercial pump room. This is tied into a 3 French drain automatic pump system capable of expelling over 250,000 gallons per hour out of the property. The excess stormwater is sent back into the channel or into stormwater ponds around the neighborhood. We then, of course, have additional water pumps capable of putting out 20,000 gallons per hour across a 3-inch hose that we'll put back into the empty lot next door. Then, of course, we picked up an extra 100 bags of sand just to protect the more vulnerable areas of the property. Finally, we have to protect against the wind. Not only is all the glass on the property impact rated, shatterproof, it's also 2 inches thick, soundproof, and damn near bulletproof. Click on the automatic shutters. The Category 5 hurricane shutters will come all the way down on the cabana and the property. If you want to learn how to get started with Section 8 with only $2,500 down on your first property,
Here he is debunking who uses Section 8.
race receiving Section 8 food stamps and everything else. White people are at the top.
This is only partially true. You have to look at it on a per capita basis. While yes, my fellow people from the mountains of Caucasus do represent the highest usage of the government assistance program, on a per capita level, the race would be Hispanics, including a lot of undocumented Hispanics. And this is actual empirical data that we collect across my 725 Section 8 rental properties in 4 different states and 8 different municipalities. Number 2 would be my fellow white people. We do use significant Section 8 government resources and other entitlement programs. And then
I can't. We'll tune back into him to see what's up, but
whoa!
Bro, what are you doing?
A little bit of a break. Calm down a little bit. Extreme wind warning!
They're getting the storm surge warning in real time as they're directly staring down the barrel of the storm surge. He's like, I know, man. I see it. The Apple alert is beaming. Oleo Bread, thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
My stream ended itself. It took me like a minute to get it back up.
They got protection, chat. This is white people peaking though. Like, this is Caucasian activities to the max. You only do this type of shit when you got, you know, nothing else going on. You have to have a lifetime of privilege to be like, let me fuck my life up real quick. Let me dive head first into a goddamn hurricane. Okay? Straight up. Straight up. This kind of shit also pisses me off because, like, how do they have fucking 5 bars in the middle of a goddamn Category 3 hurricane and I can't even get fucking full coverage in the middle of Los Angeles on the sunniest day? That is so frustrating, dude. I guess it's because no one else is using it in the area because they've evacuated. But yeah, people say like white people have no culture, but this is low-key white people culture. It's not even a joke. This is straight up peak white people culture right here. This is it. This and like jumping out of fucking helicopters or whatever the fuck people do.
Oh yeah, we're coming into it.
Coming in the inner eye wall.
I wonder what the winds are right here.
Yeah, I know. A little bit more dry, but...
Yep. It's going to be a little more wind, a little less rain, which is going to be good for us, actually.
Yeah.
Well, we told you guys we're going to be on foot.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, it's ripping again. It's ripping again.
Oh, good?
Yeah. Okay. We're good. Is that lightning?
Yeah, come on up there. Get up nice and close so I can hear you. Yep.
What?
It's definitely the place to experience that raw wind. Hang tight here. Definitely. Those are some big winds. We're going to have Category 3 Hurricane Milton coming in. We knew it was coming in.
Eyewall approaching.
The tornadoes
48 minutes.
6:41. You think it'll come in an hour or so? It's really close, just offshore. Let me see how far offshore it is. The inner eye wall is only 10 kilometers out. Let me stream some live data out here. I think the issue is that it won't keep this app open, right?
Yeah, that's what it is.
You just have to set it so it runs in the background somehow.
Yeah, that's what he said. We're going to figure out a trick to that.
I'll just keep that open on this phone, how about? So that we can stream that data live and then use this to record. 10 kilometers up.
I don't know why Tim Walz thought it would be a good time to fucking campaign by playing World of Warcraft, by the way. Like, in the midst of all of this shit.
News now.
Here, let's hear what NBC News has to say. Never mind, they went on break. Oh my God, this guy's a national news story. The entire world is aware of Lieutenant Dan, dude. The #1 cultural export. He's not, it's just a rally simulcast. Oh. Is this the Harris Walls Pokemon go to the polls moment? They mentioned him in the press conference this morning. All right.
For this sort of
They're
thing,
talking about climate change on CNN. Oh my God.
It's a combination of yes to that question, but also the codes are requiring it more and more now because FEMA keeps increasing the flood maps. They keep increasing the pressures that you have to design to. So I actually coined the phrase engineering in motion simply because we have to engineer product now for more pressures, higher water levels, and more items that will prevent not just the flood waters, but also floating debris. The standard now calls for a 1,000-pound log floating at 5 to 8 feet per second to not be able to penetrate through the structure. So all these, that's again. So we engineer these buildings per the requirement of the building within its location and its code requirement, for the city that it's sitting in, as well as the position. If it's sitting on the coast, there's what's called wave action. So there's a lot of factors that go into this. So we engineer our products for the building, for the requirements of the building, based on FEMA, Army Corps of Engineers, and what's called American Society of Civil Engineers requirements for commercial flood protection.
And we have some video, I think, of you testing your protective glass with a log, kind of showing how tough it is. It is kind of remarkable that sort of thing exists, and it sounds like that is what it's going to take to keep this water and debris out of these homes that are really in the center of the storm.
Well, it's a combination. What you see there was designed primarily for commercial buildings because that's where the standard is. The issue now, though, is that there's no real standard for homes. We're trying to work with the local and federal government to help create a standard or at least bring the awareness.
It's literally a nothing burger. You've done what the PR release is about so many times, just watching a rally and commentating on it. They probably paid him for it. So that's why there's a press release surrounding it, though. Like my reaction to Tim Walz rallies are not like a DNC paid event. Yeah, he's a campaign volunteer and coordinated with the campaign. They're using it as a get out the vote thing. I'm just more shocked at the reality that there are WoW streamers out there who aren't like hyper right wing. So that's a pleasant surprise. That is actually shocking to me. Like, I thought if you were a WoW player, like the most they let you do if you still want to be a part of like raids or a clan is to say that you're apolitical. You have to simply say you're apolitical or else they kill you. They're like, you're not allowed to play.
Make landfall the next 48 hours, and then we see what destruction it leaves behind.
Preheat getting paid to react while playing games. Hasan gets kicked out of the DNC and his chat leaves when he plays games. True.
More, obviously damage, which we don't want to see, of course, but it's going to happen. So we just are seeing, calls and damages from Hurricane Helene just passed through. We're doing a large project in Clearwater Beach, and we went there Friday.
Hold on. We have an update, ladies and gentlemen. We have an update. Good news. Okay, Mr. Connor, I'll follow you back, but don't be saying it's not me when it is. Sounds like a plan to me, Haley. These fans can't wait to see you on Fortnite Friday. Remember to check your DMs here on X, the Everything app, when you find the time. Thank God. It's back. It's back. My faith in humanity is restored. We weren't able to fuck this up. Is a quick update. Probably the most significant one that I'm giving today, honestly. In the midst of this devastating storm, another storm in the relationship between Haley Welch, also known as the Hawktua girl, and Connor Eats Pants was brewing. I'm glad that while on the one hand, while one storm rips through Florida, this one has passed. Wait, Trump shit on Alex Cooper?
I think the other one asking the question is dumber than Kamala. So she's a dummy. I watched her over the years. That is one dumb woman. Sorry.
Why is he so fucking tuned into podcasts?
I'm sorry, women. She's a dummy.
I wonder if he's talking about Alex Cooper or if he's talking about The View. Hey, I truly believe if Connor tried hard enough, he could get Sinwar on Fortnite Friday. Fortnite Friday featuring Yahya Sinwar. All right, let's see what Jeff's saying.
There we go. It's plumb to the top. It's even on both sides now. It's on even on both sides. Oh boy. Hang on. I'm not gonna go very far, guys. I'm staying right here.
Wait, Reed is on the beach again? What is my man doing?
Sandbar, out into Venice, you already start to see it coming in. There's no command. Be very careful. Do not want to do this, folks. As the surge comes in, we got an escape route. Clear those waves! 15 footers out there! Huge waves! Rooster tails on everyone! You can see the curvature.
Like, do they not have windsocks? I can't, like, is that even, would that even work in this much wind? I don't know. But like, how do you not, like, you got to have figured out that you need at least like some kind of windsock or something, right? Oh my God, look at him. Bro, you're gonna get fucking decapitated by debris. Get the fuck out of there. Like, even the other team, the Zoomer team that they have on the ground has helmets. Reed is like, fuck it, YOLO.
Nice little pop for a second. Yeah. Good view out, Paul. Right offshore, folks. There it is. Got it.
Isn't he wearing a hat? Yeah, I don't think that's gonna stop him from getting lobotomized by a fucking stop sign, dude. I'll be honest with you. This guy is out of control. That fit is, He is just blasting that shit, dude. I've never seen nothing like that. His fit is somehow more out of place than Reed Timmer's regular old, like, fucking Summit 1G ass fit. Reed Timmer's out there looking like Summit. That dude is looking like a Yakuza side boss for some reason. That's something you would wear, though? Yes, but not to a fucking Category 3 hurricane. This is nutty. Right wingers may be onto something. Dude, you see debris flying around, that's your sign to get the fuck back into the goddamn car. Yeah, I saw this earlier this morning. Anyone find it a bit odd that these only hit the red states? Yes, I do. I find it a bit odd that hurricanes consistently hit states near bodies of water, okay, with the perfect climate for hurricanes. And yet the people that live in said red states still refuse to fucking recognize that maybe climate change has something to do with it. I would have suspected by now that after the 11th fucking hurricane, you'd be like, all right, you know what? After the 11th, like once every century type hurricane that happened over the course of one election cycle, I suspect you would go, all right, rat limit is not serious. Oh, it's one of these not serious accounts. It's a fake one. How am I supposed to know? How am I supposed to know? This is okay. It's followed by Juniper. The only way that you know it's a fake one is because it only has 1.6 thousand likes. The reality is, if this was a right-wing account like Patriots Suck My Dick, I Love Christianity type accounts, it would have 50,000 likes. Don't make me fucking find this exact same tweet with 100,000 likes from an unironic Patriot account. Yes, I've seen the Trump gay clip. Jeff is freaking out. Hasan, I'm convinced Fortnite with Kamala or Tim could happen. You need to get me in touch. Click my link, Unc. I know. I already looked at it. Bro, this is giving me agita, okay?
To 2 hours, but crews are getting out as quickly as they can. We ask residents in this area that they only call 911 for emergencies. We do have our rumor control or information hotlines open, so if residents have general questions or concerns, they can call that number at 772-460-HELP. And it's also on our website at stnehisigov.gov, and keep those 911 lines open for emergencies.
Yeah. So from the several tornadoes that you've seen in your counties, you're thinking at least 20 homes damaged, but no injuries reported yet. Do you believe that the risk for tornadoes is over? Is it still a concern as Milton is getting ready to come onshore over on the Gulf Coast? Obviously, it's going to pass over the East Coast here in hours from now.
Yeah, that's always one of the challenges with these hurricanes, even as they approach landfall. Tornadoes don't give you as much warning as we experienced this afternoon. I've worked for St. Louis County for 21 years, so I've seen our share of storms here going back to Francis and Jean 20 years ago. But this so far has been the worst tornado activity that we've seen in the 25 years I've lived here.
Wow. It is sobering to think about. Eric Gill, much more to come, I know, throughout the evening.
Understand something? It hasn't even made landfall yet. Like, it's not like, yeah, it's got 32 more minutes until it makes landfall. So this is just like the start. And there's hella tornadoes too. Yeah. Originally, I thought it would make landfall at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break at 5 p.m. Pacific time. I was wrong. It's actually going to happen in the middle of the hour. Now, of course, if you want an uninterrupted broadcast for tornadoes and the like, then all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub. If you are lucky, here is the 3-minute ad break coming to you now. You can use if you're in Tampa or in one of the affected areas, you can use your $750 FEMA bucks by subscribing, or by gifting subs even to others. All right, they're getting back in the car. Eyewall is approaching in 30 minutes.
Her 4 children are sheltering with her in the hospital while she's doing her job. I mean, people, it's just hardship on top of hardship for people in this area.
Stephanie Goss, thank you so much for that live for us in Tampa. On the left side of your screen, folks, if you're wondering what you're looking at, that's that tornado we were just talking about in Wellington, Florida. Remember, that's the one just outside West Palm Beach. Did you see that as it's moving across the screen? Whoever's taking this video, trying to stay with it there. But you saw some of those flashes as it appeared to go over some power lines there. The town manager in that town has reported multiple injuries so far. It is something that we are obviously watching incredibly closely here. On the other side of the state, of course, on the Gulf Coast side, Hurricane Milton is now just about 2 hours away from making landfall just north of Sarasota, just south of Tampa. We've got more coverage right here on NBC News Now coming up right now.
Do people think Ubers are just a magical vehicle that shows up and drives you somewhere, and not that there's a human being driving it? Rideshare is the state's solution for an emergency evacuation at such bleak levels of neoliberalism. Yeah, no, I already talked about this. I talked about this yesterday. It's genuinely devastating that, like, in the absence of any kind of public transit, in the absence of any kind of like real options, the government is not only outsourcing the problem to a private company, but the private company itself is also outsourcing their normal business to private contractors beyond that, We are officially in the final stages of end stage capitalism. And it's a fucking code, not just free by default. Yeah. You haven't done any normative coverage so far. Can you talk about whether there should be a hurricane in Florida? Do they deserve it, etc.? No, of course not. I am not one of these fucking annoying ass liberals from like New York that looks at red states and the devastation and goes, oh yeah, they deserve it. Good thing that it's happening to them. I think that's sadistic. It's a psychotic way to approach the world, especially considering that there's plenty of fucking liberals and kind individuals otherwise that live there. But even beyond that, I still don't think that even if you're a right-wing piece of shit, you deserve a hurricane. Well, there are some people I can think of, but I won't say. But I think everyone, including all of the Florida chatters that are tuning in right now to get updates about what's going on in their backyards, know exactly who I'm talking about and probably share the same opinion. Finally, she's back from Tel Aviv.
Concrete chunks, cars, mattresses everywhere now, just lying around, becoming a deadly missile picked up by Milton's winds. We have a team up and down the coast here. I want to start with Anderson Cooper, who is out front live in Bradenton, Florida. And Anderson, what is the latest that you're seeing where you are right now?
Yeah, well, conditions are definitely getting worse. We've been seeing a lot of heavy rain, obviously, a lot of winds for several hours now. The storm is going to be coming from the west, from that direction. Tampa is north in that direction. So Bradenton is south of Tampa, and we're north of Sarasota, about 13 miles or so. We expect the eye to make landfall and to pass over Bradenton.
Let's go!
I'm not exactly
Wet Coop.
But we're on the Manatee River. This is
This is
river.
a rare Cooper sighting, dude. You rarely ever see him so wet.
As you sometimes see in hurricanes, out trying to get photographs of things like that. This place has been pretty deserted now for many hours. People have taken this very, very seriously here. The river is definitely, there's whitecaps on the river. The water's lapping over onto the river.
You're gonna see Reed in the background with his flip-flops running behind him. He's like, we see no one here. They're taking it very, very seriously. And then Reed's like, my hat! Chasing after his fucking hat.
Through grass. Usually your feet sink in the grass. The bridges have been closed. A number of shelters have been set up. Officials here are just hoping for the best. They have warned people. They've tried to impress on people the importance of getting out, getting to safety. But at this point, obviously, the storm is here, and there's nothing more that people can do. They've just got to stay where they are and just try to ride this out, Aaron.
So, Anderson, and you're talking about how you are. There's no one there on that walk, as sometimes there might be, and many people seem to have heeded the evacuation warnings. Behind you in the distance, I did still see some lights, and I know power's already started to go out over these next hours. All of that likely to completely descend into darkness, right? Just with all of this incredible loss of power.
Yeah, one of the things, as you know from covering hurricanes, is it is very common in the midst of a hurricane to start to see, flashes of blue light, which is transformers, transformer stations exploding. It's a very eerie thing to witness. There is still electricity, as you see across the location where we're staying, a hotel, that they still have electricity. They still have Wi-Fi. They are confident. They have their own generator. They're confident that the power may stay on, but already the Wi-Fi has been flickering on and off. The televisions that were on in that hotel, they have shut down. You can no longer access information from television, which is obviously for people who are staying in their homes. It just makes it all the.
Wait, what?
Jay here. Listen, they shut down my TikTok live account till the 12th.
because of the Cash App stuff, and I think what I said about it. But I want to put this out there that if you see anybody with a Cash App tag,
bro, this is from 7 hours ago. This is from 7 hours ago. We don't know what the fuck's up with Lieutenant Dan at this point.
Just about an hour ago, we were marveling when the first wave breached, this deck that we're standing on. We're near to a little rum bar here on the St. Pete's Pier. Out in the distance, I don't know if you can see the Erie lights. That's another restaurant. The power's still on. But as you can see, the waves are just getting higher and higher. It seems by the minute. This will probably be our last live shot in this location. The storm surge here, if it gets up to the predicted, 10, 12 feet, could be a huge problem for downtown St. Petersburg, and especially for all the folks who are still reeling after Hurricane Helene came through here less than 2 weeks ago. And in addition to the tornadoes you talked about, that's why this storm, scientists have been warning about these threatened multipliers of these storms.
Wait, what?
Yes.
I'm not gonna lie, I would be this guy. I don't jog, but I would be this, like, if there was a version of this guy that goes outdoors to work out like me, I would be that guy. Cause like, you can't let a fucking hurricane get in the way of your daily physical activity, you know?
It's pushing the water, and there's a jogger actually. Look at this. Wow. It's a Florida man right there for you, Blake, jogging in the hurricane. Look at the trees though, Blake, and you can see how windy it is. Again, it's coming through right now. Everybody's just waiting to see how close is the center is this.
No, it's not even David Goggins. It's just routine. Some of you motherfuckers don't understand the importance of routine, okay? I do. Some of you motherfuckers don't understand the importance of routine. You have to, oh my God, it's getting progressively worse.
To hit you horizontally, that you're really in for it. There's a chance I might have to go and grab onto this light pole in a second here just to kind of get my bearings. But what I can show you is that the water is starting to kind of build up here on Bayshore Boulevard along Tampa Bay. The big question tonight is this storm surge, and it's getting stronger now, is it going to push the water up from Tampa Bay and start to flood these areas here? Now, the storm surge is now not predicted to be quite as strong as they thought it would be before here in Tampa. However, the rain and the wind are going to be huge issues here. This could get up to 12 inches of rainfall. That means that drains are going to overflow, canals are going to overflow, sewers are going to overflow. We've already seen this here on Bayshore, and another huge problem.
My man said, I'm going to go touch the light pole. Hopefully nothing bad happens. How is it legal to put employees in this situation? No one cares, man. They get hazard pay.
Hazard. Doing a live shot like this, even in the dark, I find myself, you got to kind of look around and make sure that.
All right, looks like Brian.
Of here. Sorry, go ahead, Aaron.
No. Your shot obviously was taking a couple hits there, Brian, just because obviously with the winds and everything that you're experiencing, you're and your team. As those winds come through, can you just tell us what it's like? I mean, you're out there. Obviously, you have a photojournalist out there. What exactly is it like when those winds, when you get hit with a gust?
Well, the first thing you do is you try to look around to see if there's like a light post around you or maybe a stop sign like that one that you can grab onto. When you tossed to me a few minutes ago, I thought I might have to grab onto something there because we were getting hit by some of the strongest wind gusts that we've gotten hit by all day long. That's an issue, of course, for first responders too, Aaron, because what we're told by officials is once the wind gets to 45 miles, no longer go out.
Weather Channel guys getting battered.
Respond. We're about at that point now, I think. It might be the point of no return. So if you're out there and you're in crisis, you call 911.
of the eye here. So what we have right now is what you truly may get for hours on end. So one of the big concerns then ends up being how much rain comes out of this and how much flooding do we see on the streets in and around the Tampa metro. I know that a lot of us are concerned about the surge, and rightfully so, especially on that right front quadrant hit. But watch also for some bayside flooding, because we've had primarily a northeast or east wind with this event up here in Tampa because we're on the north side, right? So what that may mean then is bayside flooding, bayside surge, all right? So maybe the water's not coming in from the Gulf of Mexico into Tampa Bay, but now you're taking the water that's in Tampa Bay and you're pushing it toward places like Gandy and Safety Harbor and Clearwater, the city of Clearwater, the city of St. Petersburg, and not necessarily the beaches, okay? So that's another concern now with a very strong northeast or east component of the wind that hits us here in the Tampa metro. But again, what we have right now, very gusty winds, now gusting to 62 miles an hour, and those winds could gust even.
Can confirm Pinellas County Fire and EMS are no longer responding to any calls as of 7 EST. 7:01 EST. Yeah, this guy's a pro. Look at that. He's fucking locked down, dude. He stands the fuck
on
up.
That first floor, especially if there's no threat for flooding where you are, so that if there's any really extreme wind that comes along and makes your roof very susceptible, and maybe your roof gets taken off in extreme winds, you're going to be down low and not exposed to that up high, right? So the wind is going to go for all the easy access points in your home. It's going to go for the roof. I think there's a little bit of lightning there, actually. It's going to go for the roof. It's going to go for the doors, the windows, the garage doors. So those are areas that you'd want to avoid. So treat it like you would a tornado and shelter inside an interior room on the ground level of your building, away from windows and exterior walls, okay? That's the safest thing you can do right now. The wind is likely to pick up and then sustain that for a lengthy period of time, several hours on end. So be careful, folks. Tonight, we're just now getting into the teeth of this hurricane.
There's a sprinkler on behind him. Oh my God. Oh my God, it is on. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's so funny.
And stay there for the remainder of the night. All right, that's the latest here in Tampa. I'm going to bring you another update here coming up in just a minute. But let's get down to Charlotte Harbor with Jim Cantore. Jim, right there on the water, what's it doing?
Yeah, well, you can see the harbor's coming in right here. And this is the parking garage here at the Sunseeker. And it's
Dog, how are you going to get out?
So right now, as you can see, here's water coming in from the harbor because of the storm surge here. We've had west-southwest winds over 60 miles an hour. I have seen 80 miles an hour as well, 77. So the northern eye wall is starting to come ashore now.
Leave, dog, leave. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Starting to come ashore now. Let's go for a little walk, Brad. Again, we moved out of the way.
A little walk.
What about Tampa and St. Petersburg? I'm sorry. One more time with that. That's where it's coming in. Okay, thank you. So we just talked to Mike Bettis. It looks like that northern eye wall is coming in toward Tampa and St. Petersburg. And we talked about this morning. It's still unclear as to exactly where it's going to go. A wobble this way, a wobble that way. You're putting this thing into the bay. So, certainly huge impacts for Tampa regardless.
Our house flooded because of Helene, and now it's about to flood again. Talk about a 1-2 punch. Stay safe, Florida friends.
This morning. But I wanted to show you the surge. So here it is, again, coming in from Charlotte Harbor. This side, as we look down, we are surrounded by water. This is also Charlotte Harbor that's coming out through. A little windier on this side, so you're going to see Brad buffing it around.
What does he have, like a fucking boat at the top level or something? How's he going to get out?
That is not coming in. All right, that's what's dumping in to Charlotte Harbor and being pushed up into almost a triangle here around the building. So we are, cut off. This is why nobody's going in, nobody's going out through here. This is because of the storm surge component.
Jim Cantore is chaos incarnate. He's immune to elements and collateral damage.
All that shear has pushed the water load up onto the northern side of it. We got a long night to go, especially from Tampa east.
Dude, I have so much respect for the Weather Channel. It's so much better than all these other fucking phonies, dude.
If folks just follow the instructions.
No,
but Aaron Burnett is not even in Tel Aviv any longer. How am I supposed to know if CNN is anti-Semitic or not? Well, as a matter of fact, I think that they're basically telling us that they are. How am I ever? They're not even covering. They're not even covering the fact that someone in Tel Aviv stubbed their fucking toe today because they were worried about Hamas and how much more important that is than the metric ton of damage that Israel has done to Gaza, to the Gazan population, to the Lebanese population. If they're not covering this kind of shit at CNN with Aaron Burnett directly directly inside of Tel Aviv, is 7 p.m. Eastern, Milton update. Milton's northern eye wall is now coming ashore in the Tampa, St. Petersburg metro area. Milton remains at Cat 3 with 120 miles per hour winds and a minimum pressure of 952 millibars. 7 p.m.
A popular hurricane tracking website. Mike, I know you're regular on this show. You and I talk a lot. And you're from Tampa, so this is home for you. So this is not just work. This is also emotionally difficult for you, I know, tonight. And you're working. Your family, you evacuated them, but you are right now doing your job. What does it feel like where you are right now?
Well, we're in St. Petersburg. In this spot that we're at, we actually boat to. And we have a lot of memories here, and I've never seen waves.
Why is the Weather Channel sharing ads featuring a keffiyeh symbol now associated with violence against Jews post 10/7?
These winds and waves coming from Tampa, east to west, and the eye is still hours away.
They did it. They fucking did it, bro.
It's scary. There's an emotional aspect. Like
the weather. Someone needs to cancel the Weather Channel. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's amazing.
That actually might be. Portions of that eye wall already coming on shore, obviously not yet where you are, but the storm surge 12 feet expected on the broader Tampa area on top of a high tide.
Jesus Christ.
So what do you think this actually means, Mike? Can you hear me in terms of how bad it will get?
Hey guys, no audio.
Oh, sounds like he's not hearing me.
No.
And while we try to fix that, I will let everyone know. I mean, this is the challenge. It is incredible that we can even get these connections that we can get. When you were hearing about, Anderson saying the televisions had gone out in the hotel behind him, and the reality of people losing power, losing Wi-Fi, losing TV, and completely being in the dark. Literally, metaphorically, being in the dark, unable to know what is happening over these next hours, just how terrifying that might be. As we do understand, our Alyssa from the Weather Center was just reporting that portions of that eye wall have already started to come on shore. Over the next few hours, you're going to see more and more of that. And see the full impact and wrath of this storm, which has doubled in size in just the past 24 hours. So it's doubled in size. And in fact, something really important as you look at this satellite map, this imagery, what's happened is an acceleration in the speed with which the storm is moving. So a few hours ago, it was slated to sort of come on shore, maybe even in the early hours of the morning, right before midnight, now really accelerating, and already portions of that eye wall, as Alyssa's reporting, already coming ashore. An incredible, accelerator in terms of how quickly the storm itself is moving. And Mike, I think I have you back. Let me ask you about that. A storm doubling in size and the speed that it is moving, just accelerating so quickly. Have you ever seen anything like that?
Not this doubling in size. That's kind of rare. I mean, this thing started out as a tiny little storm. They compared it to Charlie, and now that it encompasses the whole state of Florida practically. And that's a wake up for everybody, inland. I'm already seeing inland flooding on the drive here. I stopped at some spots that I know are underwater, a church. So we're already seeing massive water accumulation. It's insane, the amount of rain. But then you got these winds. It's just incredible. I mean, I've been in a lot of hurricanes, but seeing the Tampa Bay do this is just shocking to me.
So we were talking about people completely losing contact with the outside world, which is what's going to happen, right? With no power, no Wi-Fi, nothing. Do you think the people who did stay behind truly have any idea what to expect?
No, there's a lot of stubbornness in Florida. I get it. I used to be that one, that didn't believe in evacuating. And you're left with weeks sometimes. And they warned us, Kevin Guthrie and the state, there's a lot of resources out of state, and it could be a week with no power. And when we had a Helene a couple weeks ago, the barrier islands were shut off for 3 to 4 to 5 days almost, and people were getting, angry because they wanted to go home. So that's why they have to do their job. They have to clean up. We've had all this debris laying around, and this wind is absolutely insane. And the eye's not even close to us yet, so I can't even imagine what's going on inland here. With trees down and power lines down, and a lot of things folks that live here never experienced.
No, not at all. And sometimes I can even hear it through just kind of that whistling and howling.
The wall
as
hit
it moves
Reed.
past you.
Ow.
All right, Mike, we're going to check back in with you, and I appreciate it. I'm very glad we were able to get our communications back up with you. I want to go to Jamie Rome now, the Deputy Director of the National Hurricane Center. So, Jamie, can I just ask you about something Mike and I were just talking about? That the forecast had the storm making landfall late tonight, possibly even overnight past midnight. But it's making landfall now. So there was just sort of a quick step up in the acceleration of the speed with which the storm itself was moving.
Jimmy, are you all right? What do you mean is Jimmy all right? He's about to fly away, dog.
Give me a second.
Jimmy, are you all right? What do you mean is Jimmy all right? He's about to fly away, dog. For people wondering, that was 110 miles. Wind speeds at 110 miles. That made landfall as a category 4. Yeah, a sign almost hit him right there. Gusts of 110 not sustained. Oh, the gusts were 110. Hasan, the gusts are 150 now. Sorry. Wind speeds at 100. Wind speeds at 125 miles. Gusts at 150. So, it's madness out there.
The center and the eye, the front eye wall and the back eye wall of Milton, where the strongest winds will be, are still making landfall here. Not to mention, as those winds shift, as the center makes landfall, we're going to start seeing a more bigger
environmentalists are raising concerns that the storm could scatter hazardous waste across Florida.
Issue here in Sarasota. While they're definitely getting that surge, you saw that the video there in Captiva.
More than 1 billion tons of slightly radioactive
Port Charlotte
gypsum waste left over from producing fertilizer is stored in the state.
Let's head down there right now, Felicia Coates.
Wait, what? It's stored in the state near phosphate mines and fertilizer processing plants in the center of the state. And nearly all the waste is in the Milton's projected path, Associated Press reports. Oh, brother. And it could pollute nearby water supplies, placing vulnerable sites so close on major waterways that are at risk of damage from storms. A recipe for disaster, Reagan Whitlock, a staff attorney at the environmental group. Oh, don't listen to that guy. He's some fucking libtard. He's an attorney at the Environmental Group Center for Biological Diversity. Yeah, don't listen to these guys. It's crazy because, like, Florida is already... the U.S. EPA is seeking public comment on a pending approval of specific use of phosphogypsum. The proposed project will use phosphogypsum as a part of road-based material for roadway located on private property. It's a solid waste byproduct from processing phosphate ore to make phosphoric acid that is later used in fertilizer. The phosphate ore and the resulting phosphogypsum contain radium, which decays to form radon gas. Both radium and radon are radioactive and can cause cancer. EPA's regulations require that phosphogypsum be managed in engineered stacks to limit public exposure to emissions of radon. Phosphogypsum can be removed from these engineered stacks under limited approved uses. Additionally, the EPA may approve a request for a specific use of phosphogypsum if it's determined that the proposed other use is at least protective of public health as a placement in a stack. Phosphogypsum. That's cool. What the fuck?
You can see it. Wow. Yeah, good. Sent out some sparks in a second.
What is that guy doing? Center for Biological Diversity is not an environmental group, dog. It's a scientific policy body full of senior scientists. What are we talking about? I'm Brian fucking Kilmeade. Yeah. I hear biology. Okay. I hear environment. I hear scientific policy. And I think to myself, they want to make us autistic and gay. Okay. Sorry. I will not be listening to you, nor will I be listening to the scientists. Not listening to the scientists he said he was waiting for a lift. He said he was waiting for a lift. Can you explain why you're not on the... What? The Will Neff and Austin on Twitter and I are currently on a plane en route to Tampa, Florida to do live hurricane coverage. Austin is on standby. Should be any complications during our flight. There's nothing to worry about. Stay tuned for more. Are you all business class or just Austin? Just Austin, but it's not a classes thing. It's so he's closer to the cockpit in the event of an emergency. Who runs the account? March. Florida phosphate plants threaten drinking water and biodiversity. This is from 3 years ago. A wastewater leak at a former fertilizer plant south of Tampa has local and national officials scrambled to contain it, and environmentalists once again sounding the alarm about phosphogypsum stacks, or gyp stacks, most of which are located in Florida. Okay, that seems a little... Isn't that literally a slur? Someone's going to cancel me for... Someone's going to cancel me for reading an article from Milberg.com. The shuttered Piney Point phosphogypsum plant located across 77 acres in Manatee County and owned by HRK Holdings holds 300 gallons of wastewater. Cool. A sinking feeling about Florida's phosphate mines. A series of environmental disasters has beset Florida's phosphate mining industry, including the recent opening of a massive sinkhole 400 miles east of Tampa. This page was published 7 years ago. I want to know if the dude got a lift. Oh, they're driving him? The Zoomers are driving him home? Bro is 0 for 4.
It's electronic, and if the water goes up a foot...
Right here? Right here? This bridge?
Yeah, right here. Okay. Just take it all the way to the next light.
Okay. These guys are awesome.
About a mile down.
Okay.
You make a right, and you go about a mile down. You'll see it.
This bridge might be fun. Yeah, this bridge probably fun now.
It's windy as shit, man. I appreciate it. Uber didn't show up. They send that out.
Uber's not showing up in this hurricane.
They send that out to confirm, just to say, like, when you fight them. Oh, we sent out a notice, man. That guy was people away, man. We didn't see him, man.
Yeah, well, we saw you in the hurricane out there. We thought maybe we didn't know what was going on.
This guy's either an idiot or an asshole, man.
Well, we wanted to check on you. We didn't know what was going on out there.
I'll
leave you out there.
We're back. I like how we're not soaked. Yeah. Just sandblasted. Ooh. There you go. Oh, thanks. Yeah, crazy sand out there. The surge is still coming, folks. Matt, you need some of this, sir? I'm good. Okay. What a weird mode. Brian said update. Yeah, we got an update. We just went out to the coast, and the storm surge is getting closer. Waves starting to come up, even the front nose of the wave coming down the walkway. The winds are still kind of short parallel, but once they shift around, should be coming in fast. It could be surging off to the south, too.
Okay, so the wind's only getting stronger there as they get into the eye wall and eventually even the center, and then they'll flip around from the other side. But major flooding certainly possible all the way from Tampa across the state here as we work our way through the night and watch Milton also work its way across the state. Right now, guys, our friend Chiego, who's been kind of helping us find locations to give you live coverage here, he says that the water is about halfway to where it was with Helene. So we still have potentially a long way to go with the storm surge in through here. All right? This is a storm surge situation for Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda. All right, let's jump up to where the wind is going to be added into the mix. That's where Paul Goodlow is in Sarasota. Hey, Paul. Man, I can hear it.
I can hear it. You can feel it as well, Jim. And we're now getting some rain. It's that tropical raindrops, those small ones. But I've never felt the rain as intense without having the super heavy rain that we typically have where some of the heaviest rain bands are. I know Mike Bettis up in Tampa, he's getting the brunt of everything, the wind and the rain at the same time. But winds now gusting 80, close to 90 miles per hour as that center of Milton continues to get closer and closer. And as I can see, I can still see some of the high rises with power, but we're seeing constant blue and green flashes light up the sky here, the night sky now. That's power lines arcing, transformers perhaps arcing as well. So the power outages are slowly mounting here.
That's not the latest update, man. That's from like that's from the last hurricane. Stop.
You can see some of the boats here in the harbor.
Fake news.
Are rocking. The one lit up. There are people on board. They're going to ride the storm out on board. But look at the boat to the right of that, and that perhaps not as moored as tightly. It is still rocking in the extremely agitated marina here. And we're also concerned as we have the strongest winds with the eye wall coming through, then our winds will shift. And at that point, we could see the winds help bring more of the surge in as well. We're still under that storm surge warning. And we had major surge here with 2 weeks ago with Hurricane Helene. Again, even this area, Sarasota, had major damage. There's a park across this little inlet here. There's at least 3 boats on land. And we're not talking about rowboats. These are large marine structures that are now on dry land. So they're definitely concerned about this. The boat where we saw the people on, they also rowed out Helene in that, and it came close to coming over the floating docks, but they're hoping that if it does, they're here to perhaps drop anchor and protect their investment here. So we're actually looking forward to that eye, so at least we can get a break from these winds here, but also concerned what happens on the backside. There's more of the winds on the back side of the eye wall, and then we're also concerned with that wind shift and that storm surge. Rain, already 7+ inches of rain causing some flood concerns here, but about an hour, 90 minutes, 2 hours of lighter rain to no rain has definitely helped some of that flooding go down. But we're still in the thick of it here as we're still awaiting the landfall of Hurricane Milton here. And most likely, we should have the center. We should have the eye of Milton come through here as we head over the next 1 to 2 hours here in Sarasota. Again, we got live team coverage throughout the event of landfall, and also we're not done. This hurricane's going across the state of Florida, and we got a team of coverage to bring you the very...
Jesus Christ, dude.
Fires right now, getting reports of wind gusts from this storm already near 100 miles an hour on land. And we're going to take you into the eye with a hurricane hunter who just flew through Milton will be out front. We'll be right back.
open. Florida Highway Patrol will be standing by to escort fuel trucks to service stations so that people will have access to fuel as they return to their home.
Wait, oh, this is a real update. This is a real Lieutenant Dan update as of 4:17, 15 minutes ago approximately.
Hey guys, Jordan Bone here with Fox 13. For people who have been following on social media, a man named Lieutenant Dan, he is a retired veteran. He's apparently riding out the storm on his sailboat. I'm going to flip the camera and see. This is right here in Tampa Bay.
I'm gonna be honest. I think like if this, it doesn't seem like the storm surge is gonna be as bad as they predicted it was going to be. So Lieutenant Dan is probably gonna make it, which is a good thing. But I don't know yet. We'll see.
We're told that officials tried to get him to come out of his sailboat earlier this afternoon. You can see it there on the dock, and you can see an emergency vehicle there. Looks like monitoring him. We're told that he refused to get out of his boat and is apparently still inside his sailboat riding out this storm. He rode out Helene, but many people have been following his story on social media. We're here at the convention center. We have a vantage point where we can see where his sailboat was earlier this afternoon. As soon as we learn any more information about Dan or the situation over there, we'll be sure to keep you guys updated. Hey guys, Jordan Bone here with Fox 13. For people who have been following on social media, a man named Lieutenant Dan.
Some of you liberals don't know about. Not leaving his ship, dude. He's going down with the ship. Everyone who lucks out in this storm will just be extra confident going into the next record-breaking one that actually kills them. Chatter, you just described literally why half of the fucking Floridian residents don't evacuate ever. Every time there's another one of these like hurricanes and a Floridian man survives it and doesn't evacuate, they only reaffirm. They're only more committed to standing their ground and refusing to leave.
Stay put until the storm is passed. If you are in Sarasota, Manatee, some of those areas where the eye of the storm is going, it may be where things calm down for a minute. Just understand that means you're in the eye. It's going to go back and get really nasty very soon. So don't go outdoors until it is confirmed safe. You can listen to your local emergency management officials about that one. Power outages are going to happen, as I mentioned. So please, if you're using a generator, make sure that you're using it safely. Do not run the generator inside your home. That can be fatal. Make sure it's outside the home at a safe distance from windows and doorways. If you see dangerous conditions, please report those to your local authorities so that they can help protect people and mitigate it. So the storm is here. It's time for everybody to hunker down. I know we've got massive amounts of resources that have been prepared for this storm. People are tired because of having to deal with Hurricane Helene, and yet all I've seen is people just dig deep inside and say, we're not going to be denied, we're going to get the job done. So I really appreciate everybody that's worked so hard on the heels of Helene to prepare for this storm.
Wait, in commercial fisherman safety courses, they teach you that you might need to knock your captain out in case of a sinking, because they can be so traumatized they want to go down with the ship. Fuck that. Into the lifeboat with you. Really? That's kind of cool. It's like your captain is like ready to evacuate. You still knock his ass out anyway. He's like, dude, what the fuck? I was going to get on the boat anyway. DeSantis sounds so cucked when he's forced to do actual government service, things like this. Like, you can just tell he's so ashamed he has to do governor. He has to actually be a governor at a time like this. Yeah. Yeah, he sounds way more passionate. He's like the reverse Tim Waltz. He sounds infinitely more passionate when talking about, like, I don't know, how Disney's transing your children. Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah. Look at my hand. Wow.
is this? Check out the traffic lights in Tampa.
Here comes the surge, folks. Maybe I want to go around.
The eye wall of the hurricane has arrived.
There we go.
They're like, are you all right?
Oh, fish. Fish? Yeah. That's our finger.
That fish is trying to evolve, bitch. Get the fuck out of the way.
I don't know what the flash. I don't know what that means.
Wait, be for real? Is this true? What is this?
Rapid flash green.
Strobe light.
What?
Just the beginning of it.
You let a white person get a little bit queer and suddenly they're Japanese? What the fuck? Dude. Why do white people love danger? I don't know, man. I don't know. That is my least, like I'm white. I say I'm white all the time, but like that is one of those traits where I'm like, that's the least white. That's the most non-white trait of me. I hate danger.
Tomorrow morning.
Yeah,
Aaron?
absolutely. And I know some of the worst surge there coming your way. Carlos, thank you. I want to go to John Morales now. He is the longest serving meteorologist in South Florida. He was here with us last night. And John, you were talking about how emotional it was for you when you were warning viewers about the stunning severity of Hurricane Milton.
Indeed. And of course, you're starting to see that play out.
I apologize. This is just horrific.
Yes, John, I'm sorry. No, I was just playing. I played just briefly that clip so people could recall. But I mean, you're sitting there right now covering this through the night for people. Some of them are going to lose power. Some of them are going to lose the ability to even hear you when you're talking to them, but are going to be turning to you. So what is your forecast for what happens here over these next couple of hours now the eye wall is already hitting land?
Yeah, I mean, we're in the now casting phase, right? I mean, it's here, it's now. It is happening just as you saw that report from Fort Myers. And listen, I've studied that storm surge from Hurricane Ian extensively as part of my expert meteorology work in litigation, because there's a lot of that going on because of the impact of the hurricane and so many homes that were destroyed just 2 years ago in that very same area. And you know, the surge, it starts to come in slowly, many hours before the hurricane makes landfall. But then suddenly it really starts to accelerate. The water levels start to rise so quickly and so shockingly that's when people really get caught off guard. And that's why we ask people to leave the coast. Hopefully they all did, and hopefully they'll all be safe. Regarding the other impacts, listen, there's an extreme wind warning right now in the Tampa Bay area because they've had to face the eye wall. The eye wall has brought those gusts to near 100 miles an hour in some locations. In addition, the rainfall intensity in that area is extreme. So flash flooding and river flooding across a swath of central Florida that includes from Tampa all the way to Daytona can be anticipated. And you've discussed the fact that there have been tornadoes. At one point, 54 tornado warnings issued in the state of Florida, including supercell thunderstorms. That's normally something you see in Kansas and Texas. Well, we saw that in Florida today, out ahead of Hurricane Milton.
And John, so, you know, the storm doubling in size in 24 hours and then sort of speeding up in these final moments before it hit land. And I know that, you know, it had been maybe it was going to hit around midnight or just after, just before, but suddenly now the eye wall already on shore and it sped up. What does all of this mean on the actual ground? And we're looking here now even at some images of the surge coming in all the way down in Key West.
Well, it means, those folks that were able to hide from the wind and not have to run from the water, they all need to be hunkered down right now. Now, those that ran from the water hopefully are in a safe space. Those that did not run from the water, and I'm talking about storm surge here, well, things are going to start to get really dicey real fast. And that includes anywhere, I would say, from Sarasota down to Charlotte Harbor, Port Charlotte, Cape Coral, Fort Myers, further south to Naples, even down to Naples. That inundation is coming in as you and I are talking. And it's only going to get worse all the way until landfall. And it won't start to recede until after landfall. And landfall could be, from this point, we're talking a couple of hours away, because landfall is defined, Aaron, as the moment that the center of the eye of the hurricane reaches the coast.
All right. Well, John, thank you very much. John, as I said, longest-serving meteorologist in South Florida, watching this epic storm. And let's go back to Bill Weir. A moment ago, we saw Bill in St. Petersburg. And Bill, at that point, there was a wave literally came ashore of where you were standing. I know you've moved a few hundred yards inland.
This Ta-Nehisi Coates interview is legitimately sending shockwaves. What are they doing? Like, is he saying, like, we need to be way harder on people like Ta-Nehisi Coates, or what? Paramount co-CEO pledges a reflection about standards following CBS Ta-Nehisi Coates interview. In a statement, George Cheeks, come on. That's an insane name, bro. His name is George Cheeks. That's crazy. Said that an editorial meeting should be called to talk about the standards for fairness and objectivity set within the news division. Company needs to have a substantive dialogue about the perceptions of bias and inconsistent treatment. In an interview about Coates' new book, The Message, which argues that Israel's treatment of Palestinians is immoral, host Tony DeCoppel drew criticism from some for his pointed questioning around Coates' views. In a statement, Cheeks wrote that an editorial meeting should be called to talk about the standards for fairness and objectivity. But he added the host should still be allowed to ask tough questions. Our hosts and correspondents will continue to ask the toughest questions on the most important and complex issues. In the interview, which took place last week, DeCoppel, we know what happened. Shari Redstone, chair of Paramount Global, said in an Advertising Week panel Wednesday that she disagrees with the idea that the interview did not meet editorial standards. I frankly think Tony did a great job with the interview. See, you're watching, what is this? Here's the full statement by him. You are watching the dynamic shift in real time. You're watching younger executives read the room. You are watching younger executives read the room, read the Western audiences a little bit better and going, hey, we got to dial back on this like Israel dick riding. This shit is going to cost us an audience. It is costing us an entire generation. And the older executives, the ultra-nationalist ones are like, shut the fuck up. Shut your stupid fucking bitch ass up. We're ride or die. How dare you say such things? I'm Israel Chai, okay? Which, by the way, ironic. Shut the fuck up. CBS staffers escalate criticisms of anchors' hostility on Palestine. Yeah. Shari Redstone says CBS News made a mistake in reprimanding Tony DeCoppel. Yep. That's what's going on. I think younger media executives are like, they're not necessarily super pro-Palestine or anything, but they're starting to recognize like, dude, we have lost an entire fucking generation of audience. Like, these guys are inevitably going to grow older and they're never going to fucking listen to us ever again. Meanwhile, if you're 70 years old, you're like, no, I don't care. Fuck you. Are you kidding me? They're like, dude, we have to at least present, like, we at least have to present ourselves as like somewhat consistent. Okay? Bro, just keep it on the storm. 24 hours off the subject, please. Take a week off. Okay? Literally 5 second sidestep away from nonstop storm coverage after 5 hours and 30 minutes. If you have that much of an issue, you can suck me from the back. Okay. He says, to be clear, this has never been about CBS's News' right to ask tough questions. That is and always will be the standard. Our hosts and correspondents will continue to ask the toughest questions on the most important and complex issues. Wendy is an astounding, accomplished leader. She and her leadership team are passionate advocates and stewards for CBS News standards that won't change. Reasonable minds in a newsroom will appropriately pressure test and debate internally to ensure balanced and objective coverage externally. All of us move forward from this moment. Gutting but predictable to see the anti-Semites win this skirmish in the culture war. What? Can you take a second and walk me through the story? Tony was harsh in this interview. Then what happened? They held a meeting because Tony wasn't just harsh to like some random Palestinian Muslim. Okay. Tony DeCoppel wasn't just aggressive and said, you sound like a fucking terror supporter to just any guy. He didn't say that to someone like myself, which would have obviously not made shockwaves in a similar vein. People get away with doing that every single day. He said that to Ta-Nehisi Coates, who is a liberal media darling. Okay, this man was Barack Obama's favorite author. He went after someone in a otherwise like super friendly, non-contentious interview setting. Okay. In a non-contentious, super friendly setting, he went after him and made it seem like he said, your writings would be in the backpack of an extremist. That's what he said. Okay. That was completely inappropriate. So here's the thing. When you do that to someone like Ta-Nehisi Coates because of his attitude change on Israel-Palestine, Ta-Nehisi Coates, fuck bro, okay, Jesus Christ, sorry. On what was otherwise supposed to be a fucking morning show puff piece, yeah, it ruffled a lot of feathers. It got multiple internal staff meetings. It caused a lot of arguments internally, okay? Caused a lot of arguments internally at CBS. At the time, is it on YouTube? I mean, I covered it. The morning show meeting, however, was dramatically cut short when a CBS spokesperson passed CBS Morning's executive producer, Shauna Thomas, a note urging her to quickly wrap it up. Sources said that it was believed that it was due to the possibility that someone was leaking details at the moment. Network employees said prior to Tuesday's meeting being torpedoed, the couple was confronted by one staffer who said his comments during the September 30th segment with Coates were extremely racist, xenophobic, and Islamophobic, while the anchor remained respectful and calm during the charged meeting. Okay. Okay, take a week off. Take a day off. Some of you are literally allergic to any kind of fucking news that is like ostensibly Palestine related. I fucking despise you. I'm just letting you know. Y'all are so fucking annoying. This isn't even like death and destruction in Gaza. This is about American media commentary. And even then you're like, whoa, Palestine for me. Whoa, it's a bridge too far. I don't want to hear about some fucking barbaric Arabs being defended. Not on my news media channel. Suck my dick. Okay. Anyway, like I'm going to get back to fucking storm coverage in a second. At the same time, the couple was pressed by staffers in the Tuesday meeting on how he would handle an interview with a Palestinian guest. asserting that he would treat it the same way as his conversation with Coates, the anchor said he'd asked the guests about their politics and whether they'd agreed that Israel has a right to exist. Speaking on the condition of anonymity, 5 CBS employees told Ciao that the leaked audio of Monday's call to Barry Weiss's fervent pro-Israel outlet, the Free Press, may have been a message to intimidate them into silence. Bro, it's so funny that Israel defenders do like straight up espionage shit. Like, that's a crazy thing, dude. Like, who the fuck are you? Who do you think you are? Fuck Barry Weiss. Claiming that the majority of the newsroom supports network chief Wendy McMahon and the head of news gathering Adrian Rourke for initially rebuking DeKoppel, they noted the chilling effect a very loud pro-Israeli minority, many of whom hold senior positions, can have on them speaking out about biased coverage of Israel and Palestine. Sources said that while Tuesday's meetings featured network's head of standards and practices admonishing DeKoppel for ignoring CBS protocols during the Coates interview, it appears that the CBS Mornings anchor will go unpunished. Like, everybody thinks that they're like little Mossad operators, you know what I mean? You're not, okay? You're just like an annoying fucking tattletale who is expending the last remaining institutional power they have in an effort to defend an apartheid regime currently and actively committing a genocide. You're cooked. Like, shut the fuck up. Yeah, you're not like you're not a spy. You're just a tattletale and objectively annoying. Despite Redstone's expressing her frustration with the way CBS News management handled the matter, CBS CEO and Paramount co-chief George Cheeks sent out a statement in support of McMahon on Wednesday. This is kind of, you know what this is, for the record? This is kind of like, people always say, like, Hasan, why doesn't Hasan get punished? Why doesn't Hasan get punished? He is like very clearly pro-terrorism or whatever. It's like, there is a level of understanding, regardless. There is a level of understanding amongst most normal people that they know that I'm like, they might not agree with what I have to say at times, especially as it pertains to American foreign policy, but they recognize that there is journalistic value and there's value in terms of the commentary in what I engage with, especially because first and foremost, I care about people spreading misinformation and I try to show every side of a particular subject. You can try to cross the wires as hard as you can. Bro, you are not a journalist. I never said I am. That's funny that you just said that. You're not that guy, pal. I never said I'm a journalist. I said there is journalistic value to what I do. I am not a journalist. I've never said I'm a journalist. But having said that, of course, even the Timothy Charlemagne interview that I did, a lot of people hate that. A lot of people hated that. They complained about it nonstop. What a lot of people also don't know is that New York Times reporters reached out to me to get access to this person. NBC reporters reached out to me to get access to this person because they too also saw that there was value in interviewing this person. Okay? There is a reason why, while I never maintained the position that I'm a fucking journalist, okay, because I'm not, there are certainly other journalists and editors and people inside of American news media that are doing objective reporting that see value in my coverage. Okay? You can try to massage the reality. You can try to shift it in a way that benefits your propagandist purposes. But ultimately, it doesn't matter. Like, people who are more knowledgeable on the situation, like award-winning, celebrated, well-decorated veteran journalists like Jeremy Scahill, see a very different reality there. Okay? So that's the reason why you most likely get confused if you are primed into believing that, like, I somehow have tremendous institutional influence in the halls of Twitch and Amazon or whatever. It's not that at all. You find yourself more and more trying to plug this hole that is inconsistent in your mind. You're like, I don't understand. This guy's like everyone around me in my Discord, everyone in my Reddit is telling me that this person is literally like pro-terrorism, not recognizing that you've been primed by Islamophobia to arrive at this opinion. Not recognizing that outside of those bubbles that you're in, many people, no matter how hard you try to massage the truth, especially those who are in this industry, in this business, don't see it the way that you do. And because there's that inconsistency there, kind of like a Trump supporter refusing to recognize climate change, you look for alternative reasons and you engage in these like grander and grander schemes. Like he must have some sort of control, some sort of influence over Twitch. And that's the reason why they're letting him do this sort of thing. Do you see what I mean? If you can't look at something critically, if you can't comprehend what is going on in front of your eyes, you end up making, grand conspiracies up. And that's precisely what's happening in this situation as well. No matter how much these outlets end up presenting a false narrative on Israel, a false narrative that is certainly backed by genuine committed believers at the tippy top of news media, okay? There are still very much normal human beings, especially who are under the age of like 40, okay, who recognize that this interview was ridiculous. The way that Tony DeCoppel presented himself was completely unprofessional. Okay? Most people still see the reality. The other institutional power I have, of course, is that I run 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour. Quote from Barry Weiss's op-ed about the CBS meeting. There are some people at CBS who think that Israel's existence as a state should be a part of a fair conversation, said one CBS source. Can you imagine journalists having that conversation about any other country? I can. As a matter of fact, they don't even have that as a theoretical conversation. They have that conversation regularly about every single nation that is outside of the sphere of American influence. So that's a ridiculous question. One that you can only have if you've never even entertained the alternative and you just take it for granted that everyone feels that way. Anyway, the 3-minute ad break is upon us regardless. Here it is. So that's it. That's what's funny about this is that the fair conversation that should be taking place that Ta-Nehisi Coates was having is not whether or not Israel should exist. It's whether or not Israel should exist in the ways that it currently does. And the answer is one that Zionists do not like. Because the answer is no. Israel should not exist as an apartheid state. That is a very simple, very easy answer to a not so complicated question. Everything else that counters that narrative is just basically trying to claw your way up back to this fucking mountain where you want to posture yourself as a moral person in polite society as you simultaneously present the most fascist arguments I've ever heard in my entire life. And the only way that you can get away with presenting these fascist arguments, the only reason why you can get away with presenting these fascist arguments and still maintaining your like elite liberal attitude and go to these fucking cocktail circuits and whatnot is because most people are also primed into thinking that Palestinians are not human beings. That's it. Furthermore, the ADL met with McMahon this week and made it clear that DeCoppel merely challenged Coates' one-sided views on the Israel-Palestine conflict. The ADL as an institution has lost all fucking significance, has lost all relevance. And it's really funny And I suspect, this is anecdotal, obviously, I suspect the ADL no longer has relevance even like inside of the Jewish community in the United States of America, because I saw Zionist Jews getting mad at the ADL time and time again for some of the very obvious missteps that they made in an effort to like lend credibility to people who were serial anti-Semites like Elon Musk, right? Like that was such a bold move from the Apartheid Defense League that the former president of the ADL was like, what the fuck are you doing? The ADL has lost so much favor that even fucking Wikipedia doesn't consider it to be like a solid resource. Lost in all this kerfuffle, though, the fact that DeKoppel, by his own admission, believes that he is above the law. While the network has strictly defined rules that the rest of his news colleagues followed, DeKoppel essentially let them know on Tuesday that those rules don't apply to him. Meanwhile, morale continues to sink at CBS News over how all of this is played out, especially with Tuesday's meeting falling apart quickly, which left Thomas, who oversaw the meeting, in tears. Still, a network insider pointed out that there is an enormous amount of support for Wendy and Adrienne and the team who reviewed this and worked on this. The final straw, even before Coates was all but accused of being anti-Semitic by DeKoppel last week, the CBS anchor had raised eyebrows at the network over the past year with his overt editorializing, especially regarding topics involving Israel and Gaza. If Tony would just shut the fuck up, none of this would be happening, one CBS insider told Zateo. For instance, following a report on April in the University of Southern California canceling its Muslim valedictorian speech over safety concerns, in air quotes, due to her pro-Palestinian views, DeKoppel said it spoke to a bigger debate about what's acceptable public speech and suggested the student had called for the complete abolishment of Israel, prompting internal complaints. She had not. Okay? Additionally, sources who spoke to Zateo noted that the Coates interview wasn't the only moment from the September 30th broadcast that left staffers and management displeased with DeKoppel. Reporting from the ground in Beirut following the assassination of Hezbollah leader Hasan Nasrallah and amid Israel's ongoing airstrikes, CBS foreign correspondent Imtiaz Tiab noted that Israel was preparing a ground invasion that has the potential of being far deadlier than anything we've seen so far. Wrapping up the segment, DeKoppel added, if Hezbollah thought that Israel was going to graciously, I remember this. I remember covering this in real time. I remember this news broadcast because I was in awe that he had the audacity to fucking say this out loud. If you recall, we watched it in real time. If he said, if Hezbollah thought that Israel was going to graciously take a year full of rockets, Hezbollah miscalculated. While reporting from a literal war zone, Tiab appeared somewhat irked with his colleague's flippant remark. DeKoppel, meanwhile, quickly segued into an interview with former Trump National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster to talk about the violence in the Middle East, who wasn't subjected to any real level of scrutiny from DeKoppel. Anyway, but yeah, it was the sit down with Coates promoting his new book, The Message, that was the straw that broke the camel's back. While co-host Nate Burleson stuck to the plan with his first question, DeKoppel immediately deviated from the script. The anchor said Coates' book would not be out of place in the backpack of an extremist, wondered if the author was offended by the Jewish state, and questioned why he didn't include appropriate context about the Palestinians' role in their own oppression. To which I think Ta-Nehisi Coates dealt with graciously, maintaining his moral clarity on the utterly unconscionable and inhumane system of governance that is apartheid. That is what Israel is. He also, in my opinion, did a fantastic job saying you can get that perspective in every fucking outlet of mainstream media, in every goddamn mainstream media news outlet. Rarely does anyone ever talk about the plight of the Palestinians. He did a fantastic job. He did not come across angry. And I think part of that is because Ta-Nehisi Coates is not Palestinian. He's not Arab. He's not Muslim. Okay? Not only is he, very well media trained, but beyond that, I think considering that he even worked for The Atlantic, which is run by a fucking former Israeli concentration camp guard, he has never had to withstand this kind of scrutiny before, so it's not as emotionally impactful to him directly. You know? He was not baited by it. Yeah, there's no shortage of that perspective in American media, Coates calmly responded. The couple's hijacking of the interview left both Burleson and co-host Gayle King largely sidelined throughout the discussion. In fact, King had planned to ask Coates about Hamas's role in the war with Israel, something that the author revealed in a podcast interview with Trevor Noah. According to Coates, King had approached him backstage with his book full of her handwritten notes, explaining that she was going to ask him some specific questions. Well, on the one hand, the couple probably did me a service by just kind of commandeering that interview. I don't think he did Nate and Gayle a service, and I'm really, really sorry for them, he told Noah. But yeah, a lot of people understandably ripped into this interview. And it is kind of shocking that Ta-Nehisi Coates was able to learn all of the lessons that Western defenders of Palestinian emancipation and activists have learned over the course of many, many decades, seemingly overnight. Okay? Because his change of heart came, I think like a couple years ago, but like he very actively started talking about this a couple months ago, post October 7. The way to, you always, and I repeat this to a lot of new leftists out there, if you are thinking that you can be even a fraction as callous in your indifference to violence in the same way that defenders of Israel are in broad daylight, and they can call for your death if they want to without any sort of scrutiny whatsoever. Many such examples. Sarah Silverman, Amy Schumer, fucking, Rabbi Shmuley, many examples in Western media of such a reality. You would be wrong if you think that you can be as callous. You can't. You have to always put your best foot forward. And even if people are provoking you by calling you horrifying things that you do not agree with at all, like anti-Semitic or terrorist supporter, you want civilians to die, things like that, you can't respond with emotion. If you do, then, the broader majority of the audience that is not tuned into understanding the daily struggles of the Palestinian person are going to cast you aside as, a terrorism supporter. Anyway, we're going to get back to the eye of the storm, which is now on its way to hit. The eye wall is imminent. How does a pic of you saying you got double D's already have 14K likes? I'm pregnant. Who's this man? My cousin? Yeah, I posted a titty pic earlier today. Stinky with an update. Our meteorologist in the chat. 8 p.m. Eastern, Milton is close to making landfall along the coast of west central Florida. Life-threatening storm surge, damaging winds, and flooding rains are currently happening across the peninsula. Milton is a Category 3 with winds of 120 miles per hour and a minimum pressure of 954 millibars. Milton is 20 miles southwest of Sarasota and 130 miles southwest of Orlando. Milton is moving at 15 miles per hour. Those are B's at best. Get good. Reed might be stuck. There's a field of debris.
No waves yet. The dudes are doing a pretty good job, aren't they? They are. See the others? Want to go look at the other side first? Just getting on shore, though. This is getting deeper, isn't it?
Okay, that's too loud.
You can tell is really deteriorating. I'm not far away from where Bill is, and the wind is whipping. It is super loud. The rain is super, it's pounding the windows and the doors. We've had to kind of put towels up because some of the water is starting to just leak in from below. The ambulances have just stopped running, so right now we're not going to be getting any patients by ambulance, but there are still people coming in the front doors that are just trying to
More good
get their
news.
kiddos, if their kiddos are sick, just trying to get them in here. My kiddos are still
What the
safe, and
fuck?
they had a great time today
Is
at the
that
kids
Jeff?
zone, so we're just kind of hunkering down and watching the weather.
Yeah, you said you were giving them endless screen time. I hope the power doesn't go out, so the batteries don't run out, so that their screens go blank.
Get
Just in
back
terms
inside,
of,
Jeff. What the hell?
I mean, the hospital obviously has its own power source. So has it ever lost power? I mean, in a storm?
We absolutely lose power, but the generators kick on very quickly. Some flickering now. So the generators will kick on, and then that will restore power to the hospital, and we'll continue to be able to function.
And how long do you expect to stay there? I mean, how long, like a shift, are you working?
I'm working my normal 10 to 12-hour shifts, and I will be here until the recovery team is able to come and tag me out. So if the weather's bad and the roads are bad and they can't get here for another day or two, after the storm's done, then I'm here until they're able to get here to relieve me.
We saw it when I was driving in earlier this morning. I saw a lot of long lines of ambulances heading north. I assume they were taking patients to hospitals out of the danger zone, which is certainly a good thing to see. I really appreciate talking to you. I want to go back to I wish you the best, and everybody who's working at the hospital. Thank you for what you're doing. I want to go to Randy Kay, who is in Sarasota. Randy, where are you, and what are you seeing?
Anderson, we're about a half mile from the water from South Shore Drive here in Sarasota, and it's really interesting what just happened just in the last few moments. When we talked just a few minutes ago, the wind was kicking up. It was a little bit difficult to stand. We were talking about projectiles around the neighborhood from debris and fences coming down. Right now, it seems as if we're either in the eye or very close to being in the eye, because there's a sense of a bit of a tranquility. The rain has really come to a stop.
Yeah, I think you're in the eye then, right?
After I'm saying that. And obviously there's still a little bit of wind around here. But, Anderson, there is a sense of it's a bit more tranquil here. I mean, when the eye approaches, when you get close, people tend to come outside. They think it's safe. That's not what we want people to do, of course, because they think it's over. It's not over. This is just sort of a break for us as the eye passes. Anderson?
Have you gotten any sense of how many people sought shelter, or how many people are in shelters in Sarasota?
Yeah, it's interesting. There are a number of shelters open, and they were all allowing pets because they wanted to make sure that people didn't abandon their pets during a storm like this. But they were pretty full. There was one couple I noticed that they had not evacuated for Helene. They were very concerned about Milton, so they decided to go to a shelter, and they did some shelter shopping. They wanted to find the right shelter. But the shelters have been crowded. From what I understand, I spoke to the Sarasota Mayor, Liz Alpert, and she told me that people have certainly been heeding the warnings and going to the shelters this time around, Anderson.
All right, Randy, thanks so much. I want to go to Chief Kokager in Palmetto, Florida. Chief, how are things there? Whoa, we're just getting a big gust right now. Apologies. So Palmetto is right across the Manatee from where I am. Chief, how are things in Palmetto?
Very windy, very rainy, but we're hunkered down at the condo that I live in, and our island is all buttoned up, and we're hoping for the best.
do you have a sense of, obviously there's, millions of people under mandatory evacuation orders. Do you have a sense of what percentage of people in your community actually did evacuate?
I think that there was somewhere between 98 and 100% of people that did evacuate from Holmes Beach. We made the message clear that this was not the storm to hunker down in. This is not Helene. We're not going to be able to get out and rescue you. All first responders left the island when the wind started picking up somewhere around 11 or noon. And, people were on their own after that. And we made it clear that we would not be coming and rescuing like we did with Helene.
Holy shit. Did you just read the bottom? Turkish captain died on board, so a Turkish airline jet from Seattle to Istanbul had to make an emergency landing. Thank God Eric Adams wasn't on it.
CNA, I can't tell if it's just that we have no visibility here. Do you still have electricity?
I do. I'm in the towers across from you, the tall towers that are right on the same grid, I think, as Manatee Memorial Hospital. So we stay powered up most of the time.
And in terms of the capabilities for law enforcement, for fire rescue, at this point, I assume everything's shut down. When do you decide, okay, it's safe to go out?
In the morning, we're going to muster up and we're going to get the first in teams, and we're going to make sure that the roads and the bridges are clear. And once we can get out to the island and see that the bridges are still there, the roads are still there, and that no power lines are down, then we can clean the roads as much as we can. And then we'll start letting residents back out once we get it under control.
Well, Chief, I really appreciate all you're doing. Thank you very much. Thanks for being with us. I want to go to the mayor of Tampa right now, Jane Castor. Mayor, what's your message to folks in this area? How are things in Tampa right now?
Well, we're
we lost the mayor, obviously. The winds have definitely picked up just a little bit, as you can tell, just a couple of gusts. But for now, it seems, I can't tell how much of this is going to be in this area in Bradenton, a wind event, how much the water is going to come. Again, they were expecting as much as 9 feet of storm surge. And Chad Myers was saying, there are still many hours left in this thing that is likely coming. So obviously, that's going to be one thing we're watching for. I'm sorry, repeat that? Okay, let's go to Sarah Lesker, who's riding out the storm in St. Petersburg. Hey, Sarah, I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you, but how are you doing? You're riding out the storm in St. Petersburg. Where are you?
We are in St. Petersburg, right on Central Avenue. We could lose power any second. So before I do, I just want to say, hey, Anderson Cooper.
Anderson Cooper's the funniest person to send out there because, like, as a rich guy, I think he's so fucking sheltered that he doesn't even understand basic concepts like weather patterns. Like, he is precise. He is like in the CNN lineup. He has to be the absolute worst guy out of their like mainline anchors to be standing out there in the water. Okay. He's like, I don't really understand. There's water all over me. They're saying that this is rain, on concept I'm unfamiliar with because I usually have a bunch of butlers shelter me from such acts of nature. Like, it is such a funny fucking person to put out there.
Expected storms and sunshine, but I don't think we expected like two hurricanes in less than 10 days. So.
And I understand you have a 15-month-old.
He's done this kind of coverage
girl.
for like 20 years. It's how he started. The fuck you talking about? Okay, what I'm talking about is that he is objectively a Vanderbilt. And beyond that, his line of questioning is so funny. Like, I don't know if somewhere along his career he forgot how to do this, but he's at a place like Wolf Blitzer would be in this storm. Okay? Like, the vibes that he's putting out honestly feel like he's never even been outside before. Why is Chatter riding Anderson's dick so hard? It's cock riding time. Yeah, he probably volunteered for this, by the way, for good old time's sake or whatever.
There was
But
no gas. We went to a Target. I think it was like an hour and a half north also. And I was able to get a couple things. So we have enough supplies. We have enough milk for baby. We're doing the best I can. Have some candles, some tea lights in case we lose power, which we probably will.
Yeah. Well, listen, I wish you and your family the best, and I will check in with you because I'm curious. Whoa, something just snapped. That's never a good sound. I'm curious to just talk to you after this is done to see your first experience. It's always kind of scary to face something that's so unknown, but I wish you the best, and I'm glad you're.
I feel like as a news anchor, he's so goddamn out of touch with like real human beings that it unironically feels like even normal questions that he asks people are just like, so like, how do you boil water? You know what I mean? I would like to know. I've never had the privilege to do such a thing, so I don't know. How do you boil water?
Because again, the amount of rain that's going to come down over the next few hours is really eye-opening. We're looking at 5 to 8 additional inches of rain on top of the 6 that have already come down. That puts us at a foot or above. And I'm listening because there's a tree right by me that is kind of swaying ominously. We saw the lights in this area. This is like a commercial area, a mile or so off of the water of Tampa Bay. The lights have been flickering, so they're definitely taking hits to the power here. Where we were just a short time ago on Tampa Bay.
Like, look at the difference between my guy and Anderson Cooper in the way that he is communicating things that are happening around him.
Because of the easterly wind, and then it came back with significant force. It would not surprise me to see extensive flooding, not only in that area, but in these neighborhoods. As we were coming over here, there was a lot of flooding. There was difficult water that we had to traverse. Fortunately, one thing that I have seen change in a positive direction over the last few hours, I haven't seen any residents outside as of the last hour or so. Earlier in the day, there were people outside on Tampa Bay taking pictures. This is as very strong winds and very punishing rain were coming down. The rain kind of feels like BB pellets on your skin. And you got people outside taking photographs, something that officials had been warning about. There'd been a shelter-in-place recommendation from officials since early on this afternoon. Again, fortunately, no significant damage where we are right now, but obviously as you get closer to the water of Tampa Bay,
the other anchor is an honorary Muslim. He's not. When I found out that he was like Latino, I was shocked.
Yeah. Hey, Boris, I just want to, Neil, can we walk over to the river? Are you able to do that? I just want to walk and just show people a little bit. I want to.
I forget what his name is, but I like him.
River, because earlier it was still.
He's cool.
It wasn't. It was starting to kind of come up on the river walk, but you can tell, like the ground here. Obviously, this is sand. The ground here is very, very wet. It's been raining for many hours. You can see trees here that branches of these palm trees that have blown off. They're over here. You see them over there as well, littering the ground. There's more here. But this is the Manatee River. And
come on, dog! Look, he's doing it. He's doing what I'm talking about.
The walk of the river walk. You can tell, you get a sense of how bad the visibility is. That's a bridge right over there. You can see some of the lights are still on the bridge. But as I said, you can barely see. We were talking to the chief of police in Palmetto. He was saying they do have electricity. You can now sort of see some lights over there. But again, visibility is really down. Boris, in terms of storm surge, do you have any sense of, has there been flooding in Tampa, or obviously the ground is really wet from so much rain. Has there actually been surge yet?
It's hard to tell, Anderson, because as we were leaving from where we are, it seemed like it was about to creep in. We were at a park that was right on Tampa Bay. We were looking at
the ground is the wettest from the standpoint of water. They're saying this hurricane is the wettest.
Throughout the day, that just got cloudier and cloudier, as you could imagine, and the water was starting to hit the seawall. I can tell you that as we drove away into the neighborhood that was right next to there were some buildings right next to that park. The water, I didn't get off the car, but the water started to get right to the bumper of our car. We had an intense amount of splashback on our windshield, and so we slowed to make sure that we were in the center of the road, that we weren't going to get in any trouble. And then as we got out of there, it lightened up, even though there were patches in other neighborhoods. I have to imagine that as the hours go on, that neighborhood is going to experience significant flooding just because of the location where it is. It's hard to say with any amount of certainty whether the storm surge has gone over and into that park, but it would not be a surprise if it did. It was part of the evacuation zone that officials...
Bro, I want to know, not from these guys, no disrespect, but I want to hear from a fucking professional why there isn't the predicted storm surge. Where's Stinky? Where's Stinky when you need her, dude? Where's Stinky? Like, is the storm surge up to the levels that they predicted? I know it was predicted to be like 10 feet minimum, or 10 feet minimum, up to 15 feet. But as Hurricane Milton has made landfall, the storm surge was supposed to come in before it even made landfall. I know it hasn't hit peak yet, but I thought that the water levels would have risen higher at this point. Maybe I'm wrong, and I need someone who understands this stuff better than me to explain to me if this is under the estimations or over the estimations, or just about right.
Slowly but surely, probably somewhere now to where it was with Helene. Very, very close to where it was with Helene. Will it go higher? Only time will tell. All right, again, northern eye wall, rain, wind, that's where Mike Bettis is. Mike, give us the latest from Tampa.
All right, Jim, it's interesting to see what's happened now. Is it looks like we're getting a little bit of a elongation, if you will, a northern punch of the eye wall up here toward Tampa, and it is a punishing wind and rain right now, and it's been like this for about the last, say, 20 minutes or so, and it's really been coming down. Rainfall rates have picked up. The winds have picked up exponentially now here. That little burst that we see on radar. We've had a lot of yellow and orange. A lot of you at home know, if you follow on our radar app, a lot of yellow, a lot of orange on the radar. Now we're starting to see bursts of red on there, which really means that it's coming down. That's where you're also going to see the biggest punch of wind that comes along with this. So what the concern now will be is a couple of things, right? We're watching for really intense rainfall rates that are going to cause some flooding now, fresh water flooding. We're also going to watch for now, because we've had so much water, the wind. And so if you've got any trees that maybe now have really wet ground around them, they may be susceptible to coming over and toppling, and potentially maybe even a chance for some power outages. I've seen some power lines arcing. So
the water's been sucked out of Tampa Bay by Milton. It happened fast. God damn.
Lines, you'll see these big green or blue flashes.
That's crazy, dude.
Some piece of debris. Usually it's a tree branch or something like that. The other issue now, because of our wind direction, which is primarily east, or maybe even a bit of a northeast component, now you're getting bayside storm surge. All right, so the water's not coming into Tampa Bay, and Jim was mentioning that. Some of the water's going out of Tampa Bay, but it could be pushing back across Old Tampa Bay and causing bayside flooding. So you can think about places like Clearwater City of St. Pete, not the beaches, but the cities, and how much storm surge water is going to come in for them. That will be saltwater flooding in those locations. But one thing I'd be worried about, if you live in an area that's a low-lying area, an area where maybe you've got poor drainage, and this can happen in afternoon thunderstorms, where intersections will fill up with water. That may happen 2, 3, 4-fold with this one, right? Because we've got so much water that's coming down for us right now, so much rain that we're seeing right now. So just want you to be aware of what those issues are right now. And so, again, I look around, and the good news is we put ourselves in a position where we don't have any flying projectiles, not in the area that had any debris from Hurricane Helene, thank goodness. And so you wouldn't be worried necessarily this evening for flying debris in this location where we are, thank goodness. We're right by a parking garage so that we can have some shelter if indeed we need that. But with an extreme wind warning, all right, what that tells you is the winds will be really elevated with the gusts that come in here on the northern side of the eye. Shelter as if it were a tornado, okay? ground level of your building. Down to the bottom level. Don't be on the second or third story of your home. You're down to the bottom level. Inside in the interior room, stay away from the windows. Stay away from doors, garage doors. Those things are all very susceptible to wind. Hopefully, maybe you've boarded up or you put your hurricane shutters up. You won't have to worry about your windows being compromised. But we're getting the full front of it here on the northern side of the eye. And landfall of Milton is imminent. Stick around for more live coverage right here on the Weather Channel.
Dude, the reason why I don't watch Ryan Hall, even though I have him pulled up here, is because his shit confuses me, dog. Like, there are too many fucking maps and stuff. Like, obviously he's the online expert of this sort of thing. But like, anytime I fucking click on it, like, my autism kicks in and it frustrates me.
Conditions do continue to rapidly deteriorate in Tampa as well. Strong winds and heavy rain are causing flash flooding problems. We are getting to the point where we are probably going to start hearing about freshwater rescues here soon.
He has half a million people watching him right now.
Flooding event that's about to take place in Tampa.
Ryan Hall is low-key a fraud. The weather community hates his ass. I mean, they probably hate my ass more than if they knew I existed, because I know less than he does. You know? I know less than he does, brother. Pressure down to 29 point... What? The weather community are going to cancel you for saying that we've been over this. Okay, I don't know anything. I love the weather community. Please don't get mad at me. I have my goats. I have my Jeff. I have my Jeff. And I have my Reed. And I have my regular news coverage. And obviously we have the Weather Channel. Okay? Those are... That's the fucking mountaintop of the goats. Okay? And we have our own meteorologist in the chat as well, obviously. But beyond that, you know, I rely on this stuff. I rely on these guys, okay? Reed is obviously greatly improved his standards. I mean, this motherfucker's got like 8 people now on his team. He's got like a studio setup going on, 144,000 people watching him.
I swear that looks like copper.
There is no way he's putting out a drone in these conditions. This is why I love Reed. He is an insane man. Okay? He's out of his dang mind. He's out of his dang mind.
Oh man.
He's like, oh, I can't wait to put the drone out during the eye of the fucking hurricane, dude. He's the
miles
goat.
an hour. Now that we're getting close to the eye wall, can you adjust the AI to make the winds a little bit stronger back at the house?
Yeah, it's your chat's getting unhappy with it.
Ryan Hall is wild because he'll be like, let's consult with our resident meteorologist, and it's a kid with a Logitech headset in his bedroom. Okay, what do you think I'm doing when I ask Stinky? Okay. I think it's funny because there are like probably, there's 45,000 people in here. There's probably professional meteorologists in here watching currently, because this is not supposed to be super serious, but also somewhat entertaining.
Fake guy. Fake one. Oh, man.
Storm surge
All
is
of
coming into
Nebraska's
Venice.
AI? That's true.
We officially hit 30K watching.
That's actually insane.
We're back in the back eye wall. Might be a little bit more tense across the bridge
He's
to the
eating
north.
some dried mangoes.
Like north
Jeff's
of
out here eating
across
dried
that bridge
mangoes.
again.
Or if we went west too, we'd probably get into it as well.
It's ripping right here, yeah.
Maybe go on the bridge.
Not
Let's
now.
go check on James.
Thank you so much for the super chat, John.
Dude, that's got to be such a weird experience. Is it actually 78 degrees right now? Like that shit, I lived in Florida and I forgot what that was like. I forgot what it's like when it's fucking raining and it's hot and humid at the same time. Like, that's crazy, bro. Imagine chatters who have never actually lived through one of these sorts of situations. When you see these conditions, you think, oh, it's cold. It's insanely cold. It's not. 78 degrees. 78 is not hot. What the fuck? Wait, what? 78 is not hot. 78 is cold. What are you talking about? '78 is definitely hot. Oh God, I forget that it's like everyone's understanding of like what hot is supposed to be is so busted due to climate change. Arizona chatters are like, what are you talking about? It's 115 degrees. It's a perfect summer breeze right now. We're in fucking October, dude. What are you talking about? We're in the middle of the month of October. It's 78 degrees and it's fucking raining like that.
Are going to continue.
Hasan is autistic. You can't tell him he's wrong.
These storm surge tides, storm surge, going to keep piling up. Sorry, we've been streaming for 9 hours now or something. Been streaming for a little while, so you know, we're all starting to lose it, but there's still plenty to go. So we got to refocus. We got to stand up. We got to stretch.
78 is not sweater weather. Okay, y'all are just lying. Y'all, okay, no. 78 is, you know what's warm? The boundary between 65 and 70. Okay? I mean, I'm in dry ass California. Everything above 70 starts getting hot. Everything over 80 to 90 degrees is extremely hot. Dude, you're from LA. You know damn well 78 is not hot. I thought I would have more Canadian chatters chirping right now, being like 78 is so hot I die sometimes, you know? I thought I would have some Minnesotan chatters in here being like 78 degrees. Are you fucking kidding me? Turns out everyone here lives in, you know, the fucking Sahara Desert. Anything below 60 is cold.
Fort Myers didn't want to surge. They are? Yeah, he just showed. He did? And somebody else he's working with is down there and pulled up in that stream. That John Humphreys? I don't know who that is, and I don't know that person, so it could be.
It's funny because all I was trying to say is like, you would not imagine someone being comfortable in fucking flip-flops, shorts, and a t-shirt in the middle of like torrential downpour like this. But because it's in Florida, you forget that it's 78 fucking degrees. So like technically it's a very weird experience in comparison to like this kind of weather that you would normally experience in New Jersey would mean it's really fucking cold. And chatters have been yelling at me non-fucking stop. Oh my God. Especially with the humidity.
We pulled back. The whole apartment here's got some surge in it. I think on the other side of that dune, there's got to be wave action, right? It's crazy. Literally an hour and a half ago, the water was still on beach. We saw you guys. Oh, really? We're the same guys. There it is! Front wall!
Oh.
Y'all stay safe. Be careful.
Wait, how fucking... you know, mentioning temperature is one of the quickest ways to get Trad to be insufferable. True, I forgot. It's the cardinal sin. Okay, while they're trying to set up this fucking goddamn drone, let's take a look at what CNN's
Rain
saying.
event, and you can see the volumes of water behind me. That means that if you take a look at Howard Avenue here, as I kind of slosh around in this means that drains are going to overflow, sewers are going to overflow. They're already overflowing here on Howard Avenue. You've got canals near here that are going to, top off and start to maybe push into some of these streets. You can see this is already happening. The street behind me is completely covered with water. Howard Avenue here is almost completely flooded. We've had a couple of vehicles come by here in the last few minutes. Not a good decision by these people, including a motorcyclist who came by here. I don't know what he was thinking, but he got past here just barely. So, it's really now a matter of wind and rain and volume and people having to withstand that. It is really not safe to be out in this.
Just Florida activities, man.
Anything else, Anderson?
Yeah, well, Brian, be careful. Let's check in with Carlos Suarez in Fort Myer. Carlos?
Bro, you could have went a little bit further back.
Anderson, it's a little
That's
bit
my
difficult,
favorite thing that these guys do when they put them right in the fucking water. Like, that's dangerous, dog. You don't need to be in that water. You could be right there, right back there on the grass.
1 or 2 feet from, at this point, just breaching this seawall to my left.
Why'd they make my boy sit on poopy water, dude? Yo, get away from the poopy water, dog. What the fuck?
Inland. This is the concern that officials had with this storm, especially as that forecasted path still took that hurricane to the north of us here. We are looking at the forecast for the storm surge overnight and into tomorrow at this point is probably closer to 6 to 8, perhaps even 9.
Isn't that super dangerous? He's in the water. There's like active lights around him. Like electricity is what? He's probably got tall rain boots under those pants. Yeah, but still, I don't want to be in fucking poopy water, dude. Who the hell wants to be in poopy water? Put Anderson in the poopy water. He could be like, the ground is wet and covered in poop.
Mexico. And when it comes to the Caloosahatchee River, the rainfall that is falling across parts of Lake Okeechobee and even central Florida, that water is also starting to come down. And so what happens here is you have the Gulf coming in on one side of the river.
Stream.
You've got the rain and the flooding coming in from the other part of the river. And when it comes here, it has nowhere else to go.
Oh, you
and
see
so
the light flicker. Look.
What's happening here behind me is kind of taking place. There's some
You see
greenery
that?
behind me, this kind of landscape yard here. This will be underwater.
Yeah, his power went out.
Anderson, I was out here during her.
His power went out. He's gone. There's gators in that water. I don't know. Like, I feel like they probably aren't chilling at this point. You know, they're probably fucking hiding or some shit. I suspect if I was a gator, I wouldn't want to be roaming around town. Jeff is inside the eye right now. All right, let's tune into our guy. Where's Jeff?
Thanks for the 5,000 plus viewers. Let's try to get 100,000. Can we not top 100,000, please? Subscribe, Twitch,
Jeff.
Twister Chasers.
Jeff is chilling.
.com on YouTube. Let's get to 100,000. Let's make it happen tonight, please. It's coming, Jeff.
The highest risk is power lines in the water because they'll literally kill you from a distance. Go inside. What are we doing?
Gonna change here quick. It went to west. Yeah. I got pop more water. I'm dehydrated.
Jeff is about to get hit with the back wall, dude. He's about to get stroked. He is about to get fucking. He's about to
subscribe.
Milton's about to show his stroke game.
So the Drudge Report's taking my video live. Awesome, man. Gets a SIMA bill. Okay, I'm getting all kinds of emergency messages here. Let's see what's happening. Okay. There are people posting videos. Jeff.
Tampa residents need help to check if vital health needs can be covered during the storm surge. Any strip clubs open? What's open? Wind, rain, and beautiful ladies that I can spend some dollars on.
Yeah, the water's leaving the bay. Tampa Bay, it's surging out. They're negative. Tampa Bay. Water's getting sucked out of Tampa Bay. That's what we thought.
What the
All
fuck?
kinds of damage reports coming in now. Oh man.
My Zin tower. It fell on its own. I just got hit with a Zin quake. Mandatory ejaculation.
Water's rapidly left Tampa Bay. It sucked out of Tampa Bay in the last few minutes.
Look how nice it is in there, dude.
Going negative in Tampa Bay.
Hurricane Milton officially makes landfall in Siesta Key, Florida, just south of Sarasota at 8:30 p.m. It's devastating Category 3 hurricane with 120 miles per hour winds. Absolutely heartbreaking imagery out of Disney World this morning. Bro, you know someone believes this, though. Like, someone is going to believe... Someone's grandparents saw this and thought it was real and is sending it to... Is sending it to all the fucking family members right now in the group chat. Straight up. Apparently, surge in Tampa will be after landfall when backside of that shit comes over Tampa. There's also like a naked person back there too. That's crazy. How could Biden and Mortimer Mouse do this? Mickey, I hate you. Disney first made the kids gay. Then they made the hurricane hard.
Joseph, I think that's the name. Sorry, someone just said, yeah, thank you, Joseph. Wow.
Dog. No. No. No, he's raw dogging the poopy water.
So it might not be James.
Probably fake.
If it was James, no problem,
Bro, he's raw dogging the poopy water.
In,
Oh, hell nah. Oh, no. Bro, you got dookie stuck inside of your toes, man. The craziest thing is, if you've watched enough Weather Channel, you know this already. We've covered it quite a bit. This, like, people think that this much rainfall and this much storm surge is not devastating. You can easily fucking fall. Okay? Like, that is genuinely dangerous. They tell you not to fucking be anywhere near this level of fucking storm surge. Like, it will sweep your ass out. How do we know it's Duke? Dog, what are you talking about? How do we know it's Duke? Look, first of all, look at the color. Secondly, of course there's fucking sewage in there, bro. What are you kidding me? There's broken glass, chemicals, bits of metal. There's so much dangerous shit in there and actual shit. Exactly. After further investigation, there is a strip club that is open. 2001 Odyssey, adult entertainment club in Tampa, Florida. It actually is open, and it closes at 4 a.m. tonight. Congratulations. This guy loves his dried mango.
Unbelievable good. Yeah, get a Costco sponsorship. There you go. We're a big sponsor at Costco anyway. Yeah, unbelievable. These guys, that was the shock factor there. We always like to have a little fun when everybody gets together. Oh my gosh.
The eye is tightened up on radar.
My man's doing free ads and shit. Okay, Jeff.
No, we got to be getting north right now. I'm leaving you. Jeff, the big storm surge went south of us. There's massive storm surge. Let me call somebody. Just a minute. I'm going to call somebody real quick.
Anyways, if I don't see you guys again.
Huh?
So they were just checking my IFB. So.
Yeah, we caught
Bro just plugged dried fruit.
Sarah, Chase, and I were in it, and then Jeff got on it.
I'm calling somebody right now.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah. I'm going to call you guys about the flight stuff.
Chris.
Chris.
You expect that storm surge to continue flowing in. There's a big current out there. Edgar walked out, felt a couple stingrays. Did you hear any waves on the other side?
Dude, it's the second you get on the other side of those trees, it just gets loud roar and splashing, and just like this really like almost scary owl. Like, oh yeah, but it's growling. So you can see it really coming in right there.
There it is. Here's the eye. Stop.
Shift just in the last 2 minutes before we came back from break. Suddenly the Manatee River is now churning. We had seen some white caps on some water, but I mean, these are now these are now waves churning on the Manatee River, and the water is really starting to come over. I mean, you can see it now just running. This is all water, both from the river and also water coming from higher
Stinky has
ground
an
from this
8:30
rain,
p.m.
which has
Eastern
just been coming
update
down.
incoming. If you want to know what the update is, you're going to have to subscribe, because at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Walk here. This is the river walk here in Bradenton. And we have been out here now for several hours, and this is really the first time. This looks similar to what Bill Weir was experiencing in St. Petersburg about an hour or two ago. Water really coming up on the piers there. This is the first time now that we are seeing this here. Bill, Bill, I want to bring you in here in St. Petersburg, because this reminds
What's the update?
me
I don't
of your
fucking know.
live shot
I was
earlier
just using
in the day.
Stinky.
It's just fascinating that this is.
I was just using Stinky as a way to do a debate. Milton made landfall at 8:30 p.m. EST near Siesta Key, Florida, as a dangerous Cat 3 hurricane. Winds of 120 miles per hour and a minimum pressure of 954 millibar. Milton is still moving at 50 miles. Oh my God, someone's dying over here on the other side in St. Petersburg.
Really gusting. That was a monster. That was a take your breath away. Whoa, watch out, watch out. Now we see signs starting to fly, boys. Back up, back up, back up, back up. There's a construction sign that just is about to blow through this intersection.
Whoa. I don't know if you saw, Bill, we just had a big transformer. It looked like a transformer over going off. And again, the water's really coming up. I'm so wet, it doesn't even matter whether you.
We've been hearing bangs.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we have been hearing percussive bangs in the last couple seconds. that we think might be transformers blowing, or maybe it's just signage getting smacked against the side of these buildings. But wow, it is really violent down here now. Really cranking.
Yeah.
And the rain, as I said, 5 inches in 3
this is
hours,
really, this is
another
really
5 inches to come.
Wow. It's really interesting to see this much water now starting to come up. And again, it's this water coming up from the Manatee River, and it's higher. The ground is higher, about 100 feet from there, and water is just pouring down from that direction here. And now the wind is really picking up just in the last couple of seconds, and it's really whipping. Our coverage continues all night long. Caitlin Collins joins me now. I want to toss it over to her. Caitlin?
And I'm Caitlin Collins alongside Anderson Cooper live on the ground in Florida, where you can see Hurricane Milton has just made landfall near the barrier island of Siesta Key, Florida, but clearly the effects are being felt everywhere. It has come in as a Category 3.
Am I wrong when I say he just comes across as a little out of place? Like, our chatters were so mad at me. Chatters were so fucking mad at me. Like, oh, how dare you say that? This is where he started off as. Like, this is what he started doing. It's like, he just looks, bro, he said the ground is wet. Okay. Like, I'm not exactly, look, I'm not the biggest media critic when it comes to how people report on the ground, but goddamn, dude. My man said, look at the trees. Normally they would be branches on top of the tree, and here they are on the ground that is wet as a consequence of the rain that is falling on it.
Breaking out everywhere. We have reporters fanned out across the storm zone, across Florida. Anderson, you're in Bradenton, Florida. We were just looking at you and the Manatee River, as clearly you're just seeing how much this is developing nearly by the minute.
Yeah, Caitlin, it has really changed. I mean, really, in the 2 minutes or so that you've been speaking, it's changed a lot. I mean, again, these storms are just so strange and so unpredictable. When you're on the ground, you know, you think the eye made landfall down probably about 15 or so minutes ago south of Sarasota. It seemed like things were calming down here a little bit, but boy, wow, the water now is just slamming into the Riverwalk here in Bradenton. This, I mean, I don't know, Neil, if you can see this. I mean, it's like the ocean here, this river now, all of a sudden. Bill, how are things in St. Petersburg?
So if you want to, oh, it is getting rough here, Anderson. It has gotten so much more violent just in the last few minutes since I talked to you. We're sort of pinned down in the corner of this building, at the corner of First and University. Just howling, freight train. Wind
He's like, Anderson, we need evac right now.
The deluge that's fallen here. 5 inches in 3 hours. We're expecting another 5 in the next couple hours. So the freshwater flooding that's happening here, I can't help think about all those souls who went through Helene, who already had to deal with moldy drywall, and now this is going to cause so much heartache. There must be so much stress across Florida tonight. And these tornadoes, there's no good day for a tornado to hit your house, but the worst day is when it happens right in front of a hurricane like this. And a lot of those folks evacuated from the coast inland. There was that big one over by Fort Pierce, and these supercells that are more common in Texas and Kansas have been kicked up by this storm here. We're also wondering, speculating, there's one set of headlights over there. I wonder if somebody was driving and now they're just sort of frightened and frozen in place, waiting for things to happen. To give you some perspective, the coast is this way. The winds are coming, ripping down First Avenue, and the municipal boat basin and the yacht club is that way. I'm certain we're going to wake up in the morning and see some of those boats on the street, whether they will be put there by the wind. But the storm surge in this part of Tampa Bay You know, we're in the bottom, sort of the entry point on the northern side. Over across the bay we had is Tampa.
Yeah,
I just heard in my ear.
I gotta show.
Surrey just read a text
show our
to me
viewers here.
from the great Brandon Miller, our meteorologist,
Neil,
who says that this just.
Neil, this is the winds have really picked up. The water's really moving. You can get a sense of just how fast the wind is moving there. You can see it in the light there. It is now just whipping off the Manatee River. It's coming in from kind of the north, I guess, northeast, and the water now is really.
They just cut his ass off. He said, "Yo,
whoa." Okay, that wasn't good. We'll probably go inside shortly, but you can see the amount of water here on the ground. This is water from the Manatee River. It's also water coming from the land as well. But as I don't know if you can turn, Neil. Take a look
crazy.
at this. There's a bridge over there. I've seen some emergency vehicles going across the bridge over the last hour or so. It looks like there's one about to come across. But you can really get a sense of just how much that water is coming on shore now. Let's check in with Brian Todd. Brian, where are you exactly?
Is Anderson Cooper a little bit neurodivergent? Like, he's a little neurospicy, right? He touched the water. Like, that's some shit I would do. Okay. I feel like that's crazy that he did that. He was like, wow, you can see the water on the ground. And he literally touched it. Like, he kneeled down to touch the water. Are these reporters going to be okay? Yes.
Whipping around. There is a lot of debris on the road. That is another big part of the story.
Lights are going out.
You've heard the mayor, Jane Castor, say that the contractors didn't show up to pick up the debris from Hurricane Helene. We've had debris flying around this area too. That is a danger. But right now, it is just the sheer volume of water that is hitting us right now that is dangerous. Drains are overflowing. Sewers are overflowing.
Just like Dan Aykroyd, Anderson Cooper, those with disabilities can't work. More firms should hire them.
Warnings around here as well. And again, the wind is just really just pounding us.
Wait.
Here. And what's also, as you've been describing,
what's Anderson Cooper's disability?
The wind does tend to switch directions quickly. Like right now, we're getting hit from my right side to my left. Just extremely violent gusts of wind. But then it'll kind of whip around in another direction, and you don't really know where it's coming from.
Being
the city
gay?
is really getting hit, I believe, with the worst of it right now. If it's not at the peak, it's got to be near that point right now. I know that Mayor Castor said that maybe by 2 a.m., much of this will have passed, but that's a long way to go for these people. You're talking another 5 hours here during conditions like this. It is not safe out here. First responders cannot come out of
his
this stuff
disability
right now.
to get this
They say
bread,
45
dude.
miles an hour winds or higher, they cannot go out and rescue people. We are pretty much at that point, Anderson. The bridges around here are completely closed, impassable. These roads are starting to flood. And again, anyone who ventures out in this right now, in a vehicle or otherwise, is really running a risk.
Yeah, you can. There's. Let me just grab this here. So yeah, like stuff is just this. Literally, this came from the river. Thankfully, it's just styrofoam. I'll try to put it down over here. Try to get that behind a tree.
What? Who
So,
cares,
yeah,
bro? It's gonna
that's
fly
one of the
away.
things
Just
we're starting to
toss
see
it.
Stuff that's in the river itself, ripping up and then getting airborne.
What is he doing?
So we'll probably move. We have basically, when you do this kind of stuff, you have several fallback locations. So we have several fallback locations, which we'll probably shortly go to. But this is interesting. This is the first time. So now the water's really come over the Riverwalk. And the water is now kind of staying on the Riverwalk, but it's also now washing up to this sandy area, which is about 10 feet or 15 feet or so from the edge, the river's edge. So it is definitely really picking up now. Yeah, obviously it is. I also just saw again a very distinctive flash of blue light, probably some sort of power outage. I don't know, Neil, if I'm sorry, who? Let's check in. You can really see it. I mean, this wind is it's picking up this water and it's just moving this water. Carlos Suarez in Fort Myers. Carlos, what are you seeing there?
Well, Anderson, it's a bit difficult to hear you. The wind really has not let up here in Fort Myers, and we're starting to see the worst flooding this entire night. At this point, where I'm standing is a parallel to the Caloosahatchee River, and you're not going to be able to see from where you obviously where
This is
my camera is.
fantastic.
But just up the street here, I can see where the Caloosahatchee.
They should put Anderson's ass in these situations all the time,
all
bro.
of this water out from the river.
Ship his ass to Beirut right now. I want to see him do real-time coverage from under Israeli rocket fire. He is hilarious.
During Hurricane Ian, the storm surge out here was about 10 to 11 feet in terms of flooding. We don't expect that kind of number because the storm is now to the north of us, but we're still looking at probably 7 to 8, if not 9 feet of flooding. And it's something that has started to materialize out on Fort Myers Beach to the west of here, the southwest of here, where we're looking at about 5 to 6 feet of a storm surge right now. And then out in Naples and Collier County, which is about an hour south of where we are, we're also looking at floodwaters there at about the 4 or 5 foot mark. As you can see, just from when I started, there's a bit of the break here, but what's happening...
It's so funny how much more informative every other fucking anchor is. Like, you go back to them and they're like giving you real-time information. Like, they're obviously a producer's in their ear being like, here's what's going on, or they're just trying to remember and repeat whatever they fucking heard in an effort to be as informative as possible. You go back to Anderson Cooper and it's like, I'm touching a styrofoam on the ground. As you can see, this is the Manatee River water and the land water, a different type of water that you normally see inside of the Manatee River.
Continues on its track north, and then you've got all of the flooding, you've got all of the rain out by Lake Okeechobee and even central parts of Florida, and so all of that water is coming in from the central part of Florida, and you've got all of that water coming in from the Gulf of Mexico. And when all of that comes together, this is what you're going to see. This is how it's going to be for the next several hours, and we haven't even figured in a high tide yet. That's going to happen around 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning. So when all those three things happen, it's going to be a pretty ugly situation for the folks that live here in Fort Myers. And this is not going to get better over the next couple of hours. It's not going to get better until probably tomorrow morning, once high tide kind of loosens up a bit and some of this water starts to recede. But I was here 2 years ago for Hurricane Ian. This is kind of what happened then. That was
Anderson Cooper confirmed, not an outside gay. Okay, he's an indoor gay.
about the storm surge, Anderson.
If you're wet, they're wet.
I'm very curious to know,
bring your indoor gays inside immediately.
Along the speed of these winds is going to continue for in this area, because it is it's really picked up. It is continuing. We're now kind of just moving back away from the edge of the river, wisely, and
wisely.
I think this location is still okay for right now, but it's a significant amount of water. I'm just stunned at how much the.
Oh shit. Oh.
Anderson's shot there as you can see the Manatee River. It's getting worse by the moment as you are watching all of this. What's remarkable is you are seeing all of these different live shots from where Anderson is, from where Carlos Suarez is, from where Bill Lear is.
No!
We're seeing the consequences of this storm
told you.
as it is making landfall here.
I told you, you need to bring that's not an outdoor gay, that's an indoor gay. They killed him.
That have been spawned as a result of this storm. CNN's Chad Myers is in the Weather Center. And Chad, obviously we are watching this very closely. A lot of people still hunkering down who did not get out of this. Tell us where this storm is right now, because just seeing every single live shot, it's remarkable how they all are really experiencing similar conditions as they're deteriorating so quickly.
Yeah, and what's remarkable, Kaylin, is that the storm, all of this water that you see coming from the sky is on the north side of the eye. All the surge that we talked about is on the south side of the eye, from Punta Gorda back to Naples and to our reporter there in Fort Myers. But here's what's going on. The northern part of the eye is still very filled with rain and convection.
Thinky update.
Nothing really going on down here except some wind pushing the water onshore.
The
so our Anderson
outbreak
Cooper right there, Bill
of
Weir
tornadoes
right
that have
here
been
in
happening
St.
today
Pete,
is
and
historic
then
and will
our
likely
Brian
continue.
Todd
Flooding is
Tampa,
expected in
just
the northern part of the
hour
peninsula
after
from
hour
10
worth
inches of rain.
now still to
Significant
come,
surge
and
is
they've already had
expected
6 to 10 inches
to build in
on
ports of
the
Tampa Bay
ground
throughout Venice,
that
along
has
with Fort
already
Myers.
fallen. Another
Peak
6 to
surge
10
expected
will likely fall
to reach
in
13
this wind
feet.
warning, where winds have been gusting over 100 miles per hour at times. The good news is, talked about the tornadoes, they are offshore. They have moved away from Florida. They were right along that I-95
The reason why I asked,
corridor earlier today. But we are still seeing the wind.
Stinky, the reason why I asked is because it's like we were trying to figure out if it's supposed to be worse. It's supposed to be worse by now or not. Like, in terms of the storm surge, because like right now there's a lot of areas that are impacted, but the storm surge is not as devastating. I mean, it's still pretty bad, but the question was, is this expected or is this better than expected? Okay, they put no, that Lieutenant Dan story is from earlier and it was not correct. Lieutenant Dan is still on the boat.
Tell us what you're seeing right now.
Yeah, no question about that, Caitlin. The storm surge is part of the reason we moved away from where we've been going live all day. The actual water hitting the seawall at Tampa Bay was starting to get too intense. You pair that with stronger and stronger wind. The rainfall you just heard Chad outline, we're anticipating up to more than a foot of rainfall in the Tampa area. It's already seen 6 inches coming through the evening. It's about to get 5 to 8 more. There's no doubt that is going to cause intense flooding. Where I am now, we're experiencing very, very heavy bands of wind. It is literally shaking me. It's moving me around. The temperature has also dropped significantly, so it's gotten quite a bit colder. I'm staring down the street at a residential area where the water appears to be slowly creating larger and larger puddles. As the rain continues to go down, there is no doubt that this area is going to flood. There's a significant amount of tree cover. You can expect branches will come down. We're already seeing them come down. We've also seen the power take several hits in this area.
Are they not allowed to use an umbrella in a hurricane? Dog, you would lose it in like 3 seconds. It would just fucking fly away. What do you mean? Yeah, it would be great. I brought my umbrella to the hurricane and it immediately lobotomized my camera guy. It flew out of my hand and beamed directly into the fucking frontal lobe of my cameraman. His personality has changed dramatically.
Made landfall. I've been watching folks throughout the day. There were a lot of residents earlier in the day that were walking around trying to get a glimpse of what was happening during the storm, during this intense rainfall and heavy wind. There are fewer of them this evening, but there are still folks out there. Officials want them to know it is best to stay indoors at this time because we are likely to see very intense flash flooding, not to mention debris flying around, Caitlin, from Hurricane Helene that's been left over these past 2 weeks.
All right, Boris, we'll continue to check in with you. We're watching all of this playing out. We're seeing the elements of this storm right now. You're seeing an airplane that has been flipped over completely by...
Chat, don't laugh. Airplanes only do that when they're in extreme distress. That's not good for the airplane.
Continuing to grow by the hour. What you're looking at right now is in Venice, Florida. I should note, we're checking in with all of our reporters throughout this hour, making sure that they're staying safe. We're going to reestablish with Anderson, as you saw him in Bradenton, Florida. I want to go now to Randy Kay. She's in Sarasota. Randy Kay, obviously you were seeing debris itself start to fly earlier from a ceiling fan from a house, I believe, and other aspects of this. That was a huge concern that officials had, this coming so quickly after Helene. What are you seeing right now in Sarasota?
Yeah, absolutely, Caitlin. There's debris that, of course, became projectiles, and that's scattered all over these neighborhoods. But we are just about 20 minutes or so from Siesta Key, where Hurricane Milton made landfall, just near Siesta Key, so very close to where the storm came across. And when we were in the eye, Caitlin, it was so tranquil here. The birds started to come out. There wasn't any wind. There wasn't any rain. There were bugs and birds, and you could hear the frogs out. Now the eye has passed, and we are now back in the thick of it. We do expect that this is going to get much worse for us. We're going to see more wind. We're going to see more rain. We had wind gusts of about 73 miles per hour here. We're just near Sarasota Airport. But when we were seeing the worst of it, this fence came down, 3 panels of this fence near this neighbor's house here. And this tarp, this white tarp, I'm not sure if you can see that, Caitlin, it was going this way. It was blowing this way when the wind was really bad. And then it was on the ground for a while during when the eye was over us, when we were in the eye. And now, because the eye has passed us, the wind has actually changed direction. So now it's actually blowing the other way. That is what's happened here. So we do expect that when we see high tide around 4:30 in the morning, that is going to bring some of the storm surge over this way. We are about half a mile or so from the water. So we do expect, as I said, conditions to worsen, and we will stay here for it. Caitlin?
All right, Randy Kay, we'll continue to check in with you in Sarasota. Thank you for that. Right now on the phone joining me is Florida Senator Rick Scott. And Senator, thank you for being here. You were governor of Florida. You've dealt with a lot of storms like this in your home state. What are you most concerned about right now as this storm is making landfall?
Well, number one is people that didn't evacuate that should have. We can't take care of them now. And what happens often is people say, "Oh gosh, this is really getting bad," so then they want to leave. Unfortunately, you got flooding, you got trees down, you got power lines down. As you know, we've had unbelievable number of tornadoes around the state today. So you have no choice. You have to stay in place now, and you have to hunker down, and you have to keep yourself alive.
Oh God, the demon.
I worry about our first responders that want to go out and help these people, and they have to put their lives on the line. But they do it because they want people to be safe, to be saved. So, and then I worry about when as this passes, all the problems. We're going to have trees down. We're going to lose a lot of power. We're going to, and then I worry about, are people going to go outside before it's safe and they're going to be around trees are going to fall because we are saturated with water. Are they going to touch down power lines? Or are they going to try to
copied your style and got flame.
Know how it works? Are they going to use a power saw and not know how it works? So you just worry that
not everybody can pull it off.
Just look at what happens. One, unfortunately, people don't get out of harm's way.
But Lolo's pulling it off.
Number two is afterwards they make foolish decisions. But on top of that, today we've had horrible tornadoes around the state. I've talked to a lot of sheriffs and mayors all day today about the tornadoes, and my heart goes out to everybody going through this right now. I'm a little bit further south. I'm in Naples, Florida, and I evacuated away from I was in an evacuation zone, which I hope everybody did.
So you had to evacuate, Senator.
That where I live, it's safe.
He doesn't live in a house. He lives in a fucking cocoon. So he's safe.
Evacuate, and so I'm hoping that everybody around me evacuated. I'm hoping it's not as bad as they anticipated. We're supposed to get 5 days for the storm surge and a lot of flooding, so I hope it's not going to be that bad. But these are deadly storms, and so I'm going to do everything I can to keep people focused and keep people alive.
And Senator, what you just talked about there, the tornadoes that we saw hitting parts of this state that weren't even under, full evacuation orders. Maybe people who were living in mobile homes were told to evacuate and get somewhere safer. I mean, these tornadoes that were hitting, some of them near the Palm Beach area, where in St. Lucie County, where we've seen these fatalities. Have you ever seen over 100 tornado warnings, 19 confirmed tornadoes as a part of a hurricane that you're dealing with?
No, we've had tornadoes like when Michael in 2018. We had a lot of tornadoes that spawned off as it went up through Panama City, but not like this and not this far away. We've had rain bands this far away, that far away before. But tornadoes, we've not had that. And so I talked to sheriffs and mayors in where they had tornadoes, and it was a scary, scary time. We had so many tornadoes. So I could feel it in people's voices, how concerned they were, some for their own life and some for, the people they take care of.
Yeah, Senator, obviously we are thinking of everyone in your home state tonight as they are just trying to survive this. Thank you so much for joining us. I want to talk to you more about that FEMA funding and recovery after this in the future. So thank you, Senator Rick Scott.
Thanks, Caitlin. Bye-bye.
And I do want to note for everyone watching who is very concerned, obviously, about all of our correspondents and anchors on the ground, Anderson is okay. Just obviously, understandably difficult to establish a connection when you're seeing what's happening with the wind and the rain and obviously the deteriorating conditions by the minute. We are going to check with him later on this hour. Right now, that plane video that I just showed you in Venice, Florida, that was shot by Jonathan Petramala, who is a storm chaser in Florida, and he's joining me now. Jonathan, just tell me, I mean, this is a remarkable image and just speaks to what we are seeing, watching
they got
this
storm
live
chasers
right now.
on CNN.
Tell me what you've been seeing out on the ground in Florida.
The strongest part of where we've been in the storm has been on this backside of the eye after it passed on shore. It's made landfall just to the north of where we are. We're in Venice, Florida. So we have a couple situations happening here. You have the wind shifting to be directly onshore here. And what that's doing, clearly, it's strong enough to knock over flip a plane upside down like this. Also knocking down trees, power lines.
Holy fuck, look at
There was a
Sarasota.
staccato of popping from all of the power lines blasting off earlier and breaking. And then, of course, you have the storm surge. That's really beginning to pour in.
Wait, isn't that one of the islands?
Near where we are here at the Venice airport.
Isn't that one of the fucking islands that lady was staying in? The one that the lady that was on CNN was like, "Oh, I'm fine. I'm not leaving." That's 2 hours ago. No, I know. "9 p.m. EST update. Milton still Cat 3, 150 mile winds. Bucket Bunny TikTok for a mood reset." I'm always in it for a Bucket Bunny TikTok.
Gangster's wife, doing anybody killer. Daddy, let me know that I'm your only girl, the only man that I need in this gangster world.
Yeah.
I'm a gangster's wife, doing anybody killer. Daddy, let me know that I'm your only girl, the only man.
Hell yeah. Check Twister Chasers. He's stuttering out of his mind right now. Who, Jeff? Is Jeff all right?
Petersburg, you're getting absolutely hammered. Going up here, now St. Petersburg, all down in here, right on this I-4, you're getting hammered bad. Probably winds 80 to 100 miles an hour. Winds over 100 now on the road, on St. Petersburg Road, the road I-4.
Wait, these aren't Bucket Bunnies. They're Line Wives, the Bucket Bunny's arch nemesis. No, this is a Bucket Bunny. This is not a Line Wife. Line Wives are the arch nemesis of Bucket Bunnies. This is a Bucket Bunny talk saying like she's gonna fucking suck all these linemen that are in the area now, putting up the fucking lines back. Linemen's wives are like Linemen's wives are the arch nemesis of Bucket Bunnies. You said it wrong. Update on I'm scared of losing a pylon lady.
Okay, you guys, I think I spoke too soon. I thought everything had calmed down and died over here, but
Bro, her wind chimes are still going.
I gotta turn this around. Oh my god. Fuck. You guys, the surge is coming in. God damn it. What is that?
The mansion lady update.
Watching.
Wait, I thought that was concrete. That was commercial grade. Why is it leaking? That's frustrating. Isn't this commercial grade?
See anything? I can still see my driveway, and I can still see the road, which is a good thing. I don't know how long that's gonna.
In Helene, she had it all the way up to like the first floor, I think, or like all the way up to the stairs. Anderson Cooper's back. Oh, thank God.
Now it's 1.1 million homes and businesses that don't have power in Florida right now.
Yeah, there have been electrical explosions really for the last 2 hours all over
Thank
the
God
place.
Anderson's
The
alive,
sky
chat.
I mean, this is common. This happens all the time. The sky just lights up with this very eerie blue light. Let's go to, to Boris Sanchez, who's standing by in Tampa. Boris, I mean, it has gotten really bad here just in the last 40 minutes, 30 minutes or so. How are things where you are?
Yeah, Anderson, there's no question that there has been a serious intensification of the storm in just the last half hour or so. The wind is much stronger than it's been at any point throughout the day. The rain is coming down significantly harder. It is a massive amount of water. There are trees. There's one off to my left that has been making noise all night, and it is seeming...
We lost them.
Did we lose Boris? Okay, I think we lost Boris just for now. We'll try to get contact. It's very hard maintaining. Obviously, we're working off cell towers. We're working off a variety of technology just to try to stay on air, just to give you a sense of how the power of this storm. It's so strange because about an hour ago, maybe it was an hour and a half ago, I think a lot of people maybe who were staying at home looking out their windows had this sense of like, oh, things are it's not as bad as maybe some people had thought it was going to be. You know, it was downgraded from, it was a Cat 5 out there in the Gulf, then it was a Cat 3 when it came on shore. It may be a Cat 3, but that is a really, really strong storm. And you can feel the power of it out here right now. It's been, I don't know, 10 or so years since I've really done a lot of hurricane coverage. I've experienced whiteout conditions a couple of times in the height of a storm. We're not there yet. We may not get there, but it is close to, at least in this area. There is so much rain and wind and water in the air. The sky almost looks white. It's a very eerie and strange thing. Carlos Suarez is in Fort Myers. I want to check in with him. He is south of me in Fort Myers, which was very badly hit, obviously, in Hurricane Ian. 150 people were killed in that storm. Wow. It is, Carlos, what is it like where you are?
Anderson, the wind really is not letting up at this point here in Lee County, across parts of Fort Myers, where we are at this hour. We're looking at gusts of anywhere between 50 to 60 miles per hour. And so what's happening right now is the flooding is really the big issue for parts of Southwest Florida. This storm, the hurricane, has made landfall.
He's still picking up shit, bro. He won't stop picking up shit. He's going to keep picking shit up.
It's located. What we're experiencing south of you guys is the storm surge.
Stinky says, regarding the storm surge, I do believe it will get worse with the back wall of water from the storm smacking the shit out of these areas before Milton. Regarding the storm surge, I do believe it'll get worse.
Blended into this street. There's really no way to know exactly where the river kind of stands because the pier, the beached area over there, that's at this point all of the water is just coming through on this side. As you talked about Hurricane Ian 2 years ago, this part of Fort Myers saw a storm surge with a direct landfall of about 10 feet. Of course, we're not going to see those kind of numbers because the storm is already to the north of us, but the next couple of hours are really going to be difficult, and they're going to be telling because that storm surge could be anywhere between 8 to 9 to 10 feet. And we're not going to really get a sense of just how much of this flooding is going to happen until tomorrow morning, because that's when we expect high tide to take place. That's when we expect all of the flooding from parts of central Florida to make its way down the Caloosahatchee River where I'm at. And then that's kind of what you're seeing here. I've been describing it as a confluence of forces where you have the water from the Gulf of Mexico rushing in through the river out here, and then you've got all of the rain and you've got all of the flooding from canals and rivers and from the central part of Florida, and that water has to go somewhere. And at some point, when it can't go out into the Gulf because of the storm and it can't go inland, it's got to make its way just blocks in that was really the concern for folks coming into the storm, is they knew that this part was going to flood. And at this point, Anderson, it's flooded at this point. I'd imagine, as far as I can see, into downtown Fort Myers, at this point, it's just become almost a large pool, if you will. It's really just running parallel to the river, and it's at times a little bit difficult to make out where the river is. Anderson?
Carlos, I'm going to go back inside in just a minute. I want to go back to Caitlin right now. Caitlin?
Yeah, Anderson, obviously stay safe. Everyone is watching you, and just want to make sure you get into a safe position. We'll check back in with you as soon as you do. We're watching, obviously, where Anderson is in Bradenton, Florida. You can see how much that wind is picking up. This has all happened in just the last 35 minutes. When we checked in with Anderson about half an hour ago as he was standing near...
You know, you please keep checking back. He's hilarious.
Pick up, start to churn. Now, of course, you're seeing this right now, Anderson. We want to make sure you're in a safe place. We are going to continue with our breaking news coverage. We are live in Tampa next, where you are only seeing surges of that water start to take over as the wind is also picking up. We're going to check in also with the mayor of St. Petersburg. That's where waves are crashing ashore.
Yo, Anderson Cooper being the primary anchor on the ground on this has made this coverage so much funnier in ways that I did not think could happen. Like, he is basically the reason why I love Jeff over at Twister Chasers is because he's a confident man, he's a chaotic man, and he's just a bit of a boomer who kind of sticks out. Okay? He's got the bravery, but also his style is hilarious. Anderson Cooper is demonstrating that same thing, but in like an even funnier way, because he's so out of place. Like it literally feels like watching Mr. Bean. It feels like some old school slapstick comedy. Emma just posted this. Pray for a friend. You have to see this live cam from Tampa. Buildings destroyed is crazy. Kitten room webcam. The Humane Society of Tampa Bay. What? Are you fucking crazy? Well, it's dead. The kittens are too. Read Timmer update. Storm surge invading Venice, Florida with Hurricane Milton. We are expecting 8 to 10 feet of storm surge here with the wraparound.
Be careful! Be careful! Be careful!
All the kittens were wiped out. They're literally in this storm surge right now, chat. Sorry to report. This gives me no it gives me no pleasure to tell you this, but all the kittens are actually in the fucking storm surge right now.
Bro, it's coming! That is coming! Here it comes!
Okay, this guy is out of his fucking mind, bro. This guy, now I get why Reed brought him on board. He's insane. He literally is just like dick deep in dookie water, dude.
Wow! Just got deep!
That sounds weird as fuck.
That's good! That's coming! That's coming! It'll suck you out! Let's get out of here!
Please, trigger warning about animal abuse is not on your list of stream triggers. I can't tell if this chatter is joking or not. What the fuck is a stream trigger? Dude, I'm not gonna lie, like there's bacteria crawling up your penis hole right now. Okay, when you're in there. Thank God the cats are gonna be okay.
It's Kaisai! It gets very dark, very deep as you get a little very scary too, right? You can hear the wave action. Oh, just hit my bean bag! Whoa! Bean bag deep! Watch the steps! Watch the steps! Here we go!
I've never made a joke in my life. Okay. So I have a dumb question. Aren't there any potentially gators in the water? Dude, I feel like there's not gators in the water while all this shit's happening. They probably would not. They'd probably be too busy trying to survive because unlike human beings, they have a sense of like security. They have an interest in like preserving their livelihood and their lives, you know? Human beings have no care or consideration. They do not have survivor instinct, especially white human beings. Like you'll see videos later. You'll see videos later of gators definitely in the water in like people's homes and shit. But right now, while all this shit is happening, they're probably too busy trying to fucking survive. You know what I mean? They're too busy trying to survive to like bite people is what I'm saying. They also probably sense that something is afoot. In this circumstance, what you should be more worried about is like stepping on like a piece of metal that is rusty or shards of glass that are going to cut your fucking leg as you are surrounded by every type of bacteria. Getting sucked into like a sewage drain if the cap is open. Like lacerations, infections, all matter of different disease. That is, I think, at this stage, significantly more damaging and scarier than fucking gators. Gators will come later.
On the ground here in Bradenton, they were expecting as much as 9 feet of storm surge, but at least I
do
believe
gators
at
live in the
least 6
ocean?
inches.
Some do. They're the scariest. Saltwater crocodiles, I think, not gators, are the scariest ones, right?
I do want to check in with Bill Weir, who's up in St. Petersburg. Bill, we don't have Bill, I think, at this point.
Bill's
but
dead.
Caitlin, it is.
I got you, Anderson.
Okay, we
I
do
got
have
you.
Bill. All right, Bill, let's go.
Hello.
How are things? How are things, Bill?
Against all odds, Anderson, you got Bill Weir. Against 9 inches of rain in 3 hours is what this city is experiencing right now. Just get a look at what that looks like. Just coming down harder than any shower in any spa that you've ever been to. Look at this. It's just pounding. Freshwater rain now rushing down the avenues where it's sort of a higher elevation. You can see the water moving on the streets here in St. Petersburg. But just torrential rain and the wind. I'm not sure if you can hear the howl now. It's been sort of in and out. But I'm going to shut up for a second. Just listen.
Why is this guy
That is
so
the
poetic?
soundtrack, and depending on where you are in this city, there's car alarms by all these vehicles that were parked high to keep them out of the flood zone. It's going off as they're being rocked by the wind here. It's hard to know what's happening just to our left. That's the boat basin. The harbor is just down the street here, and we didn't want to venture out in the vehicles for obvious reasons, trying to be a little bit cautious, but no telling. We were down there just at sunset at 7 o'clock, and the waves were just starting to pound over the seawall. So many boats left in the harbor, so many of those boats uninsured. First light will reveal so much about what went on here, but what strikes me is much the way that Hurricane Helene picked up trillions of gallons of water and dumped them inland, hundreds of miles from the coast. This storm is moving so much water across the entire peninsula, and the water is so the ground is so saturated.
Anderson's like, what the fuck are you saying, Bill? I'm getting smacked around out here, motherfucker. Shut up.
We're over 1 million customers without power in the state of Florida already, and miraculously here in St. Petersburg we still have it. But this is going to be a mess in the morning. Anderson?
Bill, thanks. We're going to check in with you throughout the night. I mean, this thing it's really changing, every couple of minutes. It's very unpredictable, Caitlin. It's fascinating to see it up close.
Yeah,
I mean,
he had no input. He's like, yeah, shut the fuck up, Bill. All right, Caitlin, take it away.
I'm glad that there are a number of shelters here in Bradenton. People, I talked to a number of officials in various counties. People really seem to have heeded a lot of the evacuation warnings, and that is, when you see the power of this storm right now, that is certainly good news. You can see power where we're at is flickering on and off, but it's a very dynamic situation here right now.
And Anderson, everyone's tweeting at me asking about your safety, everyone's safety. Obviously,
but did I know? Because I'm hard-headed.
Let us know. But
well, my house is currently flooding.
Biden was speaking with a bunch of the mayors
This is not,
in the
this
areas
is
that
not
are expected
recent.
to be hardest hit before Milton made landfall. Were the officials that you spoke with today surprised by how quickly this got moved up? Because at about lunchtime today, we didn't expect this to hit until 11 p.m. and then it was moved up to 8. And now, of course, we're seeing it in full force right now where you are.
Yeah, I mean, this storm has changed really fast a number of times. I mean, as you remember, it went from a
Hey, Hasan, I know a lot of bad shit's going on, but I wanted to let you know I made the pilgrimage to Thailand's Khao Kiao Zoo, home of our goat Moodang. I will report back when it's bath time for her, and I have video for you in chat. Oh my God! Oh my God! That's amazing. That's amazing. That's incredible. You are so lucky. Holy shit.
It's been a really surprising couple of hours here. And I'm very curious to hear from officials from their vantage point. It's really picking up. You know what, Caitlin, I want to check in with Randy Kay, who's in Sarasota. Randy, how are things?
Anderson, things have certainly deteriorated since you and I last spoke. We were sort of in the eye and then on the back side of the eye, and things had really calmed down. And then once the eye passed and the back side of the eye passed, things had really started to get much worse here. So we are now experiencing those very high winds that we were talking about. I know you were talking about finding a place for safety, making sure that nothing is flying around in the air. We're doing the same thing here. I'm keeping an eye here on this last piece of fence that you can see that's standing. That's in the house next door to us where we are. These other two.
Bath time for Moodang, much better than bath time for Anderson Cooper. Okay.
And when the eye passed, Anderson, it's really interesting because this white tarp that has been blowing here behind us all night because it broke free, it was blowing in that direction. And now when the eye passed and the wind direction changed, it's now blowing in this direction, that way. So we'll see if it actually breaks free. There are some power lines down. We've lost power in the place that we are staying. And the winds are just extremely, extremely strong. We're experiencing rains, but the winds is really what it is. It's like a punch to the gut when it gets you just at that right moment. So we're doing our best to stay safe, as you are, of course, Anderson.
Good. All right, Randy, we'll check in with you. Let's go to Brian Todd in Tampa. Brian, where are you?
Anderson, we're in downtown Tampa on Howard Avenue. I can just tell you that this storm is now, it is relentless, it is violent, and it is dangerous out here. Just take a look at how I'm getting just slammed from my left side. The wind is blowing horizontally, the rain is horizontal. I even noticed a little bit of, sometimes the rain seems like it's blowing upward. It's just getting so violent out here. We've heard Bill and everybody talk about the figures here. 9 inches of rain in 3 hours, 3 months worth of rain in 3 hours is what that translates to. We're not even in one of those zones where they had mandatory evacuations. Now, if they had known that this was going to be this violent in this neighborhood of Tampa, they may have made for a mandatory evacuation here, but they did not. Still, there is nobody out here now because it is simply too dangerous to be out here. This road is starting to flood. and the flooding is going to get much worse because this water basically has nowhere to go, Anderson.
Well, and Brian Todd, it's Caitlin here. I want to read an update that we just got from the Florida Division of Emergency Management that is notable, and they're telling people do not walk out into the receding water of Tampa Bay because this is essentially a reverse storm surge, and they're saying that this water will come back. It does pose.
You know, Florida motherfuckers did that too. I love that there's just like random people walking in the background quietly and gently as though nothing is afoot, as though nothing is happening. But yeah, it is the most Florida thing to just like walk directly into the fucking water.
It's interesting how they were so worried about storm surge here in Tampa. And even in the last few hours when they said, okay, well, the storm surge is not going to be as bad as we thought. Well, look, that's no consolation here. Because this water just has nowhere to go just because of the rainfall, not because of the storm surge. And when the storm surge comes back, if you can just get a sense of how bad it is out here, you know how bad it's going to be when that storm surge returns. I mean, drains are overflowing, canals are overflowing here. Everything is just overflowing. And I'm not even sure I know where this water is going to go at this point. So it's just, if this isn't the peak, I don't know just how bad the peak is going to be here in Tampa.
Yeah, it is a triple threat of this storm. Brian Todd, please stay safe. We're going to check back in with you as we are watching what is happening in Tampa and with all of our reporters on the ground. We'll continue with our special coverage here. We're going to be joined by the head of FEMA with the latest response and what they are seeing happening on the ground in Florida after a quick break.
Damn, they had the graphics package ready to go too, locked in. Wild backside winds, 110 miles in between buildings in downtown Sarasota. Traffic light flew off the pole in front of me. Water rising in downtown. Debris flying like missiles. Oh shit, look at that. Wait, what the fuck was that? Oh, it's just a car. More hurricane deaths in 2024 than 2023 and 2022 combined now officially. Wait, new J. Cole song. No, oh my God, hold the phone, dude. If this is a poop sock, I'm gonna fucking nuke you out of orbit. Short explanation of Tampa sword storm not being as bad.
The trade-off for Tampa here has been, the storm surge is not going to be nearly as bad as what it could have been if the storm went a little bit farther to the north for Tampa. But the trade-off is now this stationary rain band that's going to cause catastrophic flash flooding. So, unfortunately for Tampa, obviously, you can pick which one of those you would rather be a part of. It depends on where you live, I guess. But it's a kind of a lose-lose situation here.
This didn't really explain my question. Actual Mudang bath time video. That's insane. Y'all are fucked for that. Wait, he's just been quiet this whole time?
Hurricane Milton is the third Florida landfalling hurricane this year. 2024 has now tied with 1871, 2004, and 2005 for the most Florida landfalling hurricanes in a single season.
Downtown Tampa at the moment before the Hurricane Milton hits. He's currently on lap 4. He got a better quiet mic than you. That it is like watching your stream sometimes with peace and love. Okay, bro, chill. I have some quiet moments, but I wall 2 of 2. the fuck?
The stuff for you guys. We're out here so you don't have to be out here. And because we low-key want to be. Not saying you want to be, but I'll tell you what, I want to be here. We do. I mean, this is literally what I live for, is just chasing storms, man. Preferably tornadoes. Preferably tornadoes, but hurricanes will do. I also live for my YouTube channel too, and entertaining you guys, because like both of those things are true at the same time.
That is a good shot over there, isn't it?
Damn, my chatters never do this. Look at this. This guy gave him $500 and he was like, for an electric chainsaw, brother, for when you want to use in the future to clear out debris. Okay. That's crazy. My chatters won't even give subs at the top of the hour to let others avoid the ad break at the top of the hour. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $6 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. You want chatters to throw money at you for Zin? You don't need chainsaws. You never leave your desk. When's the last time you used a chainsaw? There's one strapped to a dual sport outside my, like literally outside of my window right now. It's for Murat. Murat has a chainsaw. He's a Sawyer. I don't know if you guys knew that. But go and stream extreme shit and we'll buy you an electric chainsaw. You sound like Anderson Cooper talking about chainsaws. Porsche Taycan short circuit recall, by the way. Porsche recalling roughly 27,000 Taycan EVs with short circuit risk. Increased fire risk caused by a fault in the battery. The recall also includes some Audi. Did I get hit? I don't think I got it. The Audi recall is the 2022 to 2024 year models. Oh, shit. May lead to a fire in the case of Porsche. It covers 27,527 Taycan electric sedans. Wait, what the fuck? The remedy involves multiple steps, including ask some of the affected owners not to charge their vehicles above 80% charge until onboard diagnostic software can be installed. If the inspection shows anomalies, the automaker will replace the modules free of charge. God damn. Sold you a lemon GG. I leased it. I don't give a fuck. And Porsche's been up my ass recently. I leased it. I'm not trying to fucking buy a goddamn electric vehicle, bro. Not yet. I don't think it's like. But I leased it, and Porsche's actually been literally calling me nonstop, being like, "Hey, do you want to get a new one? Your lease is about to be up. Your lease is about to be up." Milton is out. Hurricane Hasan is in. Remember when everyone was yelling at you to buy it? Yeah, they were wrong. Why would you lease? Because I know that I wasn't going to want to. It's an electric vehicle. I like it. But electric vehicles, like, one, depreciate in value. I knew I wasn't going to want to have it when, like, in the realm of electric vehicles, you consistently get, like, newer and newer updates that it's like fucking iPhones, bro. Electric vehicles are basically like iPhones. My EV is worth 3x what I paid for it. What's your EV? A Tesla? It's not a Tesla. It's in the nascent period of tech improvements. Things move quickly. Exactly. Tesla Roadster? You have a Tesla Roadster? What are you, one of like 8 people that actually has one? I thought that they're not like actually real. Like they're not. Have you disclosed the lease amount? I'm genuinely curious. No, I have not. And I also don't even know. This is what motion looks like, bro. Take notes. Yeah, Fango is literally an OG Elon simp. He has a fucking Tesla Roadster. The OG ones, there were like 1 to 2K of. Some have been lost to accidents, fires, etc., but there's still enough floating around. You have some rich ass chatters? No, it's because he's literally a fucking EV journalist. He loves EVs a lot. Him and Megaphonics are the #1 Elon simps in this chat. Reformed. Anyway. Problem is I told the Porsche guy I want maybe a Macan. But they kind of look like ass too. Have you checked in on the Lambo and the yacht guy? I don't want to because I feel like, bro, I don't want to. You want to know why? Because he's probably all right. He's probably chilling. And I don't want to fucking see that. I don't want to see that because it's going to make me upset. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at homes being destroyed. I'm looking at fucking tornadoes killing people. And then you go to the fucking Section 8 guy and he's living in his goddamn compound and he's just absolutely cooking. Funny story, years before I met Megaphonics in chat, we actually met at an EV event. When I talked to him on Twitch, he sent me a pic of himself in my car. What the fuck? The Cayennes aren't EV yet. Y'all guys in Miami, which isn't even that bad at all, dude. Dude, it'll be perfectly fine. EV is a cult. It's not. It's actually pretty sweet having to never think about going to the gas station. But yeah, there is a Cayenne EV coming out in 2026. But even that looks like ass. It kind of looks like Taycan. I don't know why it's got a duck bill. It's not the real one. You would still go to the gas station if you had EV? What? No, I don't. I don't go to the gas station. The only time I go is to get Zins. No oil change, no gas station visits. It's fucking dope. What about not waiting for hours for an EV charger or a broken charger? I don't have to worry about that. I have 2 chargers. I've literally never had to charge my car outside of my house. What did you drive before an EV? A Toyota Camry Sport, baby, 2010. Sport edition.
I can see the bridge. Can we make it there?
10 p.m. ESC update. Hurricane Milton is just barely Category 2 upper end with winds of 110 miles. Flash flood advisories in effect for Tampa Bay area. St. Petersburg has already gotten 16 inches of rain today.
Submarine mode. Boom, boom.
You have the pin, right?
Yes, sir.
That's the way up there.
It's like a chevron.
Okay. So this is where
16, that's like 2 decent dicks of rain. 8 inches is a decent dick for you, Dad Cop? What's a monster cock for you? If 8 inches is a decent dick. Was it like a 15-inch dick? 13 inches? Like 12? 8 inches is a whole lot of dick, my friend. Okay? Size King in the chat. Why is this on not in the storm covering the hurricane? You have to go to gas station. You don't even know. Why am I not in the fucking storm? I don't know, because I live in Los Angeles.
Update on flash flooding in Florida. So everything with a green box is under a flash flood warning. There is a flash flood emergency for, hope that wasn't too quick for you, for this area right here, the flash flood emergency. Actually, I could give you the text on why it's an emergency.
How many of your $3 million mansions are at risk in Florida? All of them, dude. So many. And you know I got like 11. I bought 11 $3 million mansions, and then I converted them into like little homes, like tiny homes basically, just so I could fuck the poor over, you know? And I make a lot more money that way. I didn't want to be a landlord to the rich because I feel like, you know, they don't deserve to be fucked over. I wanted to be a landlord to the poor and as many poor as possible. Do you still not have a credit card? No, I do not have a credit card. Is Mar-a-Lago getting hit by this? No, we're not that lucky, Chad.
Swirls in the water. I mean, you know, imagine being down there. Imagine being in your house, a single-story house with all this going on. This is why we ask you to leave. All right, this is why we ask you to leave. And I just.
Oh my God.
I can't even imagine what we're going to see tomorrow. You know, when things.
Oh my God, houses are on fire in Sanibel Island.
Those power lines, that one in the distance there in particular,
That's the island. That's the island that TikToker's on.
sparking. We are worried that there could potentially be a fire that starts here. And again, that has been a major issue all across this area. Getting text messages, most recently as 5 minutes ago, from a friend who has family that lives in Sanibel Island, a number of homes over there on fire burning. And again,
the island that the white woman with the dreads is on. Straight up. The one with the house on stilts.
You may have said it. I had a hard time hearing you. Do you have a sense of how much water is on the ground? I mean, like how many inches of rainfall you've gotten?
It's not just the rainfall, though, Anderson. It's really just about the storm surge at this point. You can imagine that the Gulf of Mexico is like a bathtub, and the storm is a person in that bathtub. And since Milton moved across the bathtub of the Gulf of Mexico, it's pushed the water over the edge. And so that's what storm surge really is. And unfortunately, that's the west coast of Florida. And so all of this wind that's blowing directly onshore, the momentum of the storm has pushed in several feet of storm surge. You can see probably at least 4 feet, possibly up to 5 feet, but it's going to continue to push in as the storm moves onshore and the momentum carries that water in. So we're definitely going to see at least 5 feet. It could get much higher, though, and that's why we're still waiting where we are here in Venice and trying to make sure that, you know, we aren't trapped. We have to always have a exit plan, which we do. We have high ground just off to the south of where we are, but still a very dangerous situation with Milton. Even though it's moving onshore, away from landfall, away from where we are, the storm surge isn't.
Yeah. Chad Myers was saying that wind is going to continue around Venice for a while. Jonathan, thank you. Check back in with you. I'm going to go to Bill Weir in St. Petersburg. Bill?
Yeah, Anderson, you got to get a load of the wind. We found a great little hidey hole in this parking garage. We're on the 4th floor, and you get an amazing perspective Chad said the gusts here were around 78, 79, but look at that. That looks so
Chad?
much more powerful than anything I've seen. Look at that
He didn't say Chad.
blowing through the intersection. The sign on University Boulevard has come down. This is First Avenue, the intersection.
Bill's a
in
streamer,
downtown
dude.
St. Petersburg. And the other thing we've been keeping an eye on,
Chad, is
and
this
even
real?
some of the folks who are sheltering here have said, did you notice the crane is blowing around? That's another one of those construction trains. Oh, you just saw that lightning sort of backlighted there for a second. This thing has moved almost 180 degrees from where it was pointed when the storm began. And the gusts up there must be swinging those things
Is
around.
that normal?
The city of St. Petersburg.
Is that
put out
good?
Actually, a warning to just be cognizant of the 4 tower cranes downtown. One more thing to worry about here. But the storm, it's just, I can't describe. I'm just so gobsmacked by the sheer amount of water that is just coming down in these violent, violent sheets. And we have no idea what, I'm sure the harbor, which is just around the corner here, is roiling with all of those boats. I was here for Hurricane Ian and saw just the massive damage done to the marine industry as hell. You got to imagine a lot of sailors, a lot of folks who make their living off the sea, fishermen.
They auto move to be in line with the wind.
Stressed tonight about what this is going to do to their livelihood. Not to mention the power outages that are going on now, but it is really kicked up noticeably, and we thought it was bad before. Let's go over here. I'll give you a little more perspective in this parking garage. We're sheltered, but the mist coming in, as you can see, is so strong it's starting to flood these upper levels. But we heard this violent noise, and I was trying to figure out the source of it. It's these aluminum pillars of this parking structure that they're being rocked and scraped against the ceiling there. And so you can imagine what this is, how this storm is testing the construction along the Florida coast. Already some of this stuff is coming loose. Carlos, take a look over here to the right. This is what I'm talking about here.
Lieutenant Dan made it, folks, because Tampa didn't hit directly.
Lights on. Hi, Lieutenant Dan.
I still maintain my posture that if Tampa was hit directly in the same fucking way that like all these other areas are being hit, he would have died.
Lights on.
He was right. God saved him because his boat floats. No, that's correct. You're correct. I know I'm correct. It doesn't matter. Chat are now watching Lieutenant Dan stream. Chatters are leaving me. They're watching Lieutenant Dan. Lieutenant Dan died, but not to the fucking. He overdosed. He did some bad crack. It had nothing to do. It had nothing to do with the fucking storm.
East, maybe east southeast, and now it should
He
be out of
gooned
the
too
north.
hard.
Have you noticed that? He may not have heard me, but that's what happens
Yeah, I think we
when
may have
you
lost
start
Bill.
to get the northern part of the eye and it begins to move around. You get the east winds for a while, but then all of a sudden you're in the same place, but the storm isn't. So the wind is going to blow from the north, and so I
Wait.
know Bill really.
Lieutenant Dan is also anti-Israel and anti-Trump, but for the wrong reasons. I was watching his live streams and he was getting political, lol. No, he's that kind of guy. Oh my God. That makes the most sense, honestly. That makes the most fucking sense. There's only one reason you are anti-Trump and anti-Israel, okay? Unless you're Ryan Ruth, who was also anti-Israel and anti-Trump, but for the right reasons. But Ryan Root is a singular force, okay? Mr. Pro-NATO. And I don't believe Lieutenant Dan is another pro-NATO voter. Nor do I believe Lieutenant Dan is like a socialist. You know? There's one other group of American politics understanders out there that perfectly fit in the confines of a Trump voter but don't like Donald Trump, maybe because he's too pro-Israel, and I think you know what I'm talking about. Don't judge a book.
Well, that's depressing.
Sorry, sir.
In terms, Chad, in terms of what you expected this storm to do, or maybe thought this storm might do, how does it compare to
all the Barstool types thinking Lieutenant Dan is epic is an indication he was doomed? Yeah. What? Lieutenant Dan is a Mossad operative. It's a false flag operation to raise money for Israel and the global elite. Yeah, dude. Israel is so desperate to raise money after raising literally $7 gazillion by simply calling Joe Biden and being like, we want more bombs to kill Muslims. They needed Lieutenant Dan, a fucking crackhead who lost his leg, to fundraise, to straight up fundraise fucking what, $9,000 off of GoFundMe? Yeah. I'm serious, dude. Nazis are so funny. They're just hallucinating even harder somehow than the average right-wing American. That's great. That's great.
On the canals, those are the ones that are the most vulnerable because that's where the water is going to want to go, into the canal. If the canal starts to come up over the top, that's when you're going to start to see some up to the, let's say, the wheels of your car flooding. If we go any farther and start to blow more water onshore and prohibit that rainfall from going offshore, that's when the water gets higher. Now, in a big city that is not near, let's say, sea level, you could get basement apartments where you actually have to walk down 3 steps to get there. Those are the people, if there are any in that area, that I would be the most concerned with, because the water is just going to fall down
Bill's
those
just
stairs
chilling, bro.
like
Look
a
at him.
waterfall. Some of those.
Bill is just literally taking it all in, dog. That's crazy. He's just like life. He's just sitting there staring into the fucking distance. Beautiful.
You know, Chad, the other thing we've been hearing a lot from local officials in a variety of communities is concern about like sewage system with flooding,
sure.
which is something I hadn't really, you don't really think much about, obviously, in a storm, but it's something, obviously, for city managers, it's a really big deal. They've lowered, in a number of communities, they've actually lowered the water pressure to try to alleviate some of that potential.
Right, that, and of course.
Can you even legally have a basement in Florida? I feel like Florida is also so stupid that they probably would let you have a basement. I feel like it's the one fucking state that you shouldn't be allowed to have a basement, but because they have no fucking building restrictions, they just kind of let you have one. It's not physically possible. It's called a sinkhole. It's not a question of legality. It's simply not possible. Lived here for 12 years and I've never been to a building with a basement. I mean, it'd be kind of hard to fucking build a basement in like Houston has been building 4-story townhouses with no elevators and no sprinkler systems. That's awesome. Most of Florida is just above sea level and built on prehistoric coral limestone. Basements are impractical and uncommon. The maximum elevation in Florida is under 400. There are a few basements in the higher area, but it's still a rarity. Do you guys have basements in California? California is massive, and there's like obviously mountainous parts of California, but Los Angeles, we don't really have basements, or I haven't really seen them, but I think you can build it. Like you're allowed to. I'm pretty sure. I don't have one. A Florida basement would literally just be a pool. Yeah. Do you think the storm is the reason why the race is tightening and because Kamala's shitty interviews? I think people are just back to not being interested in politics because they think Kamala is boring.
Mainland, not of course on one of the barrier islands. But if we breach a barrier island,
We'll see what happens.
All the water that's puddled
But it's
out
like
here,
it's like a very fucking low motion election cycle again. And it's kind of funny that it happened like this. It's kind of funny to say this is a low motion election cycle when, like, you know, historic things happened over and over and over again, which got a lot of people laser focused in politics. But Kamala Harris is just not a very interesting person, nor does she challenge the status quo in a meaningful way, nor does she have any kind of like fun or unique ideas that people might want to pay attention to. I mean, I said it. I said it before. Like, Kamala Harris could have taken advantage of the momentum and like actually built a pretty robust, pretty diverse movement. But she just spent every waking moment running towards Joseph Robinette Brandon and telling everybody how fucking similar she is to Brandon. And even Brandon is like a better retail politician. Because, like, look at this.
Polling shows that a lot of people, especially independent voters, really want this to be a change election. And that they tend to break for you in terms of thinking about change. You are a member of the President administration. Under a Harris administration, what would the major changes be?
Let me just explain something to you here, okay? This is a major area of weakness for Kamala Harris. She should have a really solid answer for this by now. A competent team would look at the polling that shows 65% of likely voters want something different from the current administration, the Biden administration, and only 25% of voters think Kamala Harris represents that change. If that is something that you've seen for months at this point, then you absolutely need to figure out a way to communicate to the broader public that you are different than Joe Biden, right? So now let's hear what Kamala Harris says about this.
And what would stay the same?
Sure. Well, I mean, I'm obviously not Joe Biden.
I noticed.
And so that would be one change in terms of, but also I think it's important to say with, 28 days to go, I'm not Donald Trump. And so when we think about the significance of what this next generation of leadership looks like, were I to be elected president, it is about, frankly, I love the American people, and I believe in our country. I love that it is our character and nature to be an ambitious people. We have aspirations, we have dreams, we have incredible work ethic, and And I just believe that we can create and build upon the success we've achieved in a way that we continue to grow opportunity and in that way grow the strength of our nation. So for example, my economic policies, I think of it and I've named it as creating an opportunity economy. So it's about things like investing in small businesses. I love our small businesses.
Now let me ask you, do you think that that's like, do you think that's moving? Seriously. And no wrong answers here. Do you think what she just said is like a moving speech? Do you believe her when she says these things? Like, I do feel like back in the day, our politicians were significantly better orators, you know?
All forms of human poverty and all forms of human life. And yet the same revolutionary beliefs for which our forebears fought are still an issue around the globe. The belief that the rights of man come not from the generosity of the state, but from the hand of God.
So, yeah, but this isn't a talk. Yeah, but this isn't a talk show interview. No, dude, you're missing the point. Kamala Harris's statements on her speeches are also identical, literally verbatim, to her talk show answers. Okay? She's repeating all of the things from her straight up DNC speech. Different audience and venue. You guys are coping. You're coping. You're coping. I can show you a million different former politicians, former heads of state. Trump is also really bad too, by the way. Make no mistake. I'm saying that American politics has devolved in general. Like, we do not have competent, charismatic orators. Barack Obama was the last. When you listen to Barack Obama, and he doesn't even hit as hard as he used to, just think about think about how Barack Obama could make something that is otherwise boring and banal seem like genuinely revolutionary, right? Think about how hard Barack Obama was hitting at the DNC. The problem is we don't have that anymore. We got no motion. Kamala Harris has no fucking motion. She comes across like a bot. Joe Biden was too old to be able to deliver rousing speeches. Kamala Harris is too much of a bot. The question I ask of you is this. Do you believe her when she says, "Oh, I love America.
When we think about the significance,
I love America's an ambitious nation." Like, do you believe that? Do you actually believe that? No, don't say who cares. Don't say who cares. Her alternative is Donald Trump, because you are going to vote for her. We're not talking about you. I'm not talking to you. Or rather, I'm talking to you, and I'm urging you to understand that not everyone is like you, right? Because you wonder, you like Kamala Harris, or you genuinely recognize the danger that Donald Trump presents for American future, right? Like, Donald Trump genuinely threatens the end of the American empire in some ways, okay? He's a real threat to American democracy. And yet, many Americans don't feel the way that you do. They don't feel the way that you do at all. So if you're considering what might be the problem, be a little bit more open-minded. If you say, "Oh, I understand the threat that Donald Trump presents," but you don't understand why Kamala Harris is still so close in this election to Donald Trump being a uniquely and historically unpopular Republican candidate, and yet still more popular at this stage in the polls than his 2016 race and his 2020 race. Why is this happening? If that's a question that you have for yourself, This is one of the answers. Okay? That's it. And this doesn't mean that Kamala Harris is going to lose. I still think she's going to win, but I think she's making it. The Democratic Party in general is doing their darndest, fighting their hardest to make this as close a race as possible. Okay? Older suburb POV, even if chat hates it, can tell you the older generation overwhelmingly finds her believable when she says stuff like this. They do believe her. Dog, you're in a fucking college-educated suburb. Like, we know your neighbors like Kamala Harris. They're going to vote for Kamala Harris. The polls show that your neighborhood is going to vote for Kamala Harris. The question is that going to be enough to float her across the finish line? Now, I think it may, but I also think that every time she comes out with this wishy-washy shit and has a I am just like Joe Biden ass speech, every time she does that, when she is objectively not Joe Biden, as in she is a black Indian woman, this puts her in a really scary situation for her electoral chances. Because while college-educated suburban voters that might have historically voted for the Republican Party in your neighborhood are still interested in her in the same way that they were interested in Joe Biden, there are plenty of people who go, she's too liberal, which is a catch-all term for she's a black woman. So her trying to make up with that demographic when the intractable, unchanging qualities of her are the reasons as to why they will not vote for her is stupid. She needs to be focusing on bringing forward as many voters that are in historic Democratic Party coalitions that are no longer actively a part of the Democratic Party's base of support. She should not be running a 2020 Joe Biden or to the right of the 2020 Joe Biden campaign as a black woman. She should be running a 2008 Barack Obama campaign. And she had the opportunity to do so, but she didn't. Stop edging us, play the clip. I did. I finished it. I just went back to this part because it was just like bad. She is just American, not black, Indian, just American. Focus not on the race. It should mean nothing. What kind of fucking nonsense is this, bro? We're doing fucking calculations about like middle America. We're talking about swing state voters who are non-college educated. You think they don't make this argument? I don't give a shit that she's black or Indian or a woman. I don't care at all. First of all, for the way that she presents her policies, it doesn't matter. She is not advocating for things like she is a black Indian woman. She's advocating for the same exact things that like many Republicans would have advocated for maybe fucking, 8 years ago, with the exception of abortion. Okay? But when we're talking about this sort of stuff, I'm talking about the American voters and what they see. They're wrong. But that's it. It's so funny to say race should mean nothing. It is funny when you say her race should mean nothing when like she knows that her race is a major problem in terms of the way people view her, which is why she doesn't bring it up. But in any case, I do talk more than just my personal neighbors. I door knock and call my state chat. Do that. It works. Hasan knows from experience. But I'm very focused on suburbs, Detroit area mainly. It's not one area. It's all over the suburbs. A lot of people moving into her camp. If it manifests how I think on E-Day, you will know where it came from, which sucks. But her strat is moving people from what we have seen. We'll see. I think that her running the way that she's running towards Joseph Robinette Brandon, is making this race unnecessarily close. That's it. What? I got timed out by Fossabot, but my message was too long. How do you hear these things and just accept that nothing will change? We are not living in a time like our grandparents did, and things are evolving to a point where change could happen, but we live in a world where truth no longer matters. People who vote doesn't matter. Case in point, that video. I know we make small changes locally, but even if sometimes... What? Okay, dude, that's... I don't know how to answer that. Anyway. What will Democrats learn if Trump wins again? I assume nothing. Absolutely nothing. Nothing will be learned. Where has the national progressive movement gone? Labor movement is the only thing hopeful, but that's not going to do much currently. No, the Democratic Party's not going to learn any lessons. Come on, be real. No. If they would have learned anything, they would have learned a lesson from 2016, which they didn't. They just blamed the fucking left and moved on. I would like to apologize for calling Kamala to do more media appearances. I assume that she would not say things like this, but it appears as if though I thought too highly of her. Scoop, Republicans are planning to spend heavily to promote a clip of Vice President Harris on ABC's The View saying that there's not a thing she would have done differently over the past 4 years than President Biden. I'm sorry, dude. I think suburban voters, I think the hyper focus on suburban voters right here, when there are so many people out there where like suburban voters in the Detroit area in Michigan, which is like supposed to be a fucking deep blue state, which even then is in a weird situation electorally due to Kamala Harris's unshaking commitment to Israel. It's just like, that's not going to move the needle. I know I'll get called libophonics for this, but can you stress the importance of voting in non-presidential races? In California, our ballot propositions give voters direct access to things like affordable housing, school funding, abolishing prison, slavery, etc. It's the only thing that gives me hope in this election. Yes, no, I'm a fan of voting. I love voting. Line wives clapping back. Okay, we'll do this in a second. Some Democrats are already saying they will blame Palestinians if Trump wins. Yeah, they're fucking stupid. It is such a ridiculous way to be like, well, people should have voted. Like, that's such an idiotic way to approach the subject matter. That's not how fucking democracy works. Democracy is about extracting concessions from your elected representatives. That's like the entire purpose of democracy. Okay? What a fucking stupid way that like voters who aren't even a part of the party, who are simply fans of the party, are mad. Like, that blows my mind when voters themselves cuck themselves by being like, you should have just voted for this person. It's like, dude, they work for you. That's not how this works. That's just not how this works. Like, I know Trump is a threat. Good luck explaining that to people, okay? They don't give a shit. You need to make people believe. You need to make people want to vote for you. And you can either do that by being a uniquely telegenic and charismatic individual like Barack Obama, or by doing by actively figuring out where the hurt is and then communicating a way where you will genuinely and earnestly tackle those problems. That's it. Yeah, this was the other thing that I saw. If you want to understand what is like so damning, here it is. Dave Weigel posted this. 2017 was the outlier. Dems thought Clinton lost a fluke. Comey letter. And Trump's populism rented the white working class voters. They could win back with their own populism. If Trump wins on mass deportation / Kamala's for they / them, there will be pressure to move right. Saw this in NBC. Two Democratic strategists said the issue is a loser for Harris because many voters in both parties do not want their daughters competing against transgender athletes and do not want to pay for gender-affirming surgery for criminals. In all the polls, the trans stuff is bleak, said one of the strategists, adding of one of Trump's commercials, it's a killer ad. You need to kill those people in your fucking campaign. You need to throw them in perma jail. Okay? That is an insane thing to openly say. It is not a fucking killer ad at all. It's loser shit. The trans issue polls well, but has been historically a losing issue for the Republicans. Okay? You're a fucking idiot. If you have these guys in your corner, if these are some of your strategists in your corner, after looking at the fucking fallout from the 2022 primaries or 2022 midterms, that just simply means your party has been hijacked by dudes who are at odds with your base of support. Not just on trans people, by the way, but in general. Like, this shows bad instinct. This shows you objectively don't understand the situation. Most people think trans people are weird, okay? And that's it. They think trans people are weird. But if they hated trans people with the same fucking severity that like a Matt Walsh hated trans people, then the Republican Party wouldn't have had to go back to the goddamn drawing board to figure out what other issue that Americans still believe in that they can tack on to this trans problem so they can cut transphobic propaganda and figure out that it's actually sports, which is the only area where Americans believe there is some semblance of meritocracy, fairness in sports. They could have just said, fuck trans people, and everyone would like it. Most people think trans people are weird, and that's it. It's not enough of an issue for them to go out and fucking vote against the party unless they're fucking insane. That's it. So if you can't see the way, if you cannot see the way that the electoral map is designed and the ambitions that people have and what motivates them to go out and vote, and you openly say, oh, this trans stuff, this anti-trans shit is like really fucking killer for the Trump campaign, as a Democratic strategist, you're a fucking loser. You're a goddamn idiot. You don't know anything. You don't know anything. You have been so hyper-focused on believing Republicans that you have once again deluded yourself alongside the fucking rest of the Republican Party into thinking that this is a great issue. That's it. Most people think trans people are weird. Do they think about trans people enough to want to go out and vote against them? Fuck no. There is not a real constituency for this. Okay? There is an infinitely larger constituency of people who care about fucking Gaza. There's an infinitely larger constituency of people in the Republican base of support that want to do a national abortion ban, right? There is even, I would say, a larger constituency of Republican Party voters in the base of support in the Republican Party that want to ban IVF, which is directly at odds with what the Republican Party is communicating right now, than there are Republicans or any fucking voters that are just like, I'm voting to harm trans people. Those people are schizo freaks, okay? It's not a real mover for people. It's not a real mover for people. It's not. Anyway, so this tells me a lot. I think it's very revealing. And this person, Viv, is correct. If Kamala loses, the party will move right, not because of thinking that the left can't be relied on, but rather because Democratic strategists agree with Republican policy here. If you kind of have to, I think you kind of have to, if you genuinely believe that Kamala is for they, them is a good ad. You want to see the ad, dude? Let's find the ad. I need to find this fucking ad. Does anyone have it? Not really. No, I want to show you how fucking stupid this ad is. It's not a good ad. It's not a good ad, but it's also not like, it's not an ad that is a mover, okay? The ad literally has transgender operations on illegal aliens line in it. Trump is repeating that over and over again. Do you know how the average person reads that? As though you are insane, okay?
This is the Jim Heath Channel playlist of 2024 campaign.
Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners.
That right there is the opener for this ad. You see that and you think, wow, what a banger ad. As a Democratic strategist, you should be shot into the fucking sun. Okay? Are you stupid? Most people think this is like Republican ad libs. It's correct, by the way. She did do this, but it doesn't fucking matter. Most people don't think this is real. They think, what the fuck are you saying? Shut up, Trump. That is literally how people read this.
Prisoners.
Surgery.
For prisoners.
For prisoners. Every transgender inmate in the prison system would have access.
It's hard to believe, but it's true. Even the liberal media was shocked
so
Kamala
stupid.
supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners and illegal aliens.
Every transgender inmate would have access.
Kamala's for they, them. President Trump.
Kamala's for they, them. Like, this, they said this is a killer ad, bro. They said this is a killer ad. You have to be legitimately brain broken. You have to be legitimately like a Matt Walsh diehard to look at this ad and be like, wow, that's what they're gonna do. It also doesn't even make sense within the confines of the transphobia, trans panic. It demonstrates a massive fucking moral, it demonstrates a genuine logical flaw. Is it good to let people have trans surgeries, or are you forcibly transing them? Because if you want to punish illegal immigrants, then isn't this great for you? Isn't this great for you? You're doing sex change operations. You're hurting the criminals. You hate criminals. It doesn't even fucking make sense. If you're a transphobic guy, okay, if you are a transphobic person, I thought any kind of gender confirmation surgery was bad. You're just like snipping prisoners' dicks off. If you're a transphobic guy, you look at this and you're supposed to go, "Oh, that's great. I love that we're mutilating criminals." The taxpayer part, bud. Oh my God, you are a fucking idiot if you think that is what moves the needle. Oh, I can't believe California taxpayers paid what, 10 fucking grand total to this transgender sex change operation. No, you're trying to motivate yourself to get mad about this issue when you don't give a fuck. Okay? Hasan Gurley, you lost me. The problem is, this does not make sense even if you are a fucking transphobic person. It demonstrates the same fucking flaw in this argument that exists for every Republican policy. Is abortion murder? If abortion is murder, if yes, then why are there exceptions for incest and rape? You're still doing a murder. Are you now saying you make exceptions for murder? No, you just don't believe abortion is murder. And the same goes for sex change operations. Is sex change operations a punishment? If yes, don't you want to punish criminals further? Oh, it turns out you don't think it's a fucking punishment. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't even make any fucking sense. For most people, it just turns them off. They don't want to think about this. They're like, yeah, sure, trans people are weird, but like, I don't give a shit. I don't care about this. This is like too weird for me.
But it's true. Changes for prisoners and
okay, that's it. Honestly, it's a killer, but because of the gender neutral language, people think it's stupid. No, this is not a fucking killer ad, chat. Shut the fuck up. Trump should never bring this up. He should scream for the fucking rooftops about how the Biden economy was fucked up and how he's going to fix it. He should say he's going to do tax cuts. What am I doing? I'm not a Republican strategist, but like, even I understand what works with the American dumbasses, okay? I'm going to fix the economy. It's my strong suit. I'm going to fucking fix the economy. I'm going to fix it up so goddamn good. I'm going to do the damn thing. I'm going to fix the economy. Kamala Harris can't fix the economy. She's the goddamn vice president. She didn't fix it at all. She made it bad. Okay? This ad sucks dick, brother. Like, look, even here it comes. Trump, lower taxes, bigger paychecks for workers. It's on the tail end after they say Kamala Harris is for the they, them. It's a terrible fucking ad. Most people, you underestimate how much this resonates with people. Dog, they don't go out and vote for this, okay? You're just wrong. You are just wrong. You are demonstrably wrong. And I'm telling you right now, you are super duper fucking wrong. If you were right, the Republicans wouldn't have fucking flubbed in 2022 when they had a historic opportunity. Okay? They went incredibly far right. And they went nutty mode with it. They went lean into the fucking trans-panic shit. They lean into crime too much. And most people were like, I don't really care, dude. This doesn't make sense. The only reason why so many of you're so California pilled, I want to dive in directly headfirst into Hurricane Milton. I am not talking about just California. I am looking at election results. That is the greatest poll that you can look at in terms of how certain messages resonated. Okay? The only reason why all of you incredibly online fucking morons cannot see the world outside is because you are on Twitter, you are on Twitch, you are on TikTok. That's where you're getting beamed with this transphobic shit. Oh. People don't like to be yelled at and moralized on a regular basis. Republicans did that. They became the SJWs, okay? That's it. And that's really fucking annoying to like normal voters. Only sports piracy enthusiasts will understand, but you know this ad is cooked when even the meth head streams chat was like, what the fuck was that shit? I don't even know who you're talking about. I actually get it beamed via my construction coworkers who watch sports TikToks. Do you understand what I'm saying? Why are you mad that Trump is churning out a shitty ad? Wait, what? I'm not. I'm mad at the chat for not understanding it's a shitty ad because they're so fucking Twitter brained, because they spend every waking moment straight up online. They spend every waking moment online. So they also have fallen into the Christopher Rufo trap, where they straight up think like normal people care about this a lot. They don't. In order for you to hate someone that much that you want to go out and vote to cause them harm, you have to be heavily acquainted with them, and you have to at least have like an underlying resentment baked into your brain through social conditioning. You can do that for black people. You can't do that for trans people. You can just say that they're weird and move on. That's it. You can do that for black people because America's a white supremacist country. Okay? Trans people and the discourse surrounding trans people is a relatively new phenomenon. Now, it might change in the next 10 to 20 years, but for the time being, it's not a real problem that people are going to go out and fucking vote for. That's precisely the reason why the only places where you hear about this shit is like, you know, cryptocurrency accounts and podcast watchers and shit like that are extremely online losers. Oh, it's shitty in the fantasy world where Kamala is running on Medicare for all, minimum wage, and other economic populist policies. She is not, because she is not. This ad is going to succeed unless abortion alone carries her this entire election. No, I don't think so. I'm more mad about the fact that the Democratic Party considers this to be a killer ad. Ed Incrementum says this squares the circle for a lot of things. Kamala people making that Putin COVID test ad with a 12-hour turnaround has proved that they don't test this stuff beforehand because there's no way they could actually pull that before putting it out. That explains a lot of things. He's right. Also, I don't even necessarily think that's a bad ad. The Trump gave Putin COVID tests. I don't think that that's a bad ad, but it does definitely show that they don't fucking test this stuff out before they drop it. If I asked my partner's family in rural Iowa if they cared about them trans surgeries, they would look at me like I'm an alien. Yeah, this is a bad bet for them. I'm telling you, pumping tens of millions of dollars on this ad is just a investment for the future. Okay? That's it. This is scary because it's an investment for the future. All the transpanic shit right now isn't really working. It doesn't have like decent electoral benefits now. But if you make the entire country become Matt Walsh style transpanic weirdos, then it will work. But you got to wait for a couple election cycles for that to kick in. Told the construction worker about this because he brought up trans people. I asked him if it affects his life at all or puts more money in his pocket, and he said no. So I asked why he cares, and he didn't have an answer. Exactly. This is weird shit. It's weirdo shit. You're fucking weird for focusing on this. You're hyper weird for that. Okay? Nah, because it's underestimating transphobia. No, you're wrong. I'm not underestimating transphobia. I always come to the table with the recognition that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and trans people are going to have to watch the 3-minute ad break unless they subscribe, which is inherently a transphobic thing to do. Okay? Now, you can subscribe and no longer see those ads. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. People are transphobic, but they're not transphobic enough to not think insanely transphobic people are weird. It's like how the average American is racist, but still thinks anti-race mixing people are freaks. Thank you. Thank you. Exactly. This is a lock Okay? I'm telling you right now, you can't get real fucking nerdy and too invested in anything, even if it's a morally righteous cause. You will come across like a fucking moralizing weirdo, possible pervert. Do you understand? I say this all the time. Americans are very racist, but they hate Nazis. Americans are very racist, but they fucking can't stand when someone comes out and is like, white people are the superior race. They might even fucking think that. Okay? And they hate it when someone says it. There is a difference between permissible bigotry and going beyond it. If you go beyond it, all of a sudden, people are like, I'm a little grossed out about that. Okay? That's what I tell you all the time. That's the difference between undocumented migrants represent a threat to American economy and national security versus the Haitians are eating your dogs and your cats. Okay? The scarier part about this is that this is all a investment for the future for the Republican Party. It's like what you always say about misogyny. Exactly. Misogyny is even better because there's so much permissible misogyny under a patriarchal structure that we exist in. Having said that, however, when someone goes, femoids are supposed to be, childbearing women barefoot and naked in the kitchen, well, then you have JD Vance and everybody fucking hates him and thinks it's gross when he says stuff like that. You can't get into like nerdy levels of being weird and gross and sometimes maybe pathologically obsessed with trans people. That's it. I'm going to try to sum this up because you and Chad are lost in the sauce. The Dems are messaging based on fear of what Trump team might hit them back on instead of messaging on objectively good policies that have polls to back them up. Is loser shit? Yes. I saw this ad in a sports bar in the Center City, Philly the other night, and it didn't seem to go over well. I was surprised at first, but you're making a lot of sense. It's hard to shake a lot of people, especially in this medium, of the idea that like everyone is literally constantly thinking about new mechanisms of killing trans people. Okay? Because that's all you see online. Because the people that do definitely want to do that are online and they say it all the time. And there's a shit ton of Nazis who fucking also are online and go, this is great. This is fire. We love this. And you get 100,000 fucking likes. Okay? That is where this comes from. That's like, remember the Trump debate with Kamala Harris. Remember how fucking stupid he looked. Everything that he said was a banger on Twitter. Okay? A lot of the shit that he brought forward in that debate plays really well on Twitter leading up to that debate. But the moment that it was like, the moment that there was a little bit of light shined on it in the form of like 60 million people, okay, people were like, oh, that's weird. That's a weird thing. You're being weird. So, that is something that you have to pay attention to. They definitely exist in public too, but it's like 1,000 times less common because the internet, especially X, is swarming with them. Yeah, like that fucking Valentina Gomez woman, right? That Valentina Gomez woman got thousands of fucking likes on Twitter for calling like gay people the F word or whatever, right? Yeah. What happened? She was running for fucking treasurer in like, what was it? Was it Tennessee? I forget where it was. And I told you guys she was going viral on Twitter. She was going viral every day in Missouri. And I told you, if you saw in Missouri, if she walked down a fucking crowded area in Missouri and said that exact same thing that she said on Twitter that got her like 50,000 likes, she would get smacked the fuck up by most likely a hog too. And I was right. She got like 8th place. People find that shit gross, dude. You don't understand it. This doesn't mean that people are like gonna start hugging and kissing trans people, okay? Anytime soon. They're not gonna start welcoming trans people with open arms and be super fucking pro trans. That's not what I'm saying at all. It's just that like there is a limit to your bigotry that is like appropriate and permissible, considered appropriate and permissible by the broader majority of the American population. And if you fucking get your notes from Twitter and TikTok and whatever, one fucking QAnon family member is all it takes in your family chat for you to think like everyone is like this, you are going to get the wrong opinions. She got 7.5% of the vote with 46,000 votes. Winner got quarter of the vote with 150,000 votes. Every time a Trump supporter runs around being like, they're cutting your children's genitals off, they come across like an intactivist, which is objectively more moral of an argument to make than being transphobic, mind you. But intactivists, albeit a moral cause, come across like fucking weirdo losers. That's it. Yeah. Chat is oversampling Facebook uncles for sure. Having worked in a warehouse, my boss said the F word and even the massively homophobic coworkers were disgusted and uncomfortable. I'm openly queer now, away from all that. Just an example. Yeah. That's it, bro. You are scaring the hoes. You are scaring the hoes when you do that. Okay? Apparently, Tropicana Field has been ripped to shreds by Hurricane Milton. Even though the field is serving as a shelter for first responders, which is pretty crazy. The Rays are finally getting punishment for mediocre baseball. That's crazy, man. Chill. Anyway. I want to fight with you so much, you fuck, but in the end, what is it going to get me, you know? What? As a trans person, I think I speak for all trans people when I say you should play the Silent Hill remake. I think it will legitimately spook you. It'll make me shit my pants. There are modest differences in the views on this issue across demographic groups. Women are more likely than men, 52%, to say there's a great deal or a fair amount of discrimination against trans people. College graduates are 62%, are more likely than those with less education, 55%, to say the same. If you fucking think that the trans women in sports argument is a banger, okay, then you would have needed to strip the in sports part of that argument and watch how fucking stupid that looks. Let me tell you how stupid that shit looks without it. Donald Trump was pro-trans in the 2016 election. Donald Trump criticized the state of North Carolina for pushing an anti-trans bathroom bill in the 2016 election cycle. Americans don't give a fuck. They think trans people are weird, but they also agree that people are fucking incredibly disrespectful to trans people. That's it. Every moment that the Democrats don't fucking, every moment that the Democrats have also dropped trans people and have not like defended them is also another fucking losing issue for them. But it's so crazy to forget. For most people, it's confusion and ignorance, not hatred. Exactly. That's it. Oh, the fucking crane fell? No! No fucking, wait, what? I can't tell this. That's the shittiest video, dude. I'm sure CNN would have better footage of that. I honestly worry we will be the immigration talking point for the Democrats the next election cycle. Yeah. Right now, the Dems are not talking about trans people. They will 100% talk about trans people in negative terms. It's the fucking Starmerization of the Democratic Party. What is this? This arrangement and editorial gloss may stand for capture the journalism about the entire campaign. In interviews, Kamala Harris continues to bob and weave. In remarks about migrants, Donald Trump invoked his long-held fascination with genes and genetics. Huh. Interesting. I wonder what Donald Trump said about genes and genetics. Oh, that's right. He said immigrants have bad genes that cause them to murder people. Well, that's a cool way to fucking cover that, New York Times. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. In remarks about migrants, Donald Trump invoked one of his famous historical German leaders, a very important figure in German history. Yeah, that's cool. That's a good way to cover that as a headline. That's great. A crane at 400 Central just fell into the office building. Yimby St. Pete. We are a nonpartisan coalition of advocates dedicated to making housing affordable for all Pinellas County families. This is what your Yimby ass got you. Okay? How dare you? if you weren't such a goddamn yimby, you wouldn't have a crate right there, okay? You wouldn't have a crane right there, you fucking yimbies. I'm kidding. Don't get mad. I'm kidding. You did this. Don't trigger the most annoying fucking group in politics. I know Yimbies will get so mad. I mean, Florida is literally Yimby land. $11 p.m. East EST update. Milton is still a category 2 with winds of 105 miles and a minimum pressure of 960 millibars. Milton is bringing devastating winds and rains inland over parts of central Florida. Over 1 million people are without power across the Florida peninsula. Thank you, Stinky, for the update. Anyway, the stadium that collapsed is reported with the linemen are staging 2. No injuries reported, but if equipment got ruined, it could delay power getting restored. I'll be honest with you. A Deborah 100p. A Deborah 100p put a fucking curse on the Tropicana Stadium, and here's why.
These women, that the linemen that they're finding on Tinder down in Florida and everywhere else, the linemen that they're finding is probably the 23-year-old ground help that's testing the truck for the day and taking selfies in the bucket. It's like the male version of using a filter. They're seeing their opportunity and they are taking it. Which, good for them. Rock on, dude. And I guarantee that most women don't realize that there are a lot of different jobs within line work. Everyone has to start somewhere, right? But I guarantee that most of these dudes that you are finding are not, in fact, actual linemen yet. Which again...
That's right. You are never going to be a bucket bunny for a real lineman. Line wives are the first line of defense against bucket bunnies.
Again, more power to them. I'm not gonna lie, until I got off my husband, I didn't even know what a lineman was. So I could easily see how people would do that. Just like when you see all those things about how like the men pose with the fish, they make the fish look bigger and like make it look a certain way. It's the same thing. Hey, look at me, out in my bucket, looking at all the trucks down there. I'm sure I'll probably get hate on this video too. I'm not talking shit about the ground help. Love them. Great. The real ones will understand.
How do you know the terms? My dad is a lineman. Are you kidding me? What the fuck are you talking about right now, Lamau? Okay. When natural disaster happens, okay, there's a lot of telephone poles and electrical poles on lines that need to be put back up so you can restore energy and telecommunications into the disaster area. It's a part of the recovery and relief efforts. So linemen, okay, they basically come from all around the country and go to the area of impact. Now, we knew this already, but what we did not know until a couple years ago is that there is an entire culture surrounding the Debras and Barbaras that are in this hurricane disaster area that fuck the linemen, okay? They go and they have sex with the linemen. They are called bucket bunnies because the lineman is in a bucket. Okay. Now, I personally think they're like lot lizards. Now, I personally think that bucket bunnies are also under the umbrella of hurricane disaster relief and recovery efforts. Why? Because when these linemen come out to areas of need, they're going to want to keep their morale high. How are they going to keep their morale high? They're going to keep their morale high by getting sucked and fucked by Deborah. Deborah is going to suck their shit sideways. So I think what they are doing is actually boosting morale and aiding and abetting in the recovery. Now, a lot of these linemen, though, especially if you're from a small town, that's like one of the best paying jobs that you can have. A lot of these linemen get swept away from the Deborahs and the Barbers back home at an early age. They get married. They get locked up. Now, they take their fucking rings off when they're out on duty, right? As a part of the disaster recovery and relief efforts. But the line wives back home are very upset with the prospect of these bucket bunnies having sex with the linemen. What you just watched right here is a grade A Deborah. She is a line wife. A wife of a lineman. The Deborah Vanguard is very strong. Sorry, this is Shannon Elizabeth. Shannon is saying, a lot of y'all think you're fucking my lineman husband, but what you're actually fucking is a young ground worker. They're not in the bucket, baby. They're simply taking a photo in the bucket to make y'all bucket bunnies hard. And that's precisely what is happening here. I fear that after 9 hours of this broadcast, my brain is melting, and I will be back with more coverage and more news and information, including but not limited to the devastation caused by Hurricane Milton and maybe even Moodang in the shower. That's right. Moodang bath time. Hopefully we'll get that video. Hopefully we'll get that video from the chatter tomorrow. We'll watch that as well. Love you guys. Moodang bath time. See you tomorrow. That'll be all for today. Hope the Florida chatters are safe. Peace.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time.